Chapter 1 Ferret, Yabajian. Grunt. The strong liquor enters the throat, and the pungent sensation extends from the lower abdomen to the lungs. A warm current makes the cold in winter no longer lingering. Belch. The young man sighed and leaned comfortably on the rock behind him. Look carefully, the little boy template is not too standard. His long hair looks very elegant, but the scars on his face look a bit ruinous. According to the words of a teenager, a man's scars will add wildness and charm. Except for a clean martial arts suit and a saber tied next to it, the only existence of the wine gourd is abrupt. Looking at the young boy, taking a sip between winter practice is the greatest enjoyment of coming to this world. Bajian, children can't drink. Next to the boy, a cute boy with a mature age that shouldn't be mature frowned, stretched out his hand, as if he wanted to stop the other party's behavior, and finally gave up. The lines on his face moved slightly, and finally he sighed. His name is Uchiha Itaki and he is 5 years old this year. The boy next to him was a friend he met when he was practicing shuriken 6 months ago. Yabajian. This should be what your mother said to you. Grunt. After glancing at this magical boy, Yabajian retracted his gaze and took another sip of himself. Unfortunately, I didn't. Unfortunately, I didn't. This is very free and easy, and there is no sadness except a little regret. Itaki had an apologetic face and seemed to want to apologize. After all, in his opinion, orphans are sad, especially in such an era in the depths. Don't show that expression. Yabajian patted Itaki on the shoulder calmly. A person like me is not bad. At least I wouldn't sigh and frown every day like you do, thinking about things you don't need to think about, and then take a bite of the meaning of life. Aren't you tired? Frowning, sighing. Itaki was a little embarrassed. Indeed, after practicing today, he sighed more often than usual. The reason? The village and Uchiha. Ugh. After thinking about it, the Falanguen boy sighed again. Come, you have a sip too. Appropriately paralyze your nerves and let your brain take a good rest. Trust me, this is the only way to make you sigh less. When the wine gourd was thrown over, Itaki looked at the other party's serious eyes in shock. He has already said that children cannot drink. And according to his personality, even if he grows up, he will not drink this thing casually. But when facing the wine handed over by a friend, if you refuse, I am afraid that there will be some gaps between the so-called friends. Will this gap affect my friendship with Bajian? After all, besides Shisui, Bajian is the only friend who can be eye-catching and can say something in his heart. The young ferret's brain was running frantically. From the wine that was handed over, Itaki thought of so many questions. Your biggest shortcoming is that you think too much. Is it worthy of him? Just by looking at Itaki's twinkling eyes, Bajian knew what the other party was worried about. Shaking his head, Bajian was about to take the wine gourd back, but a naive little hand was placed on his arm, and then he took the wine gourd. Really drink? Bajian's eyes widened, completely unexpected that Itaki would actually hold the wine gourd into his mouth. Guru. With a big mouthful of urkiwatu into his belly, Itaki's expression changed from calm to firm, from firm to doubt, and finally from doubt to panic in only 3 seconds. What? His shoulders trembled violently, and Itaki stretched out his fingers in horror and pointed at the wine gourd. Yes, pure urkiwatu that is 10 times stronger than Konoha's so-called sake. Yabajian gladly accepted the wine gourd and explained. As a traveler, I am naturally not used to drinking sake from the island country. There is no difference between that thing and a drink. And this kind of authentic urkiwatu has his appetite. Of course, I am afraid that this type of alcohol is really not acceptable to people in this world. What? The fiery voice made Itaki instantly stand up and ran forward. He wanted to find some water to drink before the great fireball actually squirted. What the hell is this? Just thinking about the smell in the wine gourd made Itaka panic. It's not that he hasn't tasted his father's wine secretly, it's not a level thing at all. Looking at the back of Uchiha Itaka during the attack, Yabajian calmed down instead, raising his brow slightly as if he had made a decision, and then took a deep breath. Hey! The training ground covered by heavy snow seemed to be static. Itaka's red face was attracted by the roar and twisted back. He wanted to see what his friends who struggled to maintain their friendship were doing. A little bit of snowflakes fell on his hot face and melted instantly, and the young man suddenly heard something. Nice to meet you. My name is Yabajian, a man destined to set foot on the top. Reaching out and squeezing away from the opponent, the young man grabbed a saber in one hand and a wine gourd in the other and disappeared into the training ground. Really, friends? The hot Itaka panted heavily, and finally nodded and opened his mouth hoarsely. My name is Uchiha Itaka. Please advise. Chapter 2, The King of Flat Cutting, Zaraki Kenpeiku. Mitarashi means a hand-washing place next to a shrine in island culture. It is also called Mitarashi only at the hand-washing area next to the shrine. Of course, Konoha has no shrines, but the surnames of the Mitarashi clan have been circulating. To say that there is a shrine, the Uchiha clan has one, but it has nothing to do with the Mitarashi clan. And in this generation, after the so-called Mitarashi clan experienced the Third Ninja War, there is only one person left who bears the blood of the Mitarashi clan. Anko, a girl 5 years older than Yabajian, has just graduated from the ninja school. Whoosh! Just stepping into the yard, a beautiful shadow rushed to Yabajian's side with a whistling sound. Staring at Yabajian blankly for a long time, and sniffing with his nose, Anko confirmed one thing. The younger brother who was picked up by her when she was a child, drank again. You. Pinching his waist and stretching out his fingers, Anko pointed at Yabajian angrily, seeming to want to say something. Shhh, I just told someone today that no one would care about my drinking. Glancing at Anko calmly, Bajian said, looking calm, his heart is still very warm, after all, Anko is exactly his only relative. The feeling of being preached by relatives. It should be interesting? Bajian thought of it. It's just a pity that he thought about it wrong. The inconspicuous Anko didn't care about drinking at all, but angrily pointed to the forehead protector on his forehead, shaking Bajian's wine gourd. It's good to celebrate my graduation, and then drink together in the evening. You drank it all by yourself. Do you still have my sister in your heart? Who is the one who pulls you, Big P? Where is the conscience? So, are you angry that drinking does not take you? The corner of Bajian's mouth twitched. And? Are you sure to pull me a lot of shit and pee? Do you want a face? Bajian, who has passed through, still needs others to do this kind of thing. Others are embarrassed, he really doesn't have that face. Too lazy to take care of Anko, and after throwing her a full bottle of wine gourd, Bajian went back to his room on his own. At this moment, stroking the saber next to him, a transparent template appeared in front of him. Host, Yabajian. World, Naruto. Unlock the King of Flat Cut template, Zaraki Kenpeiku. Unlock percentage, 2.8%. The template progress reached 5%, and the first flat cut blessing feature will be unlocked at that time. Reach 10% of the King of Flat Cut template and unlock the next character template. Flat cut points, 50 points, which can be used to redeem props in the system mall, or to redeem template progress. Daily task, swing the sword 1000 times, reward 0.1% template progress, completed. As a traverser, he naturally has his own cheat. And the Super Slashing King system is a powerful direct method to help Yabajian, and it is also the existence of the Flat Cutting King system, which makes him very confident to say to Itaka that he is destined to set foot on the peak. The King of Flat Cut. There is no bells and whistles. Simple and rude, just chop, And Yabajian is very lucky. The first character ability unlocked is Zaraki Kanpeki, the famous king of flat hacking in the Shinigami world. The Shinigami world uses Ryutsu to fight and uses Zanpakuto's abilities to suppress the enemy. But Zaraki Kanpeki is different. He has only one move from start to finish, and that is flat cut. Even Chikai and Bankai both increase the power of flat cutting. The king of flat cutting through and through. This is the case with the king of ping/system. The daily tasks seem very simple, but after all, he is still young and it took a long time to adapt to this kind of high-intensity training. From the beginning, tired and unable to move, now it's just a little tired. This middle. He has experienced a lot and has grown a lot. Don't underestimate Zaraki Kanpeki's 2.8% strength. That is the famous fighting lunatic in Shinigami world. Once he enters the fighting state, the horror fighting power that erupts cannot be underestimated. The daily mission will be upgraded every other stage, and the effect is not known for the time being. He has not encountered unexpected tasks. According to the system, unexpected tasks will reward flat slashing points, and the slashing points can be directly exchanged for 1% of template progress for every 1000 points, and can also be exchanged for a dazzling array of items in the system mall. Items. For example, Bajian's Urkuatu is redeemed from the system mall. There is everything in it, even Rinnegan in this world, but the price is not acceptable to him. For the time being, the easiest way to improve strength is to complete tasks every day. And Bajian also enjoys the feeling of improvement every day through training. This is a dangerous world. Don't forget that Konoha is so peaceful. The darkness hidden in the sun is the most terrifying thing. Shaking his head, Bajian fell asleep and fell asleep. Thousands of consecutive hacks are not a small burden for him at the age of 4 or 5. The next morning, a new day arrived. Yabajian opened his eyes and looked at Anko, who completely wrapped himself next to him, a little helpless. How many years have it been? She is used to it. I guess I went to the wrong room after drinking too much last night. Stinky brother, accompany me to see the instructor Jonin. Anko breathed out, feeling pushed away, said Anko. Your guide, Jonin. Orochimaru. Chapter 3 Ninja Scientist, bring snake pill. Itaka, you are so shameless. In the same morning, inside the Uchiha clan, in the yard of the patriarch. The atmosphere is obviously not so harmonious. Itaka sat on the ground without saying a word, accepting instructions from his father. But the stubbornness on his little face shows that he thinks he is doing the right thing. Even if it is the blame from the parents, because the word friend can be carried down. After drinking that sip of wine, he and Bajian are true friends. But he obviously underestimated the power of Urkuatu, and wanted to sneak a sip of water when he came back, but he didn't know he fell asleep directly in the living room. Sleep until now. The wine is strong, but the taste gives it a bit of aftertaste. Nothing else. After his father brought him back from the battlefield, he hadn't slept so well for a long time. That's really cool. Time without thinking about anything is so happy. Sleeping is so peaceful. Will not be awakened by thinking about the meaning of life. I don't even think about why my father's eyes flicker when he looks at the village. I can't even hear the comments made by those outside about the Uchiha clan. And these, he couldn't explain to his father. The only way to bear the blame from his father is. However, it is better to do less of drinking in the future. Weasel knew this in his heart. Okay, this thing just passed, there are other things to find you today. Looking at his silent son, the anger on Fugaku's face gradually disappeared. The wife next to her is still pregnant, so there is no need to blame herself for this very arrogant son in front of her. Ninja School is about to start a new round of enrollment, I have already signed up for you. Remember, on the outside, you represent Uchiha, a family. He patted Itaki hard on the shoulder, Fugaku said. Yes, father, I understand. Itaka nodded, the confusion in his eyes flashed away. I see. Do I really understand? I guess so. Why does a clan only think of a clan, not a whole? He did not understand. Uchiha, isn't Konoha's Uchiha? In Konoha's training ground, Bajian repeated his slashing movements with one knife after another, seeming to vent frantically at the stake. But judging from the fanatical expression on his face, this mechanical slashing made him enjoy it. Daily missions have been refreshed. And today's daily mission surprises Bajian. Cut 2000 times. Task reward, 0.2% template progress. After finishing, he will master Zaraki Kenpei's 3% strength. Of course, this master is very different from playing. After all, his age is here, and the strength that he can really display is probably extremely limited. Therefore, it is necessary to use this hack to exercise one's will and body. In Bajian's view, daily tasks are no longer tasks, but necessary conditions and processes for growth. Rao is so, his strength, among the children of the same level, there is no rival at all. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is invincible at the same age. So, why do you have to let me be with you? Between the hacks, Bajian looked at Anko, who was sitting next to him on the rock, resting his cheeks and looking at him, and asked. There is no doubt that Anko's teacher is Orochimaru. A well-deserved scientist in the ninja world. A man who yearns for immortality and loves to study ninjutsu. Needless to say, the value of Orochimaru. After Naruto became Hokage in the later period, Konoha's changes can be seen. Technology. The trains are out, it's outrageous. You are stupid, Lord Orochimaru is one of the legendary Sunin. I'll bring you here. If someone looks at you and show you 2 tricks, maybe you can even take it with you. Anko flipped through Byakugan. This time, 4 Tails escaped her, really caring for her brother. Orochimaru. There are not many opportunities to get his advice. Oh. However, in Anko's expectation, his brother's ecstasy did not show up, and he did the task calmly. Draw a knife, chop, close the knife. Repeat an action over and over again. There is no fluctuation caused by the so-called belt snake pill. Joke. Is Orochimaru's ninjutsu important to him? Bajian, who owns cheat, doesn't need anyone's guidance. He is the king of flat cut. No need for bells and whistles. As for chakra and ryutsu, there are also physical issues. After unlocking 5% of the Zaraki Kenpei template, the flat cutting feature enabled by the system will give the answer. This is what the system wizard told him. In short, he does not need any teachers. No one in this world deserves to teach him. Just keep hacking and he will get stronger and stronger, it's that simple. Good heart. Suddenly, a voice with strong interest appeared in the cold. Bajian's hand holding the knife paused slightly, and then continued to chop again. Behind him, Orochimaru was standing there. Obviously, he has been here for a while, but he just didn't come out. Very nice kid. The tongue stretched out, licking his tongue intentionally nauseously. Uncle Snake's gaze was wild and dangerous, and he commented on Bajian who was slashing. Chapter 4: A Terrifying Way of Cultivation. The time of Orochimaru's defection is not clear. But at least not now, but not far away. Mitarashi Anko is 1 year younger than Kurane Yui. After graduation, Anko became Orochimaru's apprentice and received Orochimaru's teachings. In the same year, I became a researcher for Orochimaru and learned a lot. He even accepted Orochimaru's curse. That was the beginning of Anko's nightmare. Soon after, Orochimaru defected and brutally erased Anko's memory with the forbidden technique. This means that Orochimaru at this moment has already embarked on a path of no return. Human experiments have also begun. It seems that after the defeat of Naruto in the competition, Orochimaru started the latest research. With Danzo's support behind him, he has no shortage of resources. Yes. This terrible-looking cold man once wanted to be Hokage too. It is estimated that based on this alone, Naruto can jump out and point to Orochimaru's nose and shout, "I forgive you," and just come to a whitewash. But this has little to do with Yabajian. It's that Anko's curse is a bit troublesome. That thing is not a good thing. Even as long as there is a curse seal, his Orochimaru can be forcibly resurrected. Very top. Big. Lord Orochimaru. Anko swallowed, seeming a little nervous. After all, not everyone can become a disciple of Orochimaru. She didn't know why third generation arranged this way. After watching Anko for a day, Orochimaru seemed to lose interest. In Orochimaru's creed, being a guide jonin is just a waste of time. But he had to accept this arrangement. At the very least, he had to give third generation the illusion that he was very busy, so that he could carry out human experiments with peace of mind. As for Anko's curse in the original book, it was just an accident. Even Orochimaru himself never thought that Anko would survive. The first survivor of the Seal of Heaven, probably this is the value of Anko. Whoosh. After stopping the slashing movement, Yabajian sighed, finally meeting Orochimaru's eyes. His eyes met, and no sparks broke out in the end. In the eyes of the other party, Bajian saw a little interest. "Let's go, Anko." Licking his lips playfully, Orochimaru turned and left. It's a pity. Orochimaru-sama didn't care about his younger brother after all. Anko sighed, but the purpose of bringing his brother with him was still unfulfilled. She is a little slow. Can't see through the meaning in Orochimaru's eyes. The first meeting, according to Orochimaru's character who likes to play with other people's thoughts, this is just the beginning. For example, after Orochimaru left, a small white snake crouched in the corner of the next big tree. If Orochimaru really looks at someone, he will be the first to observe. He is not as blatant as he was at the beginning of the plot. This is also Orochimaru's decision after observing Bajian for a while. It seems to be an ordinary chopping, but every knife is unreasonable. It seems that there is no regularity in the random, but it makes people feel that his knife is at any angle at the moment of the chopping. This is not a means that a teenager can have at such an age. Therefore, he developed curiosity. Withdrawing his gaze, Yabajian didn't bother to take care of it. Just watch it if you want. Don't be scared for a while. There are many ways of hacking. And the system has never been constrained to let him repeat away, the hack just now is just a warm-up. After all, repeating a slashing action, even if Bajian's temperament is mature, it will inevitably be boring. If other elements were added in the process of hacking, he wouldn't mind. Now, he is waiting for someone. Whoosh. A figure fell beside Bajian. It was Uchiha Itachi who slept very well last night. It's a bit late. Bajian raised his eyebrows. Sorry, Bajian. Itachi said embarrassedly. The conversation with my father was delayed a lot of time. On the way here, I thought about the meaning of the existence of the so-called Yi clan and Konoha for a while, so I came late. Because my father told me something about the ninja school, I came late. Ignoring the content that was criticized, Itachi directly referred to the ninja school. After the winter, the season of recovery of all things comes, and it is also the time when the ninja school enrolls students. Uchiha Fugaku has already signed up for his genius son. Ninja school? Yabajian suddenly. Ninja school, a magical place. Founded by the second Hokage Senju Tobirama, it is the place where all Konoha shinobi practitioners first began to practice. Some basic knowledge of ninja can be learned. But the biggest role is to brainwash. Shaking his head, Yabajian is not very cold to that place. However, as Konoha's child, he has to go to a cut scene. Let's start. Without going to the ninja school, Yabajian gradually sharpened his eyes and walked into the field step by step. At this moment, he was completely in the state with the knife in his hand. The fierce temperament on his body, combined with the scar on his face, made Itaka feel a strong sense of oppression. Nodded, Itaka took a deep breath, took out 10 shurikens from the package and pinched it tightly. 1, 2, 3. Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, 10 shurikens shot at Yabajian from Itaka's hands. Active attack. At this moment, the white little snake that emerged from behind the tree was obviously stunned. But even more shocking is obviously still to come. The man waving his arms, the man with a fanatical warfare on his face yelled with a knife. Ding ding ding. All the shurikens that were shot at him were directly cut off by him. The most incredible thing was that 10 shurikens were shot at Uchiha Itaka again intact. What are you doing? Play ball? The little snake opened his mouth in horror. But obviously, the training of the two is not over yet. Itaka once again projected the shurikens and smashed the first 10 shurikens into the air. Ding ding ding. Between the lightning and flint, the shuriken turned and shot at Yabajian again. The real cultivation has just begun. And the white snake? Already confused. Is this their horrible way of cultivation? Nonsense. Still confident? He couldn't accept it? The new book on the first day asks big guys to take care of it, and ask for flowers to comment. Chapter 5 Itaka, Ji-un-sang, I can't do it anymore. Ding ding ding. When the two of them began to practice, only the sound of shurikens colliding was heard in the training ground. That little white snake, from the shock at the beginning, to the bewilderment, to the calm, and finally to the numbness, leaving sadly, no one knows what he experienced during this period. These two children, who were only 5 years old, had too much impact on him. Think about it, what was he doing when he was 5 years old? Read it? Should be. Then he joined the ninja school and was carefully taught by third generation after graduation. At that time he was almost 10 years old. Although they graduated early, in front of these two people, they didn't dare to call themselves geniuses. Are they really 5 years old? At Orochimaru's base, Anko was looking at the ninjutsu manual given by the teacher with gusto. And Snake, who was suspicious of life, looked at the books in front of him and fell into autism. He took out his pen and finally wrote 2 names on the piece of paper in front of him. Uchiha Itaka, Yabajian. After writing, Orochimaru suddenly wondered. People from the Uchiha clan are good at shurikens, and can throw back shurikens in flight. This is normal. Even the Uchiha people who have not turned on Sharingan are very talented in this aspect. But why does Yabajian? Judging from his appearance, it is obviously not the first time to have such a terrifying practice with Uchiha Itaka. Even obviously has the upper hand. Why is he? It's just a civilian. Frowning, Orochimaru can't figure it out at all. Ji-un-sang. I can't do it anymore. Half an hour later, there was a fascinating sound from the training ground. Of course, there was no such kind of hand-pushed incident that you would like to see in the scene, but the result was similar to the hand-pushed incident. It was all exercises performed by 2 people, and one of them was still alive, and the other was illusory. That's not going to work. Ding ding ding. He cut and flew the shuriken in front of him again, but this time, the shuriken did not fly to Uchiha Itaka but all hit the bull's-eye drawn on the trunk next to him. The accuracy is too strong. You are so fictitious. Frowning, Yabajian supported the limp, panting Itaka and came to rest on the rock next to it. Virtual. Itaka had nothing to say, so he blushed and turned Byakugan. Compared with Bajian, he is indeed imaginary. At least they are still alive and motivated, but I can't do it anymore. No way. After getting more tired, he could no longer see the flying shurikens, and the shurikens shot out would lose their accuracy, and it would be meaningless to continue. And the man in front of him was a real monster. He knew this the first time he met. In Konoha, Bajian was the first 5-year-old child who could chop and chop thousands of times in a row. He can be sure of this. Forced to rest. After taking out the wine gourd, Bajian took a sigh of relief, and then habitually handed it to the ferret. After experiencing yesterday's drinking incident, although Itaka was interested, but after all, he did not pluck up the courage to pick up the wine gourd. Your father had just warned in the morning, and he naturally didn't dare now. The atmosphere gradually became silent. Itaka didn't have the energy to speak. And Bajian is thinking about things. The little white snake has disappeared, and even if it were, Bajian wouldn't care. It's the body of Itaka. Frowning, Bajian looked at Itaka. In the original book, this sad boy died after giving his brother a wave of sea last. But even if he doesn't let the sea go and Suzuki is not killed, he will die soon. Being seriously ill, he couldn't hold on for long. But what kind of disease is it, or what terminal disease it is, there is no description in the original book. The sequelae of killing father and mother? Carrying a dark phobia? Yeah, Bajian didn't know either. What is certain is that if it is really needed at that time, he will think of a way. He has no medical skills, but the system mall has everything. It all depends on whether the boy still regards him as his first self and his simple friend when it comes to the bones. As for the meaning of these words, Itaka doesn't understand it now. As Itaki and Kisame said, people can only see themselves before they die. Itaka. Flicking the saber in his hand, Bajian smiled suddenly. What's wrong? Itaka blinked, with a little doubt on his cute little face. If you encounter something in the future, you can't solve the problem. Or maybe it's a fork in the road. You can ask me. Paused. Bajian sighed slightly when he thought of the tragedy of this man. If you treat me as a friend. Before Itaka died, he saw himself clearly. After being impure world reincarnation, I found that it was a wrong decision to say that everything was on my back. Even Naruto who used this theory to escape. But in life, there is no regret medicine. Well, you continue to rest, my body does not allow me to sit here and be lazy. Today was hacked 2,000 times. Without talking to Itaka, Bajian continued his practice. And Itaka, who was sitting on the rock looking at Bajian's back, was obviously dumbfounded. If you treat me as a friend. What does Jiansang mean? What does he know? I see. Suddenly, Weasel gritted his teeth and looked at Bajian's wine gourd that had fallen on the stone. Is it possible? No solution anymore. Shaking and picking up the wine gourd, Itaka sighed. Grunt. Delivered on the first day of Friday. Ask for a wave of data, are you there, reader? Your existence determines whether this book sees the sun of tomorrow. If you leave your valuable comments in the comment area, it would be nice to feed a flower. Chapter 6 The Sprouting Emotion, That Touch of Throbbing. He didn't do anything to you, did he? After a day of practice, Bajian returned to his home with Anko. Although a little tired, he broke through 1,000 hacks and reached 2,000 times, and his whole person has sublimated a lot. Every breakthrough is a baptism to oneself. Bajian enjoys this process. I fell on the bed and rested without going home. After washing my body carefully, I happened to meet Anko who came home from Orochimaru. Putting on kabuto crotch pants calmly, Bajian asked. The girl's face was reddened, her eyes swept back and forth, and finally she took it back from Bajian. After all, living in the same home, this kind of scene is not the first time I have experienced it. But he is getting older and older. Women in this world are famous for their precocity. For example, Hinata fell in love with Naruto when he was 3 years old, and think about it, although there is something wrong, this is the beauty of the second dimension. Anko is no exception. Now her girlish heart is overflowing, and it is the best age in her life. The figure is also ranked high in the early stages of the entire Naruto world, especially at a young age. He knows how to decorate his wildness with silk socks. This kind of comprehension alone is not comparable to ordinary people. As for the fact that the blogger turns into a fat woman, it can be tuned and controlled, so don't worry. You said he meant Mr. Orochimaru. Slowly, Anko asks suspiciously, hey, he's my teacher, okay, do you dare to have a better mind? With that, the girl flipped through Byakugan. Bajian didn't explain anything. Just calmly walked to the side of Anko, gently lifted the other's hair with his hand, and then jumped on the girl's thigh and stretched her neck and looked over. What is he going to do? Should I resist? Or do you resist a little bit and give up? Anko's face turned redder, and he looked like a freshly baked meatball. But she obviously misunderstood something. After stroking the white and pink neck, Bajian left her sister's arms after not finding anything unusual. A bit too nervous. After exhaling, Bajian turned and walked to his room. He was naturally checking the curse seal. That is the evil force that changed Anko's life. Let the lively girl become the magical power of the autistic ant. This time, he obviously won't let the tragedy repeat itself. Anko's life is wonderful. In the early stage, she was the sturdy chief examiner, but she was met by Orochimaru in seconds. In the later period, she was just a tool to revive Orochimaru. The kind that is disgusting. Yeah, Bajian couldn't accept it. Changes are slowly accumulated. Orochimaru defected and Konoha did not bring Anko, which was a big blow to her. Night. And just before Bajian entered his room, Anko suddenly yelled. This time, she didn't shout the word brother in a high-pitched voice, ordering something in the manner of a sister's order. Call one night alone. Slowly bricks, Bajian's eyes are calm. Be with me. Go eat the meatballs, okay. For some reason, after the scene just now, Anko suddenly became a little shy and at a loss. Even, in the tone of asking Bajian to accompany her to eat meatballs, there was a little request. A few seconds later, just when Anko was a little disappointed, the boy nodded and gave her an affirmative answer. Good. Konoha's meatball shop. This is a very magical place. Oftentimes, some characters with heads and faces will come to enjoy them after their tasks. Just like now. Pushing open the door and walking in, Bajian saw several familiar figures. The first goal is a watermelon-headed man in bright green sportswear. In the future, he will be famous all over the world, the youthful might guy. On the inside, Kurane Yoi was having a headache with Sarutobi Asuma in front of her. After she saw Anko, she quickly walked over like a savior. Looking around, Bajian looked away. He has no interest in seeing a crowd of dragons. Finding a place to sit down casually, Bajian rubbed his sore shoulders. After all, there were a few fewer people with Anko, and they didn't appear here. For example, the innocent girl Nohara Lin. Another example is Umbu Ninja, who is in autism and is serving as a bodyguard for 4th Hokage's wife Uzumaki Kushina, copying the ninja Heitake Shirijiri Nishi. Speaking of it, Minato is a bit too much. He hopes to break through the haze in Kakashi's heart through the emergence of new life. But is it really good for you to do this? Let a person who has a dead father and a dead companion see how warm your family is. Is it too much? With a slight sigh, Bajian looked outside. The seasons in Naruto world are weird. The New Year festival has passed. It is clearly the beginning of spring, but it is still snowing. It is estimated that at this time, Kakashi is still squatting in the window of 4th generation, acting as a bodyguard for Kushina. But speaking of Kushina, Bajian's eyes flashed a little. The Nine Tails chaos is approaching. This troubled Konoha. Shaking his head, Bajian showed a hint of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. As for who you are mocking, no one sitting there knows. It was because Anko and Kurenei sat next to Bajian, and Asuma was following him across from him. This ridicule was taken seriously by him. What does he mean? Asuma's face sank. Well. Now. Plus we'll be late, but we'll never be absent. The sixth watch on the first day came out in the middle of the night. But the young author is so heartbroken that he saw only 6 evaluation votes. This book. Isn't it true that nobody reads it? Readers, give an evaluation ticket monthly. Chapter 7 You choked on Anko. Along with the smell of smoke, there is a trace of dissatisfaction coveted. Bajian's eyes met Sarutobi Asuma. After glanced at the no-smoking notice board specially hung on the wall by the owner of the ball shop, Bajian suddenly smiled. Is this the son of Hokage? Sarutobi Asuma. In the anime, the impression is mediocre, but he is often caught up with a bearded man. What Kenpeki impressed him the most was that he left the scene of the little widow dying unrestrainedly, which is indeed a bit ridiculous. Looking at Sarutobi Asuma's resume, he rebelliously left Konoha and became one of the guardian ninjas, and very hardly took the daimyo as the jade in Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth. Only before dying, thinking of Kurenei who gave him the continuation of incense, and understanding the so-called child, is precious jade. However, judging from the magnificent scene of him smoking in the Mariko shop, he is still a younger brother now. His death, the atmosphere of the original animation is very touching. But after growing up, Bajian suddenly began to feel cold towards this character. Both are the sons of Hokage. He is not even worse than Naruto. As a man, he didn't give him any status as a woman until he died, and made him pregnant when he was unmarried. It's a loser in every way. The son of Naruto is really funny. Cough, cough. It makes sense to ban smoking in public. Both Anko and Kurenei, apparently a little uncomfortable with the taste of this kind of unfamiliar tobacco, coughed 1 or 2 with a slow expression. People with at least some common sense should put out their cigarettes and apologize at this time. But Sarutobi Asuma, obviously did not have this idea. On the contrary, he felt that he was smoking a cigarette like his old father, and he took another violent puff. He has always wanted to be recognized by his father, but he didn't learn something from Sarutobi, the third Hokage, such as the 5 series Grandmaster in ninjutsu. Instead, he learned the posture of smoking. Sometimes men are handsome in smoking, but sometimes this behavior can cause dissatisfaction. The ridiculous son of Naruto. When Asuma was about to vomit out the big puff, Bajian suddenly looked at him with a calm smile. Either put out the cigarette, or leave smoothly in front of me. Huh. The saber was pulled out of the sheath and pierced directly through the table, and Bajian's face appeared a little hideous. You choked on Anko. You choked on Anko. The relationship between Bajian and Anko is beyond doubt. It's hard to imagine what life Anko had before he picked Bajian back. From strangers to real relatives, Bajian has long regarded Anko as the most important part of the world, someone who needs to be guarded. Anko is the softest place in Bajian's heart. At the very least, she gave Bajian a warm home. Family. After practicing every day, there is a place where you can rest and sleep in peace. Boy, what are you talking about? Asuma, holding a puff of smoke, finally spoke, but with this opening, the thick light blue gas rushed directly to Bajian's face. Huh. A ray of cold light flashed, and Asuma only felt that her cheeks were slightly cold. The beard he worked so hard to leave, and the cigarette he finally dang in his mouth, was directly chopped in half. His chin was suddenly pinched and forced to open his mouth. Click. The unextinguished cigarette flashed a spark in the air, and the disgusting-looking scum was all in his mouth. Gaba. Hiss. The chin is closed, and the sound of cigarette extinguishing is clearly audible. Boom. The last kick kicked the opponent out of the ball shop, and Bajian completed the whole set of actions. There is no sluggishness. Even if the opponent is the son of Hokage, there is no hesitation. From the moment Asuma choked to Anko, his result was already doomed. Sitting on the chair again, calmly picked up the balls, and then poured the chili oil into the horrified eyes of all the spectators in the ball shop, suffocating into the stomach in one bite. Others don't know, might guy who is not far away is stunned anyway. Do sweets touch chili? Is it really edible? Or is this kid trying his best to suppress the panic of doing his hands on the son of Naruto? Yes. Sarutobi Asuma, he is the son of Naruto. Night. Anko didn't know what to say, but was moved and hugged Bajian's arm. Although this arm is still very young. But it is completely worth relying on. The jewel-like eyes of Kurane Yui next to him were shining with a strange light. Just looking at the aura of this kid, it seems that no matter who you are, the person who moved me must pay a price. What a nice little man. Eat it? But the next second, the beautiful atmosphere was suddenly destroyed. I saw Bajian hand the dessert balls covered with chili oil to Anko's mouth. Is this for me? Anko was horrified. Favorite meatballs, plus the most annoying pepper. Is this still edible? In order to avoid that one of my arms will not be able to wrap around your bucket waist in the future, please eat it. From now on, the number of balls to be eaten every day will be controlled within 10. That's all. That's right, she has been stuffed into 10 skewers just now when she came to the meatball shop. Obviously, the culprit who turned the girl into a bloated mother was found. When Anko took the balls and stuffed them in his mouth trembling, Bajian stood up and looked at the owner of the balls shop. 5 string balls, take them away. Of course, this is not for Anko. It was a gift for Bajian's only friend other than his relatives. After all, think about it carefully. That hapless kid who likes desserts. But suffered for a lifetime. Please beg Hwawa, Hwawa is awesome and must be added today. Thanks for the little author. Chapter 8 Can you come as a friend? Is it tasty? As I said in the winter, the sunshine has a little warmth, and the cold air in the morning also carries a sense of comfort. It's still the same place. The unknown training ground where the boy and Itaka met. The lunchbox has been opened, and the 5 bunches of meatballs in it are missing 1 bunch. After swallowing that bite of sweets, the young Itaka blushed, and Bajian who looked shyly didn't know what to say. After all, he was still a kid. After taking a sip of wine, Bajian threw a knife and started training in no hurry. The king of flat-cutting Zaraki Kenpeiga template has reached 3% progress, and 2% will open the so-called flat-cutting feature. Yeah, Bajian is looking forward to this. Counting the time, the Nine Tails Chaos will come on October 10th, the day Naruto was born. Sasuke was about 3 months older than Naruto, and was born in July. Now that the winter has not completely passed, he still has half a year to improve himself to ensure that he will not be scraped to death by the violent Nine Tails during the Nine Tails Chaos. The Nine Tails turmoil in the original book did not affect Anko, but that does not mean that there will be no collateral reactions to his appearance, nor does it mean that he will definitely not be affected. So, at least you have to protect yourself a little bit. However, the so-called self-protection does not mean that he must have the ability to head-to-head with Nine Tails. But when Nine Tails sweeps the village and destroys the buildings, it can face the collapsed houses, that's all. Very real self-protection, but also very ironic. But when disaster strikes, that is the only extravagant desire of the weak. Bajian is not weak, he just needs time. Many things will happen to Konoha in the past 6 months. Orochimaru defected, Jiraiya also left the village in the name of hunting down Orochimaru. A must-have cutscene in the ninja school. Anko may be engraved at any time, and so on. These things are the motivation for Bajian to improve himself. Bajian, I heard that you beat Master Naruto's son. After a moment of silence, Itachi put down the balls, a worrisome expression on his face. Passing so fast. Bajian was taken aback. It was just last night, and Asuma was so embarrassed that it was reasonable and would not be spread. Others will not say much because of the identity of the other party. How did Itachi know? The Uchiha clan worked as a Konoha guard. Sarutobi Asuma was kicked out of the Mariko shop yesterday and was spotted by the patrol. After kicking Hokage's son, Itachi looked at his friend with some emotion. In his opinion, Bajian is not the kind of person who casually takes action against his companions. If he did so, there must be his reasons. But what made him curious was that the guards saw it, but they didn't step forward to interrogate or even take care of it. Why is that? He was worried about this before, and even wanted to take the initiative to find his father and ask Bajian to let him go. But in fact, the guard patrols are in charge. What is the meaning of the existence of the patrol? The young Itachi does not have a clear definition of what kind of existence the village and Uchiha are. He doesn't understand, Bajian understands. The reason is simple. The identity of Asuma. From the perspective of the Uchiha clan, they just experienced the Third Ninja War, and they didn't even get any reward from Konoha. What is it like in their hearts? The Uchiha clan also experienced the War of Blood and Fire, and paid a heavy price for Konoha. Then, why treat us differently? What are the consequences of patrolling the village with this mentality? After they saw the son of Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen who was kicked out of the meatball shop by a child, should they gloat or intervene in dealing with the child who embarrassed Naruto's son? The answer is definitely the former. From this point, Bajian smelled a little bit. That is the contradiction between Konoha and Uchiha, the bud has begun to spread. Is it about to start? The Nine Tails chaos is the last straw that crushes Uchiha. At that time, Uchiha was once again suspected by the senior management, and even the family land was moved to others. The contradiction will expand again. Without explaining anything to Itachi, Bajian understood that he would figure out this problem on his own in the future, and then make a decision. If they are still friends then. Bajian chose to stand on his side. Cultivation. Standing up, Bajian walked into the court with a knife. No matter when, strength will not betray oneself. The light of the sword disappeared, and the collision between the shuriken and the saber turned into a beautiful symphony. And a small white snake came out of a tree hole not far away again, showing a curious look. The time of cultivation always flies quickly. Yesterday's hacking 2000 times, after the upgraded version of the daily task was completed, it has become a daily task, that is to say, starting today, the daily task has been changed. 2000 hacks and kills, Bajian enjoys it. Huh. Jian-sang, you are such a monster. Finally, when the sun was about to set, Itachi languished on the stone, breathing heavily. Bajian also stopped. Itachi was shocked. Shocked by Bajian's physical changes. It is clear that after 2000 hacks yesterday, the man's whole body was shaking. And today, he can already make his body no longer uncontrollable because of his disengagement. Monster? Probably. As he calmed his breath, Bajian replied. Have a rest. Itachi paused suddenly and spoke again. Sword. Tomorrow is my mother's birthday, can come. As my friend. Ask for flowers and a monthly pass. It's too much to be motionless, and the author cried. Chapter 9 Qualified Father, Failed Patriarch. The Uchiha clan. The well-deserved Konoha luxurious family. This race is a little too proud, and it also bears the glory that looks ridiculous. Until now, they are still alive in the Sengoku period, and their Uchiha clan swept through the world of shinobi, and only Senju can fight against them in the world. Therefore, people of this ethnic group rarely have excessive exchanges with other ethnic groups or even common people. According to Bajian's eyes, the Uchiha family is more suitable to be called the Uchiha Autonomous Region. There are special ethnic groups in Konoha. But every once in a while, there is a special case in the Uchiha clan. A special case of full son. This special case drives them to bond with people outside the ethnic group. Uchiha Obito in front, Uchiha Shisui. And Itachi, who has been slightly changed. Standing at the gate of the Uchiha clan, Bajian looked at the people living in his own small world with expressionless faces. He will come only because Itachi is alone. And just one sentence from him. Sometimes the word friend is not just to talk about it. After a long time together, in addition to the strength that grows together rapidly, there are fetters and friendship between the two. Itachi is lonely. Before Shisui came back from the border between the water country and the fire country, the only person he could talk to was Bajian. At the moment, the atmosphere in the Uchiha clan is very good. People coming and going are making preparations for the birthday of the patriarch's wife. Of course, in this world, a woman's birthday is not particularly fanciful. Fugaku did this because of the child in Uchiha Mikoto's belly. It's not too much to celebrate. Itachi didn't let Bajian wait too long. After learning that he was here, Itachi had already come to the gate of the tribe without stopping to greet his friends. This is a true friend. Yeah, Bajian. Aside from the grievances of the ethnic group, people who can make heart-to-heart. Shisui, it can be said that Itachi's life mentor is more appropriate. The later Itachi is more like a continuation of Shisui. Shisui handed his eyes to Itachi, and while Itachi protected the village, the more he must guard Uchiha. But after all, the Uchiha clan was destroyed. It fell to Konoha's intolerance and some conspirators' calculations. Sorry, I was a bit late because I was hosting guests at home. Habitual apologies, this is the instinctive courtesy of the young Itachi. Bajian didn't say anything, and followed Itachi to the inside of the Uchiha clan. At this moment, Uchiha has not yet migrated to the periphery of Konoha, and the family area is not large or small, but it can be readily available. Just walking in the Uchiha clan, Bajian had a thought that came to mind involuntarily. I'm here and look around. As if the entire Uchiha was surrounded by Konoha, there was even an illusion of being swallowed. Shaking his head, Bajian didn't bother to think about these questions. Uchiha's problem, Konoha's problem. What to do with him? Live, make a few friends, and confidants. This is enough. He only wants so much. If this terrible village can't even tolerate this, then I'm sorry, Konoha doesn't need to exist. After crossing several streets, the two came to the home of the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. After the guests glanced at Bajian, they lost interest. It's just a kid. Although he is a friend of the patriarch's son, he is not Uchiha. It is not Uchiha, and there is no need to talk. Instead, the eyes of Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto stayed on Bajian for a long time. An old father with the brilliance of maternal love, one hand holding his slightly bulged belly, and the other with a firm face and an admiring look. His eyes crossed with Uchiha Fugaku, and Bajian nodded politely. Uchiha Fugaku, Bajian, will not comment casually. If you insist on describing it. He was qualified as a father, but failed as a patriarch. Indulging his son to kill himself and his people, but for the two children. As a father, he did his best. But I am sorry to the tribe. Until his death, he did not find the only way to survive in the conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha clan. I really want to see my brother sooner. Looking at his mother's belly, Itachi had the unique obsession of Brahkan in his eyes. Even if Sasuke hadn't been born yet, he believed that the younger brother must be in his mother's belly. Rather than saying that this is the traditional Brahkan attribute of the Uchiha clan, It is better to say that the impact of the new life brought by relatives when they are born allows Itaka to find the value and meaning of existence. The party begins. The atmosphere began to warm up gradually. The guests walked to the patriarch and said flattering words, while the pregnant woman Mikoto laughed beside him. She is clearly a pregnant woman, so she should pay more attention to rest during this period, but she has been with her for the sake of her husband's face. As a wife, she does her duty. When it was Bajian's turn, he picked up the glass and pulled Itaka, and he came to Fugaku and Mikoto. "Happy birthday, auntie." "No more nonsense." Bajian drank the glass in his hand and turned away. "You friend." Looking at the kid's back, Fugaku seemed to say with emotion, "Very character. It's Itaka's friend after all." Mikoto's face was full of maternal radiance. Outside the yard, Itaka found Bajian looking at the branches of sakura in a daze with a habitual apology on his face. The heavy snow melted overnight. The seedlings on the sakura flower tree represent new life. "You go back, I'm here waiting for you. It's not good not to be with your son on your mother's birthday." Shaking his head, Bajian drew out his saber. "I just can't stand the atmosphere." "Take a step forward, hack and hack to continue." After Itaka left, a small figure suddenly showed a small face from behind the tree not far away. Iconic big eyes. Cute little face. Her name is Uchiha Kwan, the girl next door who sneaked out with her father to celebrate the birthday of the patriarch's wife. Ask for a ticket. Chapter 10, The King of Flat Cutting, one of the characteristics of cutting people. Still 2000 hacks. The boy tirelessly started his own practice under the sakura flower tree. His practice method is never restricted by location. Chop, chop, and chop, until he can chop over the world. Have the power to truly make yourself free and unrestricted. And the girl with her small head looked at the man curiously. From the initial doubt to the shock later, the girl's eyes gradually changed. In the early spring sun, the figure of the young man wielding a knife and the sight of the young girl peeking together form a strange picture. The fly in the ointment is that the sakura flower tree is still in bud at this moment, and you can't see the scene of the sakura flower flying. I don't know how long it took. Bajian stopped and sat down under the sakura flower tree, grabbing the wine gourd and lifting it to the girl. A bite. As soon as he said it, Bajian felt something was wrong and shook his head quickly. "Sorry, I'm used to it. You really can't drink this thing." "What did this guy say?" Uchiha Kwan walked to Bajian curiously. "You are not from the Uchiha clan." She knows all the children of the Uchiha clan, but Bajian is a strange face. "Yeah, Bajian." The young man took a sip of wine and introduced himself casually. After lightly jumping up his head and glanced at the girl, a touch of clarity appeared in his eyes. "Uchiha Springs. A sad girl." Said she was sad, but slightly happier than the Uchiha people who were killed. At least in the true biography of Itaka, Tsukuyomi of Itaka, let her experience a complete life. Life with the person you like. But that is just an original bridge. The true history is sadness that cannot be concealed and is full of cruelty. Before being killed by Obito, she was still calling Itaka's name. But now, the girl in front of her will not be long before she will become her classmate. Bajian doesn't know whether she is passing by or will there be a staggered fate. Everything goes with the flow. Lifting his head, the ferret in the distance has already rushed over. Bajian glanced at the daily mission and stood up. Chopping progress, 897/2000. The practice is not over yet. Then is the real start. However, his cultivation method with Itaka is not suitable for the sakura flower tree, otherwise this year's vernal equinox I am afraid that the sakura flower will not bloom. Bajian also thought of coming to see the scene of sakura dancing. Watching Bajian and Itaka leave, Uchiha Kwan shook his head. What a weird person. Time passed day by day. The atmosphere in Konoha village suddenly became weird. From the mouth of the villagers, We often hear about the missing children of whose family. From Anko's mouth, Bajian also confirmed one thing. Orochimaru became more and more frantic. According to Bajian's calculation, his living corpse reincarnation has reached the most critical moment. This means that he is about to defect. And Anko will become more and more dangerous, becoming the first experiment of the heavenly curse seal. Konoha Training Ground. 1997. 1998. 1999. 2000. Ding. The daily tasks are completed, and the progress of your King of Level slashing template is increased by 0.2%. Ding. Congratulations, host, your first King of Flat slashing template has reached 5% progress. Turn on the King of Flat slashing feature. Do you start random sampling? The sweaty figure was panting quickly. And the attacker next to him, it takes a lot of effort to speak when he is tired. Jian-sang, are you going to die? His face was helpless, with a little shock. Itaka no longer knew what to say, and he didn't know how to remind his good friend to pay attention to his body. Jian-sang today seems to be crazy. Since arriving at the training ground in the morning, he hasn't stopped swinging the knife. After suffering, he has been following the rhythm, and his tired hands have lost consciousness. I have a reason to become stronger. After a sigh of relief, Bajian said in a low voice, a person can see oneself clearly only before he is dying, but to see clearly, it seems to me that he understands how weak he is. So weak that I can only lament that I can't change anything. And me, there won't be that day. Because I will never die. Orochimaru's rebellion is coming, and the Nine Tails rebellion is also coming. Zaraki Kenpaku's 5% template power will bring a qualitative change to his strength. Drawl. Ding. Congratulations to the host for extracting features, enhancement, Chakra Blade. Chakra Blade? Bajian frowned and looked over curiously. Chakra Blade, one of the powerful flat-cutting characteristics. Host can control chakra attribute changes at will, and attach it to the weapon to attack. Note, host has the top chakra attribute change interest, and under the same chakra attribute change, no one can surpass host. Very strong flat-cutting characteristics. The introduction of Chakra Blade is not difficult to understand. The meaning is obvious. Starting today, his knife can be attached to attack by adding various chakra attributes at will. For example, Wind-style Spiral Shuriken, in his case, will become Wind-style Flat Cut. And the following note also emphasizes that the same chakra attribute change, his leveling priority is superior to everything. To make an analogy, the same applies to Spiral Shuriken, his is stronger than the opponent. This is to strengthen the chakra blade. Strong outrageous. With his eyes bright, he felt Chakra Bajian inside his body let out a low growl. Immediately afterwards, he slashed at the rockery in the training ground in front of him. 10 sheets, now. If the flowers and evaluation votes are added, just add them, no matter how many, it will be 3 chapters before the evening. Reader, where are you? Add more, add more. Chapter 11 When the Beast Met Another Beast. You have been a little blatant recently. In the Dark Root base, Shimura Danzo, known as the Konoha Pot King, frowned when he looked at the man in front of him. What the hell are you going to do? With a haze in his eyes, Danzo asked again. The experiment of studying Hashirama cells and transplanting them into one's own body has been completed. But the other party's demand for experimental subjects has become even greater. And even if it is to cultivate ninjas who can control wood style, this kind of big project has already been completed. A is an example. However, Orochimaru is still studying day after day. In his dark laboratory, even if he heard the screams, his scalp tingled. Want to live, live longer. Sticking out the disgusting tongue, Orochimaru had a crazy smile on his face. Living corpse reincarnation is about to complete. He knew he would leak out sooner or later, but before leaving, he had to speed up the completion of the ninjutsu he created. For longevity. To live. From the Second Ninja War and Yamagaku Hanzo's battle, and later led the Konoha shinobi troops to guard Kikyo Mountain to the death. He did too much for Konoha. But he didn't get anything. People's respect? That thing will fade over time, and it will have no substantial effect. On the way to the battle, he saw too many deaths. From the death of his parents to the mission, there are fewer ninjas around Kikyo Mountain. The meaning of life is to live to live. Only by living a long time can he study various ninjutsu and do what he likes to do. He will only grow stronger if he lives for a long time. In short, he has realized it. Comprehend his life motto. Only when you are alive can you have output. I won't stay in Konoha for too long. When the experiment is completed, the teacher should notice. Recovered from his thoughts, Orochimaru's expression gradually calmed down. I will notify you when I find a suitable place. By the way, I want one person's information, all the information. Material. Konoha, besides Uchiha Itachi, are there anyone else you are interested in? Danzo frowned. Who? Yabajian, the kid adopted by my lovely apprentice. The night is dark and the wind is high. A figure from Midarashi's family wearing a black cloak once again came to the training ground during the day. After practicing during the day, after swinging that sword, his stamina finally reached the extreme, and he fell tired. In the end, Itachi dragged his tired body and sent him home. After all, he is only 5 years old. Relying on the chakra extracted from the body, as well as physical fitness, it is good to be able to successfully achieve additional characteristics when exhausted. But he was not sure of the power of that knife. I just vaguely remember that the rockery fell in two. After a sleep, his physical strength has recovered. Bajian eagerly wants to know the effective lethality of the characteristic. This is very important. In Konoha, it's not that you can use your own moves as you like. Always beware of people watching you in the dark. For example, it's okay to use the crystal ball to watch the third Hokage of the female soup. Therefore, it is the last time to use characteristics to test attack power during the day. Not to hide one's hand. It is when he needs to show his combat effectiveness, so everyone is caught off guard. Pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger? It doesn't exist, he just doesn't want to cause trouble. Although 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato is still in power, 3rd Hokage did not choose to return home to provide for the elderly. Instead, he listened to politics in the Hokage office. Haha, a village, 2 Hokage make decisions together. What purpose is personally clear. 3rd generation is not laid off. Even promoting Namikaze Minato to become the 4th Hokage is helpless. Because Konoha was consumed too much in the Third Ninja War, he stepped down under Danzo's pressure. The only thing that can be retired is the title, and the power is still in his hands. Bajian, who is in the developmental stage, does not want to be watched by the high-level Konoha too early. Landing lightly in the training ground, looking at the collapsed rockery, Bajian stretched out his hand and stroked the extremely smooth cut on it, finally showing a smile. For that knife, he used the chakra attribute change of the wind, which raised the cutting effect of the chakra blade to the apex. The lethality is very good, the sharpness of this cutting, ordinary weapons simply cannot resist. As he grows older, the lack of physical strength and chakra will be supplemented, and his leveling characteristics will be infinitely amplified by then. Nodding satisfied, Bajian stood up. He already knows the lethality of the characteristic. He also had a general understanding of his own combat effectiveness. As the king of flat slashing, how he inherited the Zaraki Kenpeiga template depends on whether he is willing to fight with death. In the real battle, he can exert his real strength. From the Shinigami world, the power of evil spirits. After clearing the traces on the ground, Bajian was about to leave. Suddenly a cold breath instantly made him turn his head and hold the knife in his hand. Dark, wild, evil. There is only one man with such a temperament in Konoha village. Orochimaru. Perception is very strong. When the figure slowly walked out from behind the tree, Bajian's pupils contracted slightly. It's not perception. When a beast meets another beast, it will be aware of it. Beast. This kid's judgment of himself is very vivid. Oh, there are 3 more flowers, Zingba, plus more, send it first. Chapter 12 Get the secret of your body. The night time is quite suitable for hunting wild animals. He walked to Bajian very relaxed, and for the first time, Orochimaru looked seriously at this little-known kid. There is no limit to blood succession, and it does not belong to any ethnic group. War orphans left over from the Third Ninja War. Except for the ferocity shown by the eldest kid who bullied you when I was young, and almost bit the man's neck, which was unremarkable. The tongue squirmed up and down his lips, and the curious look in Orochimaru's eyes became more intense. But just such an ordinary kid, when he was 5 years old, he could even change the attributes of chakra that most jonin can't control. Also, that stable and unspeakable sword technique. Why is that? Holding his shoulders, Orochimaru's tone was full of appreciation. Yes. Squatting in the laboratory, Orochimaru looked surprised after seeing all of Bajian's information. Whether it is the father or the mother, or the ancestors above the father and mother, there is no answer to the so-called blood inheritance boundary race. Going up, 3rd generation, are the civilians of Konoha. Both parents are Chunin. In the Third Ninja World War, Chunin and Genin were just ordinary cannon fodder. A child who is a cannon fodder, shouldn't he be an ordinary person all his life, right? Blood is everything. This is Orochimaru's research. All of them, who are also civilians, have been immersed in research, wanting to sublimate his bloodline. Living corpse reincarnation is the result of research. Uchiha Itachi was also his first prey. It's night, and while 3rd generation doesn't use the crystal ball to spy, you should grab more kids as experiment subjects instead of here. In line with Orochimaru's actions, Bajian calmed down with his arms. It even pierced Orochimaru's human experiment directly. Confidence comes from strength. Full body Zaraki Kenpaku's 5% strength Bajian has never fully demonstrated, but evil spirits are evil spirits. The roaring evil spirit is fearless in the fight. Inheriting his power, as long as he dares, 5% can forcefully leave something on Orochimaru. But he firmly believed that Orochimaru did not dare to really fight against Konoha. That was because he found himself uncomfortable and would expose his human experiments in advance. So Orochimaru came here to test himself at best. In that case, what is there to be afraid of Bajian? And Orochimaru appeared here, without directly doing it. You know a lot. The pupils shrank for a while, and a fierce murderous aura appeared on his body. At this moment, Orochimaru became serious, but his seriousness only lasted for a second before returning to playfulness, following the words just now. A civilian with a bloodline race can't do things. So, Bajian-kun, I really want to know your secret. As for the knight you said is suitable for abducting test items, I think the best test item for the time being is you. Shul King Snake Hand. Huh. Reaching out his hand and slamming it towards Bajian, Orochimaru's cuffs flew out of a few ferocious pythons with teeth and claws. Shulker Snake Hand, Cold Kun Orochimaru's iconic tentative offensive method. But this trick poses no threat to Bajian. As always, it was no different from the sword swing of Itachi during training. With just a single knife, the sharp cold light directly cut the giant snake's head off. Put away the children's toys, Mr. Snake. Looking at Orochimaru calmly in front of him, Bajian shook his saber. Facing Orochimaru, he didn't panic at all. Especially the more he got behind, the less panic he got. It is best for Orochimaru to perform living corpse reincarnation a few more times. At that time, he is more confident to crush each other randomly. The reason is simple. His knife. It's not just as simple as flat cutting. Who is Zaraki Kenpeiku? Gotei 13th Division, Captain of the Combat Division. It's Shinigami. Shinigami has countless methods for souls, among which blasting is the most common slash. It is at this moment that Bajian's hands have transformed into Zanpakuto's blade. That's right, he unlocked 5% of Zaraki Kenpeiku's strength, and the novice saber gifted by the system became the basic Zanpakuto. Even if it was Zaraki Kenpeiku, he couldn't do without Bankai's Shinigami in the early stage. That was Shinigami. Shinigami's Zanpakuto is the most effective way to target the soul. The temptation is not over yet. Reaching out of thin air, a sharp small sword fell into Orochimaru's hands. This is Konoha training ground. If the action is too big, it will attract the attention of the ninja, which Orochimaru knows very well. Compared with Bajian, he doesn't want to show his feet now and let the higher UPS notice him. So using swordsmanship is the best choice. By the way, he wants to see how strong this young man is with his sword skills. Ding ding. The figures interlaced briefly, and a battle that was not evenly matched started. He couldn't make a full shot, but Orochimaru was confident to suppress the opponent, grab him, and then take him to his laboratory to study the secret of the kid's body in front of him. Fail. Never thought about it? Boy, I'm Orochimaru. I am eyeing you, you are my prey. As Bajian said, when two beasts meet, it is bound to cause a battle. Zingba, my goodness, I didn't add a flower. The little author is still adding more. Now, the second chapter is here, and it is also the 12th chapter of the first day. The sign-in is already done. Didn't the reader scream? Chapter 13 Bajian-kun, are you interested in being a betrayal? The moonlight in early spring is not so bright. The newly melted snow exudes a chilly breath at night due to changes in temperature. Inside the Konoha training ground, the training equipment placed there has been rolled and shattered, and the big tree with the target carved has been cut off. On both sides of the rugged old tree pole, two figures face each other in the air. Two shadows reflected on the ground in the moonlight. One big and one small, looks very abrupt. But the masters of the two shadows have the same temperament. Wildness. Wild. Yeah, Bajian, and Orochimaru. Holding a pheasant sword, Orochimaru's face is nothing but admiration. Unparalleled swordsmanship. Although there is only one attack method, it is extremely effective. There is only one person in Orochimaru's impression of swinging the knife to such an extent. Heitake Shumo, a man known as Konoha's White Fang. His strength can bring Hokage half-sleeves. But a few years ago, Konoha's White Fang's teeth were already dead, and he was sprayed to death. And now, the kid in front of him reminded Orochimaru of that man again. Swordsmanship is superb, but it is different. White Fang's knife is a murderous knife. The little devil's knife in front of him is full of wild and unruly. Sometimes it is free and easy like the wind, and sometimes it destroys everything like thunder and lightning. But what Orochimaru saw from Bajian was the unrelenting fierceness and aggressiveness. Cut and slash indefinitely, until death, without leaving a wound on the back. It's strange, it's obviously a kid, it's so tricky. Looking at the moon, I roughly calculated the time. Orochimaru sighed slightly. To be honest, he is not good at swordsmanship. Although I have studied with Senior White Fang for a while. But his body is more suitable for releasing ninjutsu, destined to not be too strong. Right now, although he was confident that he could quickly catch the opponent with all his strength, he would inevitably alarm Konoha's enchantment. Living corpse reincarnation still has the final stage, some important information has not had time to transfer within the base, it is not sensible to alarm the high level. Therefore, there is only one choice. But obviously, giving up was only temporary, and Yabajian's existence aroused his great interest. The stronger the opponent's potential burst out, the greater his interest. He suddenly came up with an idea. I admit, Bajian-kun, I underestimated you. Taking a deep breath, Orochimaru's murderous intent disappeared instantly, but a wicked smile appeared, and the pheasant sword was retracted. Bajian-kun. As a polite respect, Orochimaru will not hide this appreciation when he appreciates a person. Just as he stares at a person, he will tell you openly that I am interested in your body. This is Orochimaru, who does not hide his ambitions, nor is he afraid that others will know his ambitions. In his eyes, there is only scientific research. But Bajian-kun, my interest in you has grown a lot. The unconcealable greed flashed away, and Orochimaru stretched out his hand. Then, may I ask you a question, are you interested in being a betrayal? Leave this hypocritical village with me. This is an unreasonable question. But that's what he asked, and desperately wanted the answer from Bajian's mouth. Aren't you afraid that I will go to Hokage to expose you to the village? Bajian asked with a sneer. You won't, because your body has no less secrets than me. Orochimaru smiled, sarcasm in his smile. Everyone saw that the village was full of warm sunshine, but he had known too many things after spending so many years in Konoha. If the higher UPS, even if Danzo knows Bajian's hidden strength, then this kid's life will become a mess in the future. This is for sure. Konoha never needs a fighting power beyond his control. How about leaving this village? You will find a wider sky, and you will also find how narrow your eyes were before. Bajian-kun, are you interested in being a traitor? Orochimaru sent out an invitation again. Betrayal? Who betrayed? Konoha. Bajian laughed, this village has nothing to do with me. I can get a short-term asylum. It's just a humble extravagance in exchange for the death of my parents. This village is never worthy of my faith, so how can I betray you? Mr. Snake, shouldn't you be proud of being a betrayal? And leaving Konoha to pursue your dream, is this really betrayal? If you want to betray and become a betrayal, just go ahead. Please destroy it, or be destroyed by it. Are you proud of being a traitor? Please destroy it, or be destroyed by it. It is Konoha. What kind of vision made this child ask such a question? Orochimaru suddenly calmed down. Betray the village, or be betrayed by the village. The word betrayal represents a lot. But the so-called betrayal cannot be summed up in a few sentences. Is it really a betrayal to leave the village to pursue your dreams? He was silent. The pheasant sword was completely hidden in the cuff, and Orochimaru, who had always been proud of his knowledge, suddenly felt a little dull. Before that, he was still fortunate that the defection plan was completed. But now, the boy's words made him briefly confused. What he has always valued is so worthless. Turning his back, Orochimaru wanted to go back to his laboratory and calm down. But when he turned around, Yabajian's voice came again. Maybe when I can't stay in this village, I will go to you. Is this his answer? The light in Orochimaru's eyes flickered. Don't worry, there will be one day. A person like you will never be trapped by a mere Konoha, and your wildness is not suitable for here. However, Kenpei-kun. With sharp eyes, Orochimaru instantly turned around and stared at Bajian fiercely with a ferocious face, staring at the little devil who disturbed his mind by these few words. When the time comes, please be careful with me. Because I can't help but want to kill you. Phew, the third chapter is completed. Thank you for supporting the author's book, thank you. The 13 chapters on the first day are completed. I hope you can continue to support the author. I am grateful. Chapter 14 Danzo, we still have a chance. In the training ground shrouded in darkness, only Bajian was left. Orochimaru has gone. To be sure, through today's conversation and preliminary tests, Orochimaru has thoroughly become interested in him. But Yabajian is not afraid. His strength is growing every day, and given him time, the so-called threat will no longer exist. And today's tough dialogue with Orochimaru, in Bajian's view, is very necessary. On the one hand, drawing Orochimaru's attention to oneself may seem like a hassle, but Orochimaru will leave Konoha soon. On the other hand, he would not appear to be okay to report to Konoha senior management about himself. This is more like a potential agreement with each other. In the future, Bajian will go to Orochimaru to have a good chat. Of course, only then will he decide who is the real prey. Are you looking for him? The root base, the entrance of Orochimaru's laboratory. Danzo obviously wanted to get something out of Orochimaru's mouth, so he waited here early. There are not many imps who can be requested by Orochimaru for information on the initiative of Konoha. As the root leader, Danzo obviously cares about this kind of thing. He wanted to know what was different about that little devil named Yabajian. It's just a funny kid. Mr. Snake has returned to normal, staring at Danzo coldly with beastly eyes. Boring person. There is ambition, but there is no power to match the ambition. This is his evaluation of Danzo. Especially now, he sees this more thoroughly. It's okay, please come back, I don't want to be disturbed in my experiment. Frowning, Danzo obviously didn't expect Orochimaru to become so cold. Of course something happens. Taking a deep breath, Danzo looked serious. You have been a little safe lately. Sarutobi and fourth generation have begun investigating the disappearance of the child. This is the problem again. Orochimaru stared at Danzo, a question he never wanted to explain a second time. What about the investigation? He will leave sooner or later, it's just a matter of time. The experiment has reached its final stage, and he has no reason to stop. At most half a year, Konoha will have a change, you still have a chance. Danzo looked solemn and pointed his finger at the sky. That position, isn't it what you have always expected? This is an opportunity. That location? Orochimaru suddenly smiled. His smile was full of ridicule and disdain for the root leader in front of him. Isn't that position what you have always expected? The neck suddenly stretched, and then directly wrapped around Danzo's neck. Orochimaru's gaze was inhumane, even with a trace of murderous aura. Danzo, do you think I, Orochimaru, will obediently become a puppet in the confrontation between you and the teacher like Minato? Orochimaru is far smarter than Danzo thought. The moment Danzo spoke, he knew what the other party was preparing. A change determines the change of that location. Danzo still feels that he has not given up that position until now. Yes. After the Third Ninja War, his voice for becoming Naruto is no less than Namikaze Minato. But Mr. Sarutobi chose Namikaze Minato, which has better control. And his ideal of becoming Hokage was over at that moment. Sorry, I'm not interested in Hokage anymore. The position you are longing for is not as good as an experiment report in my opinion. When Danzo was released, Orochimaru walked into his laboratory alone. And at the moment he stepped in, he suddenly owed his body again, and turned his head 360 degrees to look at the dazed Danzo, but if it is to destroy it, I am very interested. Winter has passed completely. The sunshine in spring is extremely warm. Bajian's life became regular, practicing day after day, sweating with Itaki on the training ground. On this day, Itaki appeared outside Midarashi's house early in the morning and waited. After Bajian, wearing a martial arts uniform, came out, he quickly walked up to the opponent and took out something similar to a pass. Ninja school opens today, and the admission procedures have already been done for us by Father. There was a warm smile on his face. This time, Itaka directly avoided some sensitive questions. Let your father help us to take it all at once. After all, Bajian is an orphan. His sister Anko looked a little dazed. These things, he will do better and more appropriate. Are you going to school? After receiving the admission notice, Bajian fell into deep thought. Orochimaru did not reveal anything about his strength, as he expected, so he was not noticed by the senior management. However, Konoha's sensation was directly caused by Ataka's enrollment and graduation from the ninja school in just 1 year. At that time, the senior management should pay attention to themselves, who is closer to Ataka. A year? It seems enough. Putting away the notice, Bajian nodded to Ataka, and the two figures walked towards the ninja school. Zanpakuto stroking himself. Bajian's body trembled slightly. Not afraid, but the kind of eagerness to fight and excitement. Since being noticed is inevitable. Then, let the ground under your feet tremble because of him. Ask for votes. Chapter 15 Hokage is not Hokage. Master 3rd Generation, the information about the missing children and the investigation report are all here. Konoha Hokage Building. The entire village serves as a place of authority. The blonde Namikaze Minato sorted the files and pushed them aside. Looking around, Minato looked a little helpless in his eyes. A Naruto desk. It is used by 2 people. Such Hokage seemed to be quite different from what he expected. And these files. As Hokage, he can't call the shots. Although following the clues, one person can obviously be identified. But that person is not something he can move. Ridiculous. As Hokage, the decision is in the body of the previous generation. Sure enough. Sweeping the contents above, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a little sadness on his face. Unconsciously picking up the pipe next to him, lighted it, and sprayed a heavy cigarette into the office. Minato frowned slightly and moved aside. But the power brought by the big smoke gun can't be avoided if you want to hide in this small office. The harm of second-hand smoke is far higher than that of first-hand smoke. But what can he say? Kusina is still pregnant. Before Minato goes home every day, he will cleanse outside alone for an hour before entering the house. Although I want to cough hard, and then tell 3rd Generation not to smoke in public, this is disrespectful to other people. But after all, he did not speak. Because since the last time he got news that it was the 3rd Generation son who was kicked out for smoking in a public place, he thought that 3rd Generation would understand a little bit how much his behavior is a source of criticism. After mentioning it repeatedly, 3rd Generation didn't take it seriously. From becoming 4th Hokage at the top to the present, he has seen too many things. This Naruto, when it didn't go well. Namikaze Minato is a little envious of the kid who did Sarutobi Asuma. Yeah, Bajian. Just because of this incident, he remembered the other's name. Like him, he is endangered by second-hand smoke. The difference is that the child was not restrained and did what he wanted to do but didn't dare to do. Use actions to express your dissatisfaction. Yeah, Bajian dared to shoot directly in the face of second-hand smoke, but he couldn't. Let's put this aside beforehand. If there is no real evidence that can be finalized, don't be surprised. Put the documents in a drawer next to him, and then Sarutobi naturally locked the drawer, and slowly raised his head to look at Minato. Speaking of which, today is the opening day of the ninja school. The sad face appeared a little relieved just now, and the speed of change made Minato seem a little numb. The old man is the honorary principal of the Konoha Shinobi School. I should visit this time. Standing up, 3rd Generation snorted another heavy cigarette and looked at Minato. Let's go, Yongta sister, it's necessary to be an excellent next generation master of Hokage. It's also where you want to learn. It's this kind of preaching tone again. Although I'm used to it, Minato always feels a little awkward. For example, he accidentally heard that Master 3rd Hokage changed some of the content in the ninja school textbook. However, it's good to go out and get some air. Since becoming Hokage, he has rarely had the opportunity to leave the office to escape second-hand smoke. Nodding his head, Namikaze Minato followed third generation and left the smoky office. The moment he stepped out, his footsteps visibly accelerated and he stood in front of third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Perhaps this is his last stubbornness in front of outsiders. He is Konoha's Hokage. For Minato's behavior, third generation did not react strangely. Quietly left the office. Konoha Shinobi School. The place where each ninja first began to practice. In the New Year's school, the children came to this magical place accompanied by their parents. It is different from many children. Under the swing at the school gate, the two teenagers attracted widespread attention. One of the faces was deep and mature that was not suitable for his age, and under the decree lines was the iconic little boy face. The other has sharp, unruly eyes, a saber pierced across his waist, and a dark martial arts uniform. The former, Uchiha Itachi. Many children have heard his name countless times from their parents. The young genius, the son of the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, even went to battle with his father and witnessed the cruelty of war. Outstanding is outrageous. But no matter from that angle, the outstanding young man at this time is centered on the young man with the saber next to him, and smiles at the young man with the saber from time to time. It seems that his existence can give Itachi a lot of peace of mind. Yabajian and Uchiha Itachi. This is the first day of school. Busy teachers are recording information, while parents are earnestly instructing children to pay attention to matters. Suddenly, people suddenly became agitated. Bajian and Itachi also followed people's gazes. Two figures appeared at the end of the street. Namikaze Minato, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yabajian murmured and turned his head to look at the ferret. Let's go, the Lord is here. Well, it's the end of the month, the author dares to ask for a monthly pass. Just one, at least give the author a reason to add more. Chapter 16 Itachi, I'm sorry, Naruto-sama, the strongest new student is not me. Young people are the hope for the future. People of the older generation must trust and guard them. The sacrifices of the older generation are not meaningless, but they will inspire the young to become the pillars of the future. These are the narrations of the will to fire in the old man's heart. Summing them up is the words and essays written by the old man. Where the leaves fly, the fire is endless. The fire will continue to illuminate the village and let the new leaves germinate. True will of fire. Every year, freshmen will receive the teachings of third Hokage on the first day of school. The prestigious name is to guide the growth direction of the new generation. The chattering as always. But below, the children who didn't know the meaning clearly listened with gusto. Only the eyes of Itachi beside Bajian were a little confused. Pulling Bajian's sleeves gently, Itachi leaned into the ear and whispered, Knight, you didn't tell me yesterday that if you put fire style in the woods this season, the village would have to be burned down. It was yesterday. He excitedly told Bajian that he had learned the great fireball from his father and wanted to show his friend what the other party said. Unfortunately, Great Fireball was not released after all. Yes. The will of fire is nothing short of a sick sentence, but third generation promotes his own poems everywhere. When the woods catch fire, it is not to illuminate the village, but to burn the village all up. Very good comprehension. Bajian patted Itachi on the shoulder with satisfaction. The metaphor has some problems, but the truth is such a truth. Since it is a metaphor, let's make a bold guess. Comparing Konoha to a forest, what is the source of the flame? The source of the flame. Itachi's eyes narrowed. Yes, the Uchiha clan, the iconic fire clan. If Konoha is burned, it is the Uchiha clan. Guess what will happen next? With a mysterious smile, Bajian's words left the most profound stroke in Itachi's heart. The fire that burns Konoha comes from Uchiha? The young Itachi obviously didn't understand the deeper meaning. His eyes were lost again. At this age, he often considers issues from the perspective of Hokage. Suddenly a little can't accept such a forced setting. The village, Konoha. Father's sigh. Villagers' opinions on Uchiha. Bajian did not continue to say anything. Itaka's life is a tragedy, and those tragedies cannot be changed casually. Bajian didn't know what the seeds he left in Itaka's heart would bring. At least what Bajian wants to change is the importance of Uchiha and Konoha in Itaka's mind. What will happen to Bajian can say this. Itaka clenched his fist, suddenly a little frightened. Don't worry, no matter what happens, I will stand behind you. Leaving a sentence that made Itaka full of doubts, Bajian leaned against the tree and closed his eyes. For him, instead of listening to third-generation nonsense, it is better to immerse yourself in the refinement of chakra. Chakra refining technique was exchanged from the system Mal, which is an upgraded version of ordinary refining technique. During the refining process, the original energy of the cell can be basically not consumed, so as not to damage the root. This alone has made Bajian's foundation higher than other peers. Like him, the refining technique used by Itaka is also this one. After all, Bajian makes a hypothesis that whether the serious illness of the later it comes from cell depletion still needs to be verified. It was just a refining technique that made Itaka become less imaginary, and it was a gift to his friends. It's not a big deal. However, it may be that the status of the two is too different from that of other freshmen. The third generation on the stage suddenly frowned and glanced over. After staring, third generation suddenly thought of something. He, are the genius teenagers of the Uchiha clan also enrolled in this group? Suddenly he beckoned to Itaka kindly. Third generation's eyes were full of kindness. Come, stand by my side. What is the third generation master going to do? Minato, standing next to him, frowned. He knew the relationship between the Uchiha clan and Konoha very well in his heart, although on the surface it was still passable, but it was limited to the surface. The real situation is full of contradictions. Especially third Hokage, he will never have a good impression of Uchiha's genius boy. What's the point of him calling the other party up? Minato wondered. Itaka also didn't understand. But the words of Hokage-sama are orders in Konoha. Although third generation has abdicated, Itaka is not a kid who doesn't understand the real situation. Nodded, Itaka walked to the stage and stood next to third generation. I often heard Fugaku mention that he has a son who makes him extremely proud. Patting Itaka's head, third generation said gently, I followed my father to the battlefield at the age of 3. After coming back, he has improved by leaps and bounds, and he has even become proficient in Master Shuriken. In the eyes of the old man, the ninja school will be full of your deeds in the next few years, as the most potential, and even the strongest freshman known as a genius. What do you think of the will of fire that the old man just mentioned? Cheer up. Don't underestimate the jealousy that Konoha village children have after complimenting Hokage. Uchiha is not so harmonious with the villagers. And Uchiha's genius boy will be jealous because of Hokage's praise. This is the power of a politician, just a few words. The current Itaka obviously couldn't see this meaning, and his face turned red to accept Hokage's praise. But third generation has a layer of card counting wrong. He said the wrong thing. The shy Itaka scratched his head, then his little head shook violently. Thank you third generation for the compliment, but... Sorry, Master Naruto. With him, Itaka never felt that he would become the strongest freshman. P.S. Thank you for the monthly pass that hurts the boss, Gan, today I have more reasons to add it. Chapter 17 Me, yeah Bajian, please advise. He is there. Itaka never felt that he would become the strongest freshman. In a word, it reveals someone's position in Itaka's heart. All the freshmen and teachers present were all surprised. Who is he talking about? Uchiha Itaka, a genius boy who has been talked about by everyone before he even enters the school. Is such a person so admired? Follow Uchiha Itaka's gaze. A wild boy leaning against a tree, stroking a saber, carrying a wine gourd and about to pour it into his mouth, caught everyone's attention. Out of place, but with a single aura. He stood there, so different. With the arrogance that is not available at this age. Probably, people should have noticed him long ago. But now, that attention has become a surprise. Someone who can really be affirmed by Uchiha. Who is he? Sarutobi Hiruzen paused and looked at Namikaze Minato next to him. Itaka's answer disrupted his rhythm and plan. The cheating effect has completely disappeared. He also lost the opportunity to teach Minato, such as teaching Minato to high and Uchiha's checks and balances. Yeah, Bajian, I mentioned it to you. There was a conflict with your son, Asuma, because Asuma smoked at the meatball shop and choked his sister Mitarashi Anko. With Sarutobi Hiruzen partner Hokage for so long, he understands what the third-generation master thinks of him. He wants to know the origin of that boy. But he has clearly spoken to the other side many times. It turned out to be him. Sarutobi looked back at Yabajian. He looked at the boy again, and the boy looked at him. His eyes were facing each other, there was no spark as expected, and he just retracted his gaze for a moment. Speaking of Asuma, his son. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. Asuma has left Konoha. He left after quarreling with himself. Said to find the real Jade. But the answer is clearly in Konoha. What is he looking for? How can the real Jade be outside? In the end, he still didn't understand himself, nor did he see the meaning of Jade. It's this kid. Yabajian? The kid who got Uchiha Itaka's affirmation. The plan was disrupted, and Sarutobi suddenly lost interest. But the civilian ninja who can surpass Uchiha's talent is worth noting. Patting Itaka's head, Sarutobi smiled hypocritically again, as expected of you, really humble. In general, he didn't get anything. At the moment he saw Itaka, Sarutobi seemed familiar. Itaka carries a low profile that is different from other Uchiha clan. That kind of sunshine reminds Sarutobi of a person. A man of the same Uchiha clan, but willing to merge with Konoha. Uchiha Kagami. And his offspring, Uchiha Shisui. This discovery is very important to Sarutobi. Finally, he glanced at Itaka, and used the corner of his gaze to enclose the big tree where the young man was standing. Yabajian carrying a wine gourd. I don't know what to say about you. Hokage's words, no, they came from Konoha's honorary principal, and they were over. Itaki and Bajian were undoubtedly assigned to the elite class. Sitting in the corner of the classroom, Bajian stretched out his index finger and pressed heavily on Itaka's forehead. The sudden pain made Itaka feel aggrieved. And he always felt that this trick shouldn't be Bajian's master skill. But he just did. Is the movement difficult? Bajian shook his head. What can he say? Thousands of calculations, but I didn't expect that it was Itaka that allowed me to get high-level ideas. Blame. Will not. Ferret, the hapless boy, has his own consideration before doing anything. Since he did it, he has his own reasons. And what the reason is, Bajian can also guess some. Give your friends whatever help they can. Let his friends enter the high-level site, and since then he has been favored by Hokage and become the backbone of the village. This is where Itaka can help Bajian. Thinking about it this way, he did it naturally. Uchiha Itaka is such a person, and now Bajian is his ultimate friend. And he didn't think there was a problem with what he said. Bajian is so strong in his heart. Cultivating together for a long time made him understand what kind of person Bajian is. Bajian once told him, since there is only one thing to do, then do it to the top. With such a belief, Itaka doesn't think he can surpass the other person. Several times with Bajian also let Itaka know how strong the opponent is. With him, he will naturally not become the strongest freshman. To tell the truth, let Hokage-sama notice his friends, and even get Hokage's appreciation in the future. Itaka's idea is so simple and simple. But now he doesn't understand the so-called tolerance of Konoha. Premature attention will cause unnecessary trouble. Bajian didn't say anything to blame. It's not necessary. If it was just because of his words, third generation would order Umbu to give himself an illusionary torture. Then his aura as Hokage is nothing more than that. So there is no need to worry too much. Looking around, the students are making boring self-introductions. This is the rule of the Konoha Shinobi School. Finally arrived at Bajian, and the eyes of the students gathered again. They are also curious about Bajian's name. Slowly stood up, in front of the class teacher Yamazaki Ryaji, Bajian took a bite of the wine gourd, and then gave a wild smile again. Me, yeah Bajian. Please advise. Thank you for your 200 VIP rewards, thank you very much. It must be clear to add more arrangements. Thanks, little author. Chapter 18. Suddenly a girl with a sword. The concise self-introduction session is over. The name Yabajian is destined to be remembered by all students. Surpassed the strongest newly born man appointed by Master Naruto. In other words, that man has been defaulted to be the first freshman. There are many people who are dissatisfied. But Bajian saw many familiar figures in this elite class. Inyazuka's older sister, Inyazuka Ka, a beautiful vet in the future. There is also the Purple Phantom, the girl who also loves to use swords, Ozuzian. Sakurai Seedling's Moonlight Blast. In addition, I saw Uchiha Kwan, the younger sister of Kazilan, after I celebrated Uchiha Mikoto's birthday. The above are the students Bajian can remember. Withdraw his eyes and lie on the table. He couldn't listen to a word of the teacher's teachings, especially when Bajian saw the first text in the textbook, and he couldn't help but laughed. Information and Hearing Records of Advanced Hokage. Volume 1, The Strongest Naruto Sarutobi Hiruzen. What is this? Weakly closing the textbook, Bajian slapped himself severely. Sarutobi, who really has you, actually wrote this thing in the textbook. No wonder Konoha has been circulating in the early days of Naruto world that the third generation is the strongest Naruto. Shaking his head, the subject is this thing, Bajian has completely lost interest in watching it. He became a student of the ninja school, but it was just a cut scene. When he gets the ninja forehead protector, everything will be over. As for Sarutobi, there is no doubt that what is written in the textbook is definitely positive. For example, the leader lost the purpose of the second Hokage and won the second ninja war. For another example, due to his active scheduling in the Third Ninja World War, Konoha won another victory in the multi-party battles of the 4 great ninja villages. In addition, under his governance, Konoha's strength has reached its peak. These are also things that the villagers can see. But each item is not worth digging deeper. In the Second Ninja World War, Konoha only got a superficial victory, paying the price of the entire Senju clan, but not taking Hanzo of the Salamander, but Rain Shinobi village. Let alone the Third Ninja War. If it weren't for the rise of the Golden Glitter, coupled with Orochimaru's strong support of the Kikyo Mountain defense line. Konoha, I'm afraid it's already cold. What does it have to do with Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen? You know, whether it was the Second Ninja War or the third time, Sarutobi just sat on Konoha's desk and smoked. Have you ever studied Iwagakuru's Onoji, and even galloped on the battlefield at an age? As a shadow, hiding behind people. He enjoys stability. Konoha's ninjas fought less and less. Of course, Bajian will not belittle a person unilaterally. The existence of Sarutobi stabilized Konoha, and it is true. But it is far from reaching Konoha's strongest point. However, he did protect Konoha with his life in the end. The title of Dang's Qiying. Contradictory Politicians. This is Sarutobi, guarding Konoha, and restricting the power beyond his control and restricting its growth. Probably if these contents appeared in the textbook, he would still be happy to check it out, Yeah, Bajian. Unfortunately, that situation will never happen. Losing the desire to learn, Bajian lay down on the table and started a new practice. Refining chakra. There are not many courses for freshmen on the first day. After a brief adjustment to the process, it is already afternoon. The afternoon sun always has a desire to drive people to sleep, but Bajian and Ataka came to the training ground. How does it feel to be a student? Suffocating with alcohol, Bajian spit a heavy scent of alcohol on Ataka's face, and then asked with a smile. It's boring, I don't feel like you have gained a lot from practicing on the training ground. Shaking his head, Ataka gave Bajian the answer he expected. Well, use that trick tomorrow. It's a waste of time in school. Bajian nodded. Clear. If it's someone who doesn't understand, it must sound a bit daunting. After all, that is the only way of dialogue between Bajian and Ataka. That trick. Naturally shadow clone. Although the two of them don't have many chakras, they can't show much combat effectiveness with shadow clone, but it is just enough to deal with Chunin's class teacher. As long as you don't do it, you won't be exposed. Ataka is a genius, he is indeed the master with this trick. This is the case in the original book. A few days after school started, he began to use shadow clone to learn, and ran to the training ground to practice. After stroking his zanpakuto slowly, Bajian frowned suddenly and looked at the big tree not far behind him. There, a delicate little purple shoe appeared. Has it been discovered? The girl with the knife bit her lip and stood up. He has long purple hair and stubborn eyes. Mao Yuzian. Amazing girl. What's up? Bajian put aside zanpakuto and asked calmly. Your sword, isn't it a display? Taking a deep breath, the girl with the sword issued her own question. In the second dimension, knives and swords are collectively called swords. Just like White Fang, some people say that he is unparalleled in swordsmanship, while others say that it is swordsmanship. There is one truth, but the name is different. Has a problem. Facing the girl's problem, Bajian chuckled and shook his knife. He thought that before he was really familiar with it, no one would trouble himself too quickly because of Ataka's words. Obviously, he was wrong. My name is Yuzian, please enlighten me. Huh. The long sword was drawn, and the girl challenged her with her sword. She must prove herself. Fifth more cent. There will be more changes later. Ask for a ticket, poor. Chapter 19. When holding the knife, he turned into a beast. The atmosphere is a little weird. The spring breeze blew, bringing Yudong's only remaining cool air. The girl suddenly couldn't bear it. Can't bear the calm gaze of the young man carrying the wine gourd. Can't bear it either, the expression of schadenfreude by the decree-patterned teenager next to him. What is he gloating about? Also, why is Bajian so calm? Is it because she is a woman so careless about her challenge? She has been practicing swordsmanship since she was a child, and she has persisted in her dream no matter how hard and tired. She vowed to become a master of Konoha swordsmanship and never slackens. Although he is young, he has been able to play Konoha Ryo swordsmanship in a decent way. Even if the opponent is Uchiha Ataka, she dares to challenge her with words. In fact, this is also the purpose of her coming here, but the challenger has changed. Uchiha Ataka said that the strongest freshman also uses a sword. Based on this alone, she would find her strength as a sword-bearer from the challenge, and she also wanted to see if the efforts from small to large are useful. Ataka gloated naturally. Challenge Bajian? Please. As far as he knows, at this age, there is only one person who has demonstrated swordsmanship so vividly. That is Bajian. He has heard of Ozuki Yuyin, a girl who has inherited Konoha Ryo swordsmanship, and has been very hard-working since she was a child. These, the source and his father gave him in the morning, may become the intelligence of his rivals in the school. but she is definitely not Bajian's opponent. Okay, I accept your challenge. After a long time, the depressed atmosphere disappeared, and Bajian slowly nodded and closed his eyes. With one hand, Zanpakuto was withdrawn. Knife handle. Blade. Daomang. Out of the sheath, unpretentious. But at this moment, Mao Yuzian's expression changed drastically. Accompanied by the young man slowly opened his eyes. She seemed to see an unruly beast. Grim and fierce. It is different from the free and easy before holding the knife. With his hands stroking the scabbard, he has already entered the state. That is a realm that only those who use the same sword can understand. The knife in his hand is not. Instead, sharp claws extend from the fingertips. Is this my opponent? Am I challenging such a person? Even if it is father, there is no such terrible temperament in him. Who is he? Who is he? Fragrant sweat appeared on her forehead, but Mao Yuzian didn't have the courage to wipe it. Standing there motionless, it seemed that he had lost the strength to resist. Boring. Shaking his head, Bajian retracted his aura and looked at Itaka. Let's practice. You really are, someone is a girl anyway. Throwing the sword in his hand, Itaka said dubiously, be gentle with girls, this is what my mother told me. Don't say you don't know if you don't have a mother, I'm telling you now. Besides, this is common sense. Yes. Is it so cruel to treat girls? Although Bajian didn't do anything, this kind of blow was deeper than actually defeating the opponent. That is a means to completely imprint one's own image on the other's soul. Real suppression. At this moment, Itaka looked at Bajian, completely like a straight steel man who only knew how to practice swords. This kid knows a fart. Bajian shook his head and smashed the opponent's shuriken back lightly. Whether you do it or not, the gap is there. If Uzuzian can get out of today's blow, her realm in the future will definitely improve a lot. This is for her good, of course. There is also the possibility that the other party can't hold back and will be devastated from then on. But Bajian is still here, and Mao Yuzian is still here. All she needs is a word of encouragement when she is desperate. All in all, Bajian knew in his heart. The practice began. Mao Yuzian still stood there blankly, keeping the action of asking for advice. And the boy and Itaki have already started their own practice. I don't know how long it took, and the girl who was standing still trembled suddenly. She seemed to be awakened by the cold air, or the crazy beast in the fantasy rushed towards her. At this moment she was finally awake. But the scene before her made her even more decadent. Unparalleled shuriken collision method. Whether it was Uchiha Itaki or Ye Bajian, when the two sweated and threw their shurikens at each other in a terrifying way, the picture was brought into view. She finally understood how far she was from them. It's ridiculous, she is actually challenging such a person. Leaning weakly under the tree. She has forgotten her purpose for coming here. Filled with confusion, she stared straight at the sword in her hand, her eyes sluggish. Time seems to have passed a long time. When a hand was put in front of her, Uzuki Xian's eyelashes moved slightly, and she slowly raised her head. The weather is not very warm now. A girl who has been standing here for so long is afraid that she will get sick. The boy's hands are not big, but he seems to feel safe. In this way, I just plan to relax with Itaka today. Come on, let's take a bath together to get rid of the cold. I treat you. As he said, he grabbed the girl's hand and walked towards the exit of the training ground under Itaka's dumbfounded gaze. Added the first chapter sent. I'm bored, the little author will write another chapter. Gen, thank you readers for your flowers. Thanks. Chapter 20 Ji Unsang. Pay attention to the 3 prohibitions. Come on, I invite you to take a bath. Oh my goodness. How did he say this to a girl? Itaka was stunned. He was completely stunned. After a long time, he sighed. Maybe this is Bajian, his friend. The so-called 3 forbidden ninjas are completely useless in Bajian's view. Money, wine, women. Except for money, everything seems to have been committed. Following Bajian weakly, Itaka looked directly at Bajian's back like this. He wants to know, does his friend really want to do this? Take a bubble bath to get rid of the cold. There is no problem with such words between men and men, or between women and women. If it's a man and a woman. This. You deserve it. When Bajian took Yuzian's little hand and really came to Konoha Tamechi, he couldn't help but stretch out his thumb. He came. He really came. Come and invite the girl to take a bath. Fortunately, it is not those pools that allow shared baths. But it seems that here is the kind of private room that can be chosen. It's impossible. With a dignified expression, Itaka's arm rested heavily on Bajian's shoulder. Kenzang, this is wrong, 3 ninja bans. 3 prohibitions. You can't go on like this. As a friend, Itaka felt it necessary to remind Bajian. If you are addicted to the 3 forbidden ninja, the consequences could be disastrous. Konoha has a precedent, and his mother Uchiha Mikoto used the analogy. Lord Jiraiya, and Lord Tsunade. He could have become a better ninja, but after 3 prohibitions, he always felt a little weird. Looking at Itaka speechlessly, Bajian was a little distressed. How can he describe this age? The kidney function he should have is still limited. How can he describe that he was only kindly afraid that the girl would take a cold before sending her to take a bath? Let go of me. It seemed that she was uncomfortable with Itaka's eyes. Uzuki Shiu blushed and wanted to shake off Bajian's hand, but the strength on it was not something she could resist. No, I can only remind him in a low voice. This is the first time I feel being held. But she, a thin-skinned girl, really has no face to be led into the hot spring field. She finally broke free of Bajian's palm, and just as she opened the canvas on the hot spring field that blocked the view from the outside, Uzuki Yuyan turned around, with an extremely serious look in her eyes. I swear, next time, I will never lose the courage to draw a sword in front of you. Huh. The girl took small steps and entered the soup pond. The attacker standing outside the door was even more shocked. The girl's eyes are firmer than before. Is this Bajian's method? He clearly told Bajian that his actions were cruel to a girl. But in the end, he was thinking too much. You always think too much. Shaking their heads and pulling at Itaka's clothes, the two walked into the hot spring field. A bath after practice will always make people relax involuntarily. But there seems to be some disharmony in the male Tangquan. Jian-sang, please let go of your hands. Jian-sang, not there. Jian-sang. That's a lot of nonsense, it's your turn to rub me. It's hard to imagine what the man later revered as the god of Weasel experienced in the bathhouse. Only Lu Renjia, who happened to pass by, saw the man's hollow eyes and red, unspeakable face after coming out of it. The conscience of heaven and earth, the Uchiha clan has its own hot springs in the clan land. And this kind of overly cordial way of scrubbing, he has never experienced it. For the first time, it's all like this. Compared with Itaka, Bajian was a little too comfortable. Leaning on the recliner next to him, Bajian took a sip of wine and felt comfortable. It seemed that the exhaustion caused by cultivation had all disappeared. Jian-sang, I haven't been home after school. I'm afraid that her mother will wipe it clean. Itaka scratched his head in embarrassment. Although, I really want to stay with Bajian for a while. Although he also knew that when he stayed with Bajian, he was extraordinarily relaxed and he didn't need to think about any issues. But he must go home. Understand, go ahead. Nodded, Bajian didn't say much, just patted Itaka on the shoulder. The strength of the opponent's shoulder is limited, but in the future, it will carry a lot of things that do not belong to him. Bajian has decided to grab some of the things on it and resist it by himself. Probably, this is a friend. Itaka went home. After taking a short break, Bajian closed his eyes, and the next second, a fictional image centered on him appeared in his mind. One energy fluctuation after another poured into it. That is the energy from everyone's soul. When the Zaraki Kenpeika template reaches 5% progress, it means that Bajian has moved further towards Shinigami. And Shinigami is most sensitive to soul fluctuations. This kind of inspiration is Bajian's unique perception mode in Naruto world. Still soaking, woman. Suddenly opened his eyes, Bajian let out a breath, raised his eyebrows just as he was about to leave, and his figure disappeared instantly. At this time, the female soup is outside. Across that layer of wooden boards that obscure the beautiful scenery, a white-haired man who was prematurely aging was sneaking forward. Just as he was about to successfully reach that weak gap, an unharmonious voice suddenly appeared. In my impression, a person who is called a hero does not do this kind of thing. What do you mean, Mr. Huang in PN, gambling, and drugs? The white-haired man followed the voice and looked. A young man wrapped in Kabuto's crotch and carrying a wine gourd appeared in front of him. To be honest, I don't like the name Mr. Huang. After a brief consternation, the bold man stood up, revealing his determined face. One of Konoha's Sunin. Hiro Jiraiya. Well, there is a reply on the work related to the question from the reader of Star Walker in the book review area. In addition, thank you all for the flowers. Many thanks. Chapter 21. Damn it, have you been played? When the writer draws materials. It is not a shame to say such things. But it is definitely not a reason for peeping, especially when he wrote a small article. Bajian stepped forward for only one reason. Mao Yuzian was still in the bath. Well, Jiraiya, who is in the various conferences, does not need such a low-end method. After Bajian stood in front of him, he also seemed to lose interest. In the rest area next to Konoha Tankwan, two figures, one large and one small, were sitting on it. Throwing the wine gourd in front of him in front of Jiraiya, Bajian hugged his shoulders and looked at the man seriously. A very handsome man. The man who personally put an end to his hero story. Wandering Dragon and Angelica, the sea does not welcome me Jiraiya. It was a life that made people cry and touched the heart. For Konoha, he was considered ultimate. It is a pity that the period of Jiraiya hero story is not very satisfactory. Just like the upcoming Nine Tails Chaos, he was not in the village by mistake, and he always felt that something was missing. You are not old enough to drink. After taking the wine gourd, Jiraiya smelled it and then his eyes lit up, and it's still such a strong and outrageous wine. Jiraiya, who is inspiring to visit the conference halls, has a lot of insights about wine. Just by smelling it, you can understand that this thing is not ordinary. Bajian didn't speak. He is not the kind of person who is good at words, and more often he prefers to express his thoughts in actions. And Jiraiya also began to remain silent after taking a sip of Urkuwatu. After all, Bajian is not Uzumaki Naruto. There is nothing to say with a kid who catches himself peeping. But Jiraiya is obviously not the kind of person who can adapt to quietness and enjoy alcohol washing in the dark. Heroes like to lively. After a drink, with a flushing face, he suddenly thought of Xiaohong, the clubhouse he had agreed with before. Ah, the wine is good. Look at your boy as a man of temperament. Money is a bit cliched. Take it and see the latest work that hasn't been published yet. Jiraiya, who was eager to communicate with Xiaohong in depth, threw a book and then turned and left. Intimate Paradise. Picking it up and glanced at it, Bajian calmly slipped it into Kabuto's crotch. After all, it is Jiraiya's thing, and he also wants to see how this thing is different from the H-book in his mind. Why is it so popular in the ninja world? Even Heitake Kakashi is obsessed with it. Standing up, the wave of Ryotsu in his mind has gradually approached. Bajian showed a calm smile and walked to the door of the female soup, standing and waiting. 3 seconds later, the cute girl with purple hair opened the curtain and walked out. But it seemed that the comfort brought by the bath made her a little tired. She yawned with her eyes closed and slammed into someone's arms. He opened his eyes and faced each other, fleeing like a frightened deer. It's him. He hasn't left yet. Holding the bath towel, Mao Yuzian's face turned red. Click. It's not a coincidence. Due to the impact of the girl, the intimate paradise hidden in the kabuto stall accidentally fell out. The puzzled girl lowered her head and looked over. When she saw the look of the bold woman on the cover, she was completely stunned. He actually likes to read this kind of book. The impression of the cold and warm man in the impression of a strong swordsman. At this moment there are some signs of collapse. Bajian is as calm as ever. Bent down to pick up the intimate heaven, and then stretched out his hand to pat Ozuki Zian's small face, as if he was testing the temperature, and put the hand that touched Ozuki Zian's face on his forehead to test it. It's okay, no fever. Let's go, I'll take you home. It's weird. This is Ozu Zian's thoughts at this moment. It's really strange. At night, she actually agreed to a man with that kind of book in his arms to send herself home. But catching the moonlight, the profile of the boy next to him was clear. The discordant scar on it also crashed into her heart. I really want to know everything about him. Stiffly followed Bajian and walked forward. Suddenly, the footsteps stopped, and a trace of confusion suddenly appeared on the boy's face. Turning his head, Bajian took a bold sip of wine and looked at Yuzian. Where is your home? Damn it! Has it been played? When? I was played. Was played for a day today. Still the kind that can't resist. At this moment, the girl left tears of regret. Remorse your own weakness. It was played because it was too weak. I don't know where my home is, why are you still walking forward? At first, because she was thinking about things, she didn't care about the changes in the surrounding scenery, but now where this is, she is almost walking to the death forest. You wait for me. The angry girl finally left a cruel word, and then ran backwards in a hurry. She swears that she remembered this humiliating day. The body that was hit for the first time in swordsmanship was incomplete. For the first time, I was invited by a man to take a bath. Will you ask me to sleep with me next time? Uninteresting. Bajian shook his head. Said that when he really wanted to send Yuzian home. After all, it was night. During this time period, Konoha should have carved a few street signs saying that it is dead at night. Please be careful about Orochimaru. Yes. Orochimaru is scratching the subject. Otherwise you think he is so kind to send the girl home? I didn't expect that people like you would also be interested in women. Some people just don't resist talking. At the moment Bajian sighed, Mr. Snake with a sack on his shoulder landed beside him. In the dead of night, please be careful about Orochimaru. Ask for flowers and tickets. Chapter 22. Sorry, you can't understand this power. It seems that since the last conversation, Orochimaru has never treated the boy in front of him as an imp. Just analyze the tone of his speech to get this conclusion. Of course, this does not mean that Orochimaru put Bajian in a position equal to himself. He is not worthy. At least he is not worthy now. In Orochimaru's eyes, Bajian was just a stunning swordsman, and a mysterious teenager was revealed everywhere. You have been with me for a long time, aren't you tired? Bajian yawned and calmly leaned against the tree. No one can escape his perception. That is due to the Ryotsu wave, which is completely different from the breath of a ninja and chakra. But Shinigami. So as early as when he left Yukwan, he felt Orochimaru's Ryotsu fluctuations. As expected of you, Bajian-kun. Without hesitating his admiring gaze, Orochimaru put down the sack on his shoulder, the surprise in his eyes flashed away. If he was discovered by Bajian before, you can say that he was careless and did not deliberately hide his breath too much. But now, he is working. In order to find a suitable experiment for the finishing touch of living corpse reincarnation. Once in the working state, he can be transformed into a cold-blooded snake, avoiding all perceptions. This is how he survives. Whether it is chakra or breath, it is seamlessly hidden. After all, this is Konoha. His teacher still has the strength, Konoha's perception unit is not eating rice, and there are a lot of experimental products recently searched, even Orochimaru has to work carefully. But even so, he was still discovered by the boy in front of him. Just an ordinary kid. Why? He can exceed his own understanding time and time again. As far as he knows, in the entire ninja world, only Kagura's eyes of the Uzumaki clan possess this ability. The legendary perception technique. Unfortunately, that clan has been destroyed. The boy in front of him has black hair, and it is by no means the orphan of the Uzumaki clan. Moreover, his information is very clear, and there are no outstanding ninjas in his ancestors. Huh, Bajian-kun, hide your edge appropriately, this will help you grow. Shaking his head, Orochimaru thought of the original intention of showing up to find the other party. Someone has noticed you. The voice became low and Orochimaru reminded him kindly. This time it was Bajian's turn to be strange. It seems that people like Orochimaru will never take the initiative to remind others of their situation. But he just said it. It's not like him. Don't get me wrong, Bajian-kun. Seeing the puzzlement in the eyes of the boy in front of him, Orochimaru smiled slightly and his gaze became sullen. I have been observing a person, a suitable person. That's your friend Uchiha Itachi. And your appearance broke my plan. I seem to have seen a more suitable person than Itachi. The fly in the ointment is that your eyes do not belong to Uchiha. But since you entered my field of vision, the out-of-normal behavior that you showed has attracted me very much. Who is more suitable for you or Itachi makes me entangled. So before I figure out who is more suitable, I don't want the equipment to have problems. Itachi has the Uchiha clan as a backer, but you don't. So, please be careful, this Konoha is darker than you see. Was it a kind reminder from Orochimaru? But the way of reminding is really straightforward. In short, I am interested in you, but you are not qualified enough, I am still observing. Until the observation is clear, you can't go wrong. I hope you are careful. Bajian laughed. He got it? It seems that due to his own existence, Orochimaru's attention has been separated a lot from Itachi. There is even a feeling of cultivating a container. Like Sasuke who defected to Konoha. Your own container, don't want others to touch it. Why does he like himself? Is it unusual over and over again? Such a pity. His wishful thinking was a bit wrong. He arched his hands at Orochimaru, and Bajian smiled lightly on his face, thank you so much, but whether you noticed me is third Hokage or Danzo, then I have nothing to do with me. It's you. Konoha's night patrol team is about to come over with about 100 meters left. Are you sure you won't be suspected of carrying that thing? Pointing to the distance, Bajian already sensed Ryutsu of the patrol. Patrol. It seems to be this time indeed. Orochimaru, who is familiar with Konoha's defense, nodded, and the curiosity in his eyes became more intense. Bajian-kun, can you tell me how this perception is done? Perceive beyond one's own understanding. Even if he doesn't leak his breath and chakra, he can still clearly perceive the wind and grass. Byakugan. No, his eyes are iconic black pupils. The Uzumaki family? Nor is it. What the hell is that? Bajian's body makes him long. Orochimaru is full of curiosity. Sorry, you can't understand this power. He picked up the wine gourd and took a fierce sip, gave Orochimaru an extremely seductive look, and the boy jumped up and disappeared into the training ground. Before long, a patrol team arrived as scheduled. When the patrol team left, Orochimaru, who was hiding himself behind the tree, walked out. There was a crazy smile on his face. This world, there is no power that I can't understand. I'm Orochimaru. Bajian-kun, you are more worth studying than Ferret. Ask for votes. Give me something. Chapter 23 Another Uchiha who returned. The sunshine in spring is getting warmer and warmer. But the hidden undercurrent surging makes the atmosphere of the whole village slightly depressed. For example, the children who are still missing one after another. I also heard that the guards of the Uchiha clan have arrested certain innocent passers-by. But are passers-by really innocent? If you really did nothing wrong, why would the guard arrest people? What the villagers see and hear is only what others want them to hear and spread. That's it? Contradictions and conflicts will slowly expand in a repressive atmosphere. It has been a week since the opening of the ninja school. The students have adapted to the new life. As expected by Bajian and Itaka, their lessons with Shadow Clone went quite smoothly. Sweat like rain in the training ground during the day. At night, I sat under the stars and chatted with Itaka, and went to the hot spring to promote friendship. Bajian's life became extraordinarily regular. The only difference is his strength is growing steadily every day. The first template of the King of the complete Zaraki Kenpeki from the Shinigami world, has reached 7% of unlocking progress. There is still 3% of the progress to accept the next template. The next activation of the flat cut feature will come when the second template reaches 5%. Bajian is looking forward to this. The flat cut feature is not unique. There is no change in the daily tasks. With 2000 hacks a day, Bajian has completely adapted to this training method. Bajian didn't take the peeping that Orochimaru said last time. The days are still going on. Uchiha Ethnic Land. In the sakura flower forest outside the patriarch's house, several figures are sitting around a round table. During the vernal equinox, the most suitable thing is to admire sakura flowers. I vaguely remember that when I came last time, these sakura flowers were still in bud, but now they have fully grown. Bajian had never seen such a situation in his previous life. Sakura flowers are beautiful. Leaning against the tree comfortably and having a sip of urkuatu, the taste is different and enjoyable. I don't know why, your friend gives me a very free and easy feeling. There are a few people sitting at the round table. The talking teenager looked a little strange. It has the nose of a teenager from the Uchiha clan. He wears a dark high-necked short-sleeved shirt and triangular protective gear on his upper body, pants of the same color, leggings, and a small sword on his back. His name is Uchiha Shisui. Shisui. The heart is like Shisui. But his character doesn't match his name at all. This is the second Uchiha teenager who is still alive and full of sunshine today. At this time, he had just returned from the battlefield. Said it is a battlefield, his shots do not necessarily hurt people. With just one look, Shisui, who was on the frontier of Kirigakure, gave up the task of instantaneous Shisui. His illusion has reached a certain level. Itaka didn't say anything. He couldn't learn the kind of temperament that Bajian had. But this does not prevent him from introducing his best friend to his mentor and helpful friend. Two Uchiha, and a teenager with a foreign surname. Of course, there were two quiet girls beside them. Uchiha Spring and Uzuki Yuga. The same reason that Bajian came here, Uzuki Yuyan was invited by Quan to come to the Uchiha clan to admire sakura flowers. Shiyan was somewhat restrained. After all, this is the first time she has come to Uchiha's clan. But since Izumi has been in contact for so long, she has some doubts. The Uchiha clan said to be arrogant and rude, she didn't see it here. Does this kind of rumors sound a bit careless just to directly deny a family based on someone's arrogance? She does not know. quietly watching Sakura drinking tea, and watching the boy under Sakura with the corner of his eye. Now she has a touch of satisfaction in her heart. Drink a sip. Stretching, Bajian sat down beside Shisui, with a little appreciation in his eyes and handed his wine gourd. Uchiha Shisui. Cheerful guy. Descendants of Uchiha Kagami. Have the strongest distinguished heavenly gods known as the strongest illusion. That. Looking at the wine gourd in front of him, Shisui's mouth twitched. Thousands of calculations, he didn't expect that the first sentence of the best friend and himself was this. Drink, Shisui. Itake patted Shisui on the shoulder, showing a strong affirmative look and encouragement. Some things are not convenient for him to say more. He understands that Bajian is the kind of man who expresses his attitude with actions. The wine handed over represents sentiment. If you drink it today, you will even know each other. To invite again in the future, that is to recognize your existence. Very simple and rude person. Even the same personality as his moves, the same straightforward. There was a few seconds of silence. Shisui smiled and took the wine gourd and raised his neck and took a sulking bite. There is no doubt that Urquatu's strong and spicy throat burst into flames. I heard that your swordsmanship is good. Putting down the wine gourd and panting, Shisui stared straight at Bajian. Let Itake admire the swordsmanship. He wanted to see it. Come on. Make gestures. After drinking, Shisui drew a kotaki and walked under the sakura flower tree. Tweed, beat the table, don't give me a single flower, crying. Chapter 24 I long for a worthy opponent. Senior Shisui really is. Seeing Shisui with a high fighting spirit, Uchiha Spring sighed slightly. In her opinion, this behavior is completely bullying. That's right, although Bajian is the man recognized by Itake, a week has passed. The students in their class did not find anything special about that boy. As always, I fell asleep after class. Although the first round of entrance examinations has not yet been taken, no one is optimistic about him. Lazy behavior in class is not affirmed by teachers and peers. The tail of the crane is no doubt. And Shisui-senpai is already a hero who has returned from the battlefield to fame. The hero of the Uchiha clan. Challenge a child who has just entered school in this capacity. What is it not to bully? Quan, you are still too superficial to look at things. Uzuki Zian shook his head, don't say anything else, if it's just a swordsmanship duel, I think yes chances of winning are great. Are you brainwashed? Quan tugged at Mao Yuzian's cuff with a question mark on her face. Hey, didn't you have other thoughts after being treated to a shower by someone? Upon hearing this, Yuzian was shocked and quickly covered Quan's small mouth. Where did you know this kind of thing? Hee, we slept in the same bed last night. Quan sneered and tore off Kinkinu's hand covering his mouth. I said Zian, it's fine for you to snatch my quilt when you sleep. Have you chanted that guy's name hundreds of times? What are you talking about next time I ask you to take a bath and give your favor or something? I think you are just being stunned. Yes. Because there is no class today, and Uzuki Yuyan has been invited to the Uchiha clan to enjoy sakura flowers, so I just took Uzuki Yuyan back to his home last night. It may be that the last time Uzuzian was stimulated by Bajian a little bit, she still remembers the scene until now. Dreaming is a normal behavior. But the dream talk was overheard by Quan, and it obviously became not so normal. What did I say? Shi Yan's face flushed red, and if it weren't for the purple hair that covered her ears, she would have completely exposed her already shameless expression. Tisk tisk, I won't say anything else, some can't be said, but I have a problem. Quan curled her lips, and the little girl had strong curiosity in her eyes. Zian, the boy, you know, what's the difference, you know it? What a god I know. Mao Yuzian was completely dizzy. How she should explain it is a misunderstanding. It's really just going to take a bath together, but it's not like taking a bath together. And what you are saying is as if I have seen everything. Don't underestimate the precocity of girls in this world. It is only a momentary thing to have a good impression. Or it's just a curiosity, and it's out of control from then on. 2 examples. Hinata, little Sakura. A guardian who silently watched Naruto's back for many years, in desperate situations, dared to stand up and protect him. And okay, Naruto is okay. Sasuke's full-time licking dog finally got the love he wanted. They all succeeded. However, the girl's heart of 8 trigrams does not seem to have much to do with the 2 rivals on the court. Bajian holding the knife has completely entered the state. At this moment, the person in front of him is Shisui, the famous instantaneous body. Although it's just a confrontation with swordsmanship. But Shisui is a strong man who has really returned from the battlefield, wielding a knife for several years. The excitement at this moment suddenly broke out. The body was shaking. Not afraid, but the war spirit and excitement hidden in the wild heart. The fighting spirit is surging. Raising his hand, he threw the wine gourd to the ferret at the table not far behind. Yeah, Bajian hit the handle of the knife. I long for a worthy opponent. Roar. No heart-piercing roar. But Shisui looked at the boy in front of him, as if he had heard a roar from his heart. In his heart, lived a beast. I actually look forward to Jianzhang's full strength so much. Catching Bajian's wine gourd, Itaka's chest fluctuated. He has been practicing and growing together with Bajian as a sparring partner for a long time. But from beginning to end, he didn't see where the culmination of that person was. That is an insurmountable gap. As for that day, Bajian fainted after cutting up the rockery. Itaka didn't think it was Bajian's power. After his judgment, it seemed that the chakra of the body was exhausted. How strong is he? As a friend, Itaka wants to know this too. I want to surpass Bajian and get his affirmation and recognition. That is the true friend. Huh. The sword intent was vertical and horizontal, and the beast waved the sharp blade in his hand, which was more like a sharp claw extending from the palm of his hand. The seemingly ordinary flat cut gave Shisui a great sense of oppression. This is a man who is really obsessed with kendo. In an instant, Shisui understood what Itaka had said to him before. In terms of kendo, absolutely no one can surpass him in the future. I believe that the name Bajian will go down in history. Kang. The voice of Jintia Jiaoming came. The squally wind blows, and the sakura flower splashes all over. The 2 girls who were addicted to 8 trigrams turned their heads. At that moment, the figure of the young man holding a knife slashed into his heart. They seemed to be drunk. Oh. Ask for votes. Chapter 25. Be sure to maintain your friendship with him. Sorry, because it was a bit late to deal with things in the family. Not far from the sakura flower forest, a madman walked to his wife's side, and looked softly at the puffy belly. As the patriarch, in his capacity, naturally there is no need to say this kind of apology to his wife. But today's days are different. I have already agreed to watch sakura flowers in the morning. Usually at this time, his wife would only lean weakly on his shoulder. It's just that she is obviously different today. Looking at the sakura flower forest blankly. Following her gaze, Uchiha Fugaku's pupils suddenly shrank, and 3 scarlet Guyu slowly emerged. In the sakura flower forest, 2 figures seemed to be dancing, and the intertwined figures move the sakura flower falling in the wind. If you don't turn on Sharinan, you may even be unable to keep up with their movements. Uchiha Shisui. Shisui, who became famous as a teenager. Who is the other one? That is Itaka's friend? Yeah, Bajian, it turned out to be him. How is this kind of swordsmanship possible? He can beat Shisui to this level with swordsmanship. How old is he? You know, that's Uchiha's instant Shisui. surprised, shocked. After more than 10 seconds, he finally walked out of that emotion. Sanguyu slowly disappeared in his pupils. At this moment, he seemed to see something. That is the unique power of the potential young man. Itaka made a good friend. With a smile on his face, Fugaku suddenly said this. The Mikoto beside him also recovered from the shock and nodded as expected. From her point of view, it is a good thing that such a good boy is a friend of Itaka. However, Fugaku's ideas are fundamentally different from Mikoto. The friendship cultivated since childhood is the most reliable. What Fugaku saw was that in the future, a terrifying swordsman comparable to White Fang would stand on the side of the Uchiha clan. He looked farther. At dusk, sakura flowers are flying. The little discussion was over long ago. After relaxing for a whole day with the Uchiha clan, Bajian and Uzuzian were sent to the Uchiha clan outside by Itaka. Really not going to take a bath. It is true that I drank a lot today, and Bajian himself was a little drunk. The discussion with Shisui has really improved Bajian a lot. That is a fighting technique. This kind of thing can only be accumulated after a lot of battles. With the steady growth of Bajian's flat-cutting form work, this valuable combat technique is very practical. There is no victory or defeat in the battle. Because this is just an ordinary discussion, it's just a discussion that allows the two to understand each other better. Shisui also felt from the battle, if you really want to figure out where the apex of Bajian is, only a real fight can do it. His knife is also a murderous knife. Sorry, Bajian. Itaka shook his head in embarrassment. My father just asked me to let me know that he would let me go there, and another day. Speaking of the word bubble bath. Uzuzian, who was next to Bajian, suddenly squeezed, and then carefully glanced at Uchiha Spring, who was winking at him. She really wanted to be crooked again. Mao Uzian's face turned red. Hey, we must safely send our Miss Zian home. Quan was much more generous than Zian, and he patted Bajian on the shoulder naturally and commanded. It's already night, and it's the boy's duty to escort the girl home. Bajian nodded calmly and pulled Zian's little hand around and left. The hand-in-hand movement was extremely natural and skillful, as if he should have done that. As he moved forward, he seemed to be saying something again. Looking at the back of the two of them, Uchiha Quan pricked up his ears, and finally heard a few words under her unremitting efforts. Let's go. I heard that there are very few people in Tangquan today, so let's go for a while. Okay. Sure enough. Quan was short of breath, as if he had found the scene of the coming Ancestral Hall. The sacred place for the Uchiha clan to worship their ancestors. It seems that every time there is an important thing, Fugaku will meet with each other here, looking a bit solemn. Looking at the spiritual position in the ancestral hall with his back hand, Fugaku said calmly. Itaka knelt on the ground with a hum. He respects his father as the patriarch very much. At least this time. In his opinion, there is no doubt that his father can lead the Uchiha clan to prosperity. Your friends are very nice. Fugaku is a person who doesn't like talking nonsense. Turned around, straight to the point. Sakura saw the swordsmanship duel under the flower tree clearly. Jian-sang, you were praised by your father. Itaka smiled relievedly. Obviously, Bajian was very happy to be praised by his stern father. It's like being praised for yourself. Then, for the Uchiha clan, Itaka. Be sure to maintain your friendship with him. But Fugaku's conversation turned, and Itaka was stunned. What did the father say? The young Itaka was a little surprised. My father, my friendship with Ye, and the family. You just listen. Fugaku said lightly. He is worth it? I asked. Not this. My father. Itaka laughed bitterly, but did not continue to refute after all. He means. The friendship between two people is never mixed with the feelings of a family. Regardless of the existence of a clan, Bajian is still his friend. But if it is mixed with this purpose, this pure friendship has been tarnished. Father! What's on your mind? Itaka stared at that figure, his eyes finally fell on the standing stone monument. Please ask for votes. The 5 changes are completed, and the additional changes will be sent later. Chapter 26. The gap between you and him is like a chasm. Next month. 2 figures walk slowly on the streets of Konoha. 1 man and 1 woman, with different minds. When the breeze hit, Uyuzian, who had just soaked in the hot spring, shook her shoulders and seemed to feel a little chill. The boy next to him didn't say anything and didn't mean to ask. Pulling it directly over his shoulders and leaving the Uchiha clan, the cloak that Itaka gave him, and then wrapped it lightly on Ozokiyuyan's body. Without expressing the unnecessary nonsense, they took the girl's shoulders into his arms, and the 2 continued to walk along the street. Very warm. This is the first time for such a reliable feeling. The girl who didn't know how to refuse looked at all this ignorantly. It seems so natural. It also seemed that he should have been leaning against the other person's arms to keep warm. Ozokiyuyan's home is located in the ordinary residential area of Konoha. However, each generation of their family belongs to the backbone of Konoha, inheriting Konoha's swordsmanship. In this generation, there is only 1 girl, Zian, but her strength did not disappoint her old father. After walking through the last street, the girl's house is in front. After stopping, Bajian glanced over, and the next moment he raised his brow slightly. A thin figure was standing there waiting. This person Bajian knows. Sakurai Seedling's Moonlight Blast. In the original work, there is a certain connection with Uzuzian. When he saw the appearance of Bajian and Uyuzian at the moment, a very abnormal flush appeared on his pale face. Breathing also became hurried. Obviously, the sight in front of him stimulated him that his body was not so good since he was a child. Moonlight Blast. The role of the dragon in the original book is only special Jonin. Died on the eve of Konoha's collapse plan. Just a glance at him, Bajian lost interest and looked back. Holding Mauyuzian on his own, walked to her door. Watching the girl walk in, Bajian turned and left, not taking a look at Moonlight Wind. As early as the moment he and Uyuzian stepped into the bathhouse, Moonlight Hate was already a loser. For the loser, there is no pity, nor deliberate indifference. If the other party is still a man, he will probably block his way at the moment and want to challenge him. But he is not after all. I have been watching Bajian leave the alley in a state of silence, but the indifference that the man left him made him extremely struggling. When Bajian left, Moonlight Gale looked at the suddenly loose door of Uyuzian's house. Slowly opened, the girl inside held the cloak full of apologies. Just walked in too fast, she forgot that she was still wearing someone else's clothes. But when I came out, I didn't see Bajian, I wanted to take a look at him. The somewhat disappointed Shiyan sighed, staring questioningly at the Moonlight Blast. Why? Spit out 3 words laboriously, Moonlight Gale seemed a little excited. What why? Mauyuzian was a little confused. You will choose him, a trash who only knows to sleep in class, you should know. It seems that from the point of view of Moonlight and Hate, Uzuzian had already had a good impression of herself. But now everything is different. The shocking question made Uzukizian's expression instantly indifferent. Shut up. Interrupting the other party, the girl touched the cloak in her arms. Remember, the gap between you and him is like a chasm. He is not something you can slander. Also, please don't block my door and pester me when I come back in the future. Although he doesn't say it, I understand that if he sees it, he will be unhappy. That's all. Close the door, Mauyuzian returned to her home. What Moonlight Hate said was more like saying to himself, the moment he put on his cloak. She has already determined her heart. In this life, She will try her best to catch up with Bajian's pace. Call. Familiar training ground. I have been admiring sakura flowers during the day, but Bajian's training is obviously not completed yet. The daily tasks will be refreshed after the early hours of the morning. If you don't complete them, Bajian guesses that you will not sleep well. That's a 0.2% progress bar. Although there are not many, but every time is a very real improvement. Wield a knife, hack and kill. Battle with Shisui. Bajian has gained a lot of new hacking skills, and he wants to make some more accurate classification and application of these skills. Although it is an ordinary chopping, he still has skills. The extra action when swinging the knife will slow down the attack a bit, and the short gap will also be caught by the master in preemptive strike. This is what Bajian understands today. Shisui is so powerful. Against Bajian, he obviously wouldn't use his full strength, at least he didn't even use body flicker technique. It's far from it. If it is only the template power, he is indeed very strong, but his age is placed here, and the combat effectiveness he exerts is also restricted. Shinigami World Evil Spirit, Zaraki Kenpaku's power is extremely violent and wild. After it was a Bankai, he was so violent that he couldn't control his own body and would tear apart the terrifying power of his body. Taking a deep breath, Bajian began to practice. And at the moment he swung the knife, a green shadow fell from the sky. 9997. 9998. 9999. Puff through. Unpretentiously, he fell from the stake. The man in the green tights was not frustrated, and he waved his arm fiercely and looked extremely excited. Failed to stand upside down 10,000 times. Changed to side kick 2,000 times. The corner of his mouth twitched. Bajian shook his head. He even suspected that this fellow had failed deliberately and then added training items to himself. Might guy. If he comes, this night is probably not so boring. Huh. Chopping continues. Under the moonlight, the two figures started strange training in the training ground. A willow tree that was kicking frantically with his feet and gasping for breath. The other waved the knife, as if the master had a certain rhythm and was tireless. Boom. Huh. The practice symphony sounded. The night fell completely. Plus more delivered. Thank you readers for your flowers and votes. Chapter 27. What is he? Chapter 27. What is he? Wow. The river rushes. It is impossible to verify the source of this stream named Nanhe. But it has witnessed a lot of things. Something hidden in the ninja world. Standing quietly on the edge of the river, Bajian gently threw a stone into the river. Not because you want to throw it away. Just because of the two founders of Konoha. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, a few decades ago, also floated against the river like him. Even, they are still urinating inside than in the past, to see who will be farther away. It's another day. There were two more figures beside Nanhequin. Uee. Patting Itaki on the shoulder, Bajian yawned. He finally came to this familiar river, and for a while he was a little emotional. A well-known river in the original book. The story of the two Uchihas also begins here. The final outcome is always regrettable. Shisui jumped down, leaving only Mangekyo with the distinguished heavenly god's illusion. However, his ideal was not realized after all. Uchiha, Konoha, and Itaka could only choose one. Without the appearance of Bajian, it is estimated that the story would still develop like the original. But now Bajian is standing here, next to his friend Uchiha Itaka. The story of two Uchihas in Nanhequin is destined to have one more person. And what is the outcome of the Uchiha clan, and how will Itaka deal with it? Bajian has the ability to change everything. But it's too early at this time. After all, the Nine Tails chaos hasn't happened yet. Therefore, the Konoha executives have not yet turned the black pot that controls Nine Tails to Uchiha. There is no reason to deal with the Uchiha clan with great fanfare. Uchiha, still located at the center of the village, is normal except for the increasing friction with the village. What are you peeing? Itaka was a little puzzled. After looking at Bajian who had untied his belt, it became clear to him. He quickly turned his head and didn't dare to look. As always, the shy teenager, or after watching it, will have a feeling of envy for his friend's kidney function. Wow! Learning the appearance of Senju Hashirama and Madara and doing the same thing, Bajian didn't feel any special feelings in his heart. He never thought of relying on learning the actions of others to surpass a person. Because when you want to know that you want to surpass a person, you have actually lost. Bajian is Bajian. Even if it is surpassing, others will surpass him. Itaka is accustomed to Bajian's special behavior, and he just squats. It's not a big deal, but it is impossible for him to follow Bajian's appearance and get a hot dip. He is the eldest young master of the Uchiha clan, and he still has this quality. On the contrary, Shisui, who had just gone to fish in the river, had a head drilled out of the water, his face turned green, the color very much like his Susanoo. This fish can't be eaten. Throwing away the poor fish, Shisui sighed and swam back to the shore. Today is out for a picnic. It's not that he is very idle, after all, he has just returned from the battlefield, and Danzo hasn't arranged other tasks yet. Call your friends to relax in the wild and enjoy a peaceful time. This is Shisui's greatest happiness. You know, Bajian, I have a mission. That is to observe you. I guess, Lord Danzo meant to suck you into the roots. Shaking his wet hair, Shisui sat down beside Bajian and said. Just returned to Konoha, Danzo did not arrange other tasks. But the only thing is to observe this young man named Bajian in secret. I want to use my A to know what the purpose of observation is. As a friend, there is no need to hide such things from Bajian. If you succeed in the future, you will be a colleague. If you fail, Bajian will know this sooner or later. So Shisui said. From the very beginning, when Orochimaru asked Danzo for information about Bajian, he had already noticed this unusual boy. For this kind of child with great potential, Danzo has a pervert desire to control. Absorb into the roots. But the so-called absorption is a bit more ugly, it is mandatory binding. The brand of the root is engraved, and the seal called tongue vortex genja technique will be abandoned from now on. Not all root members can be as free and easy as Shisui. What kind of thing is he? Calmly crushing the stone in his hand that was about to be thrown into Nanhekwan, Bajian's tone was cold and scary. SHH. Shisui was already stunned, and quickly stretched out his index finger to his lips to signal Bajian to silence. As a member of Roots, he knew too much about Roots' control over the village. If this sentence flows into Master Danzo's ears, trouble will come. What are you talking about? You were so careless. With a wry smile, Shisui sighed, it seems that Lord Danzo's idea is going to fall through. Bajian has no interest in Roots. Of course, he and Yang Guan didn't know what the consequences would be if he refused Roots' invitation. Fortunately, the current Danzo just told Shisui to observe Bajian, and he has not yet reached the point of the showdown. Itaka blinked next to him, but he didn't notice anything else. But it seems. Kenzang, why do you have such a big opinion on the one named Danzo? The young Itaka seemed a little confused. Don't worry, you will have greater opinions on him in the future. Bajian chuckled lightly and put his index finger heavily on Itaka's forehead. Let Itaka, a clan of Uchiha, monitor Uchiha. It's weird that opinions can be small. Well, accompany me to practice. Since it's unavoidable to be noticed, play something big. Knife, chop and chop. There was a gleam in Bajian's eyes. Itaka, graduate with me in 3 days. I don't know why I added it. Gan. Chapter 28. The time of ease has passed. Bajian, in fact, we haven't leaked the lesson about using shadow clone. There is no need to be in such a hurry, right? The rest days of the weekend have passed. Today is the second week of classes since the enrollment of ninja school freshmen. At the end of school last Friday, the teacher of the elite class Ryaji Yamazaki said that an entrance exam will be conducted from the second week. In addition to some basic theories, there is also a master degree of 3-body technique in the exams, which can be used to analyze the talents of these children. Of course, shuriken and actual combat exercises will also begin. He arrived at the school gate early in the morning and waited. Itaka looked at the calm Ji-unsang and asked his question in confusion. Yes. Shadow clone goes to school, they go to the training ground to practice. It seems that this situation will continue for a while. At least they can train comfortably before shadow clone is exposed. Don't underestimate Konoha, and don't underestimate Hokage. Bajian raised his head faintly and looked at the position of the Hokage building. In there, he didn't know how the two Hokage decided Konoha's development. But Orochimaru once mentioned that someone has noticed himself. Then it's uncertain whether third generation's telescope technique has found the problem, so there is no need to guess. In addition to what Shisui said yesterday, Danzo deliberately let him join the roots. He has his own calculations. The time of ease has passed. Rubbing Itaka's hair, Bajian sighed. Starting this year, this village will become a mess. What do you mean? Itaka had a good understanding, and instantly understood what Bajian's words meant. And most importantly, I don't want to be a kid who hasn't tasted blood when disaster strikes. Step by step to the closed school gate, Bajian took a deep breath. 8 inner gates. The 9th gate, open. Boom. With the power of the evil spirit and a roar, the school gate in front of him was kicked to pieces in an instant. Itaka was stunned. Knocking the school door to pieces, is this also a way of catharsis by Bajian? Don't ask is handsome, you have to make noise before graduation. Clapping his hands, Bajian breathed a sigh of relief. Far away, Itaka didn't know what to say. It seemed that this man always did everything he wanted to do, and he always had his own reasons. Also, what is the disaster that Bajian mentioned before? Ninja school, elite class. The class time has come. But the children are talking about it, and the topics discussed are indispensable for today's entrance exam and the question of who is smashing the gate of the school. Itaka sat quietly beside Bajian and waited silently. Everything Bajian has his own arrangements, he just needs to follow behind. The difference is that in the past, he and Bajian were sweating on the training ground at this time, but today they are sitting on the chairs honestly, and there is less tension in skipping classes. Suddenly a figure approached, Itaka's eyes flowed and saw the purple-haired girl approaching Ji-unsang. Return the clothes to you. Holding the cloak with a hint of fragrance, Mao Yuzian's face turned red, washed clean. This cloak always seemed a bit familiar. A suspicious glance at the faintly visible Uchiha clan emblem on the cloak, Itaka suddenly realized. Wasn't it that I was afraid that Bajian would catch a cold when he came home at night and personally approve him? Why did it get into Ozuki Xian's hands? And listening to the meaning of her words, it was obviously washed away. Bajian and Xian? It looks like a good match. It's just, why suddenly feel a little uncomfortable in my heart? Probably, it was the clothes I gave to Ji-unsang. With a snort, Itaka was not thinking about those weird questions. Bajian was a little puzzled by the special fragrance on the cloak that he passed over. Konoha brand laundry detergent does not taste like this. I always feel that it is similar to the smell on Ozuzian's body. He shook his head and said thank you Bajian for continuing to close his eyes and rest. The purple-haired girl seemed a little disappointed and sighed and went to the empty seat next to her. Hey, have you fallen completely? It was a good friend, Uchiha-kwan, who started winking at her again. "I can't take it anymore." The girl gave each other a shy look, but at the moment she wanted to deny, she nodded in a daze. Did she admit it? Quan opened his mouth and finally did not continue to tease. Yes. She confessed. How can she tease? Ahem. With a strong cough, the elite class instructor Chinin Yamazaki Ryaji walked into the classroom, and the atmosphere in the class calmed down. Obviously, after a week, this stern teacher is a nightmare for all freshmen. Everyone comes with me to prepare for the entrance exam. He looked around with satisfaction, and finally turned his eyes to Uchiha Itachi and Yabajian. Yamazaki Ryaji looked solemn. Two teenagers. Master Naruto, the young man who specially advised. On the surface, one was extremely active and serious in class, and the other was asleep in addition to sleeping. Great difference. I got up a bit late, sorry for the update a bit late. Ask for flowers. Chapter 29. What did you just say? Please say it again. Within a week, it is not clear who has the talent to be a good ninja. But as the head teacher, Yamazaki Ryaji knew what his attitude towards learning was. On the playground of the Konoha Shinobi School, the students gathered in a group, and Yamazaki Ryaji in the middle took a look at the roster in his hand and then squinted his eyes. After a week of study, everyone must have understood the foundations of how to be a good ninja. And today's test, I will record in detail, and send all the students' scores to Master Naruto. In other words, Master Naruto has been paying close attention to the performance of your classmates. This will affect your future. After a pause, Yamazaki Ryaji stretched out his hand. The test is divided into two parts, basic and actual combat. The so-called basics include subjects such as ninja common sense, emergency methods, etc. The actual combat is divided into shuriken throwing and group confrontation. The children listened very carefully. As Chinin's instructor, Yamazaki Ryaji spoke in great detail. But off the court, a sick young man slowly stood up and interrupted Yamazaki Ryaji's thoughts. 1 step and 2 steps. He finally walked in front of Yabajian. I want to challenge you. In an instant, all the eyes around him gathered. Challenge, this kind of thing will always attract attention. Especially on this occasion, if a challenge is issued, will the result of the battle be written into the file by Mr. Yamazaki Ryaji and sent to Master Naruto? The atmosphere is faintly wrong. Yamazaki Ryaji frowned and looked over. Moonlight Storm challenges Yabajian. Although it broke the rhythm, he didn't interrupt it. Yabajian is also the observation target given by Master Naruto. In fact, his idea is to put Uchiha Itachi and Yabajian together when fighting in groups, and then the combat effectiveness of the two will have a detailed expression. But is the Moonlight Blast? According to the rumors, it seems that there is a clan of Moonlight who has passed through the escape and inherited the sword technique of Konoha. I want to challenge you. Staring seriously at Yabajian's calm face, Moonlight Hate spoke again. Every night these days, he would think of what Ozuki Zian said to him last, and the face of this man who ignored him that day. It was a torture from the bottom of my heart. Finally, he made up his mind. Use her actions to show Shiyan who is the trash and let her understand how bad her vision is. Inadvertently, Moonlight Hate glanced at Uzian who was not far away. But the mockery on the girl's face made him very heartbroken. Challenges, such things have all come out. The students around looked at the two with curious eyes. Yabajian, what would he do if he only knows about sleeping in class? Everyone is looking forward to it. At this moment, they found it interesting to beat soy sauce in the elite class. Suddenly, the boy moved. Take a step forward leisurely, and then take a sip of the wine gourd that the classmates admire freely. Yes. It is indeed envious. Envy Yabajian's life. The only bad young man who dared to drink in front of the head teacher. Are you going to challenge? Moonlight gusts are short of breath. It's time to get your name right? Pity. Bajian didn't even look at him from start to finish. After putting down the wine gourd, Bajian looked at the ferret next to him. Itaka nodded understandingly. Next, the two walked onto the court in front of all their classmates. Swish. Both hands quickly formed seals. Boom. Boom. Two white smoke flashed, and beside Bajian, there was a clone that was exactly the same as the Itaka on the opposite side. There was also a vivid Bajian beside Itaka. This is the combination of clone technique and transformation technique. Yamazaki Ryaji on the field opened his mouth and his face was unbelievable. Fast to even a little unclear speed of printing. The perfect combination of transformation technique and clone technique. These two in front of you are really your own students? Even if it was him, the speed of Jiyin couldn't be so fast. Whizzing. Before Yamazaki Ryaji could return to his mind, Bajian and Itaka on the court once again moved, and took out the shuriken hanging from their waists and quickly shot at each other. Boom. A second before the shuriken hit, the figure dodges quickly and the half of the wood left in place, giving all the students a perfect body replacement technique. 3 body technique, perfect level. Are they really students? What puzzles them most is that if Uchiha Itaka alone can achieve this level, they can still accept it. After all, the Uchiha clan, who came from a famous family, came to school and was hailed as a genius boy. But Bajian, who is sleeping with Tenten, can do this for no reason. Why? The children who did not understand the reason turned red. There is only one thought in my heart. Cannot accept. However, the next moment the movements of the two became even more bizarre. I saw Itaka began to retreat quickly, and Bajian, who was standing still, slowly pulled out Zanpakuto who was straddling his waist. It turned out not to be with decorations for pretense. A genuine knife? What is he going to do? In the distance, Itaka stood still, grabbed a total of 10 shurikens in an instant with both hands, and then took a deep breath and shot Bajian in front of all the teachers and students. Whoosh whoosh. The sound of shurikens passing through the air made the children's scalp numb. Whether it is angle or strength, it is perfect. What is he going to do? Is it impossible to kill someone? The students looked at Bajian and Itaka in horror. Brandishing a knife. Chop. Ding ding ding. Accompanied by the sound of jinti mingling. All the shurikens were knocked out? That tricky attack had no effect on Bajian. What's more terrifying is, looking in the direction of the knockout, the shuriken with 3 pointers on the bullseye in the inner ring of the target that was originally empty for training is his masterpiece. The audience is silent. The performance officially ended. While carrying Zanpakuto, Bajian frowned suddenly, and looked at the sick child who stood in front of him at the beginning. What did you just say? Can you say it again? It seems that I have a cold, and I have a splitting headache. Today, I don't know if it can be added. The original 5 shifts will not be less. Please don't worry about the organization. Chapter 30 You are misunderstood, we are not interested in the admission test. With just one look, that violent and wild chill, Moonlight Hate slumped to the ground after only one word. The gap between you and him is like a chasm. This is from the evaluation of the simple girl Ozuki Yuyin. At this moment, he saw the insurmountable gap clearly. I actually want to challenge him. Are you crazy? Moonlight Blast lowered his head. He has even lost the courage to look at each other. Is it completely defeated? Maybe the word waste in my mouth that day was meant to describe myself. The playground was silent. The students looked at Uchiha Itaka and Bajian standing in the middle, and they couldn't calm down for a long time. Are they monsters? Only 1 week after enrollment, proficient in Master 3 body technique. Throwing shuriken is even more superb. Itaka lost it well. Yabajian's connection is more perfect, and the strength and accuracy of the rebounding shuriken is even more amazing. Is that human being? It's hard to imagine how stressful it will be to become classmates with them. The children of the civilian family are sighing. They are both ordinary people, and they are not worthy of shoes for Yabajian. And once swearing to his father, Inyazuka Hana, who would not weaken the name of the Inyazuka clan, gave a wry smile and was a little disheartened. Today, the excitement they received is too great. Has the challenger fallen? Bajian shook his head, completely ignoring the moonlight blast, and turned his head to meet Yamazaki Ryaji's gaze. Deliberate performance. Not really. In Bajian's view, it is not even high profile to take out the normal state of usual and Itaka cultivation. After all, pretending to be coercive in front of a group of children would seem to have no self-cultivation. Nor will Bajian be given any 8 groups of people. And doing all of this has a purpose that belongs to Bajian. Cough cough. Mr. Yamazaki Ryaji seemed a little embarrassed. He wanted to take the challenge of Moonlight Hate to see Yabajian's strength, but now he understands that from the beginning, Moonlight Hate challenged Bajian, and the latter did not take it seriously. It can even be described as ignoring. Ignore the last resistance of a weak and poor creature. But testing continues. Judging from the performance of Yabajian and Itaka, the following things have nothing to do with them. After all, this world only recognizes the strong. I declare. Uchiha Itaka. Yabajian. Passed the test. Taking a deep breath, Yamazaki Ryaji recorded the information of Bitu just now, and then announced the result. But to his surprise, Yabajian and Uchiha Itaka didn't have any excitement, but walked in front of him with all their faces. Yabajian was in front, and Itaka followed behind. Click. Opening the wine gourd, the young man with the knife took a sip of wine and held his shoulders. Sorry, Mr. Yamazaki. With Itaka, we have no interest in the so-called test results. What are they going to do? Yamazaki Ryaji frowned. The moment Yabajian was staring at him, he suddenly had the illusion that he was about to be challenged. What's the meaning? As a class teacher, you have to get tough at this time. Otherwise, he will not be able to continue taking this class. Graduate early. Teacher Yamazaki, please inform Master Naruto. I, Yabajian, and Uchiha Itaka, are here to apply for early graduation and become a ninja. He caught the somewhat shy Itaka by his side, and Bajian's low voice was beyond doubt. Because, the ninja school has nothing to teach us. Ninja school. Nothing can teach us anymore. Listen, is this talking human? The children were at a loss. Brother, you just started school for a week, okay. Although I really want to protest. Combined with the performance of these 2 monsters just now, it seems that what they said also makes sense. At least in terms of the basic 3 body technique and shuriken throwing, the school really couldn't teach them anything. Yeah, is he going to graduate early? Behind the boy and Itaka, a certain girl who was staring at his back suddenly trembled. Hey, if you don't hurry up now, I'm afraid you won't be able to say what you want to say later. The spring next to her suddenly pulled the sleeve of the purple-haired girl to remind her. Becoming a ninja means that there are a lot of dangers, and after leaving school, they will have less and less time to meet. Teacher. Please bring me. Apply for early graduation together with me. Exhausting her last courage, Uzuki Yuyan ran to Bajian's side, and then firmly grasped Bajian's arm. I think, together with Bajian-kun, we will become a ninja and face the dangers in the future. Until it surpasses Bajian-kun. From the spectator behind, to one of the protagonists, how much courage the girl must muster to face all this. Bajian stared at Mao Yuzian in a daze. To be honest, he didn't expect it at all. But become a ninja? Team up with yourself to face danger? It was too early for her. Slowly. Forget it this time. Bajian said. Is it true? The girl's face was full of loss. Click. Stretching out his index finger, lightly tapping on Mao Yuzian's forehead, the young man showed a smile. Next time, when you graduate, I will pick you up. Hi, Jian sang. Isn't that something that happens to me? Farad raised his eyebrows and snorted. Ask for votes. Chapter 31 Approved to graduate, Konoha's two great geniuses. What a messy little guy. Konoha, inside the Hokage building. Looking at the information and documents on the desk, Namikaze Minato rubbed his temples with a struggling face, looking a little irritable. Third Hokage is not there. So he rarely has it, he can make some ideas on his own. Looking at the desk, the two data cards sighed. Early graduation application. A copy of Uchiha Itachi from the Uchiha clan. The other is Ye Bajian, whom he has been paying attention to early on. Like him, a boy of civilian origin. But the other's talent is stronger than his own. From Ye Bajian, he even saw something he didn't possess. That kind of unyielding spirit. At least the other party dared to fight. Therefore, Minato actually has its own considerations for Ye Bajian's growth. When the other party graduated successfully, he even had an idea of accepting apprentices. Accept disciples, and then teach them carefully. Let him fulfill his unfinished dream. This is probably Minato's idea. But he never expected Ye Bajian to play such a big game, and he wanted to graduate early. Together with the genius boy of the Uchiha clan. How can this be done? Musayu Linfen will destroy him. He doesn't think that if he graduates from the ninja school, the other party has enough ability to protect himself. Turning the pen in his hand, Minato's thoughts began to spin. I don't know how long it took. When Minato noticed that the door of the Hokage office seemed to be pushed open, he instantly wrote a few large characters on the application form with a pen. Through a report by Chinin Ryuji Yamazaki, Ye Bajian and Uchiha Itachi were given the qualifications to graduate early. From now on, become a ninja. Closing the pen, Minato breathed a sigh of relief. Since this was Ye Bajian's own choice, he chose to trust the other party. Approving the graduation application is probably the only thing I can do. I heard that there are two amazing little guys out of the ninja school. Smoking a big pipe, Sarutobi walked into the office with a smile, and as soon as he approached him, he saw the two applications on the desk that had been approved for graduation. After opening his mouth and taking a look at Minato, Sarutobi did not speak anymore after all. Just now, he chatted with Danzo. There is no doubt that his old buddy has taken a fancy to these two men. Unfortunately, Minato's attitude has become obvious. Now that important person, he can't hold back this old face. Yeah, two nice little guys. It even refreshed the record of Kakashi's early graduation time. I believe that they will be Konoha's excellent ninjas. Nodded in the sun, Minato felt relieved. Konoha's excellent ninja. He bit these words to death. The next day, a piece of news spread completely in Konoha. Only 1 week before the start of the ninja school season, the two teenagers have completed all their studies like a rocket, and have already applied for early graduation. One of them, Uchiha Itachi, a genius boy of the Uchiha clan. The other is Ye Bajian, who is little known, but now, he is a well-deserved genius. Their strength has been collectively affirmed by this elite class of the ninja school. Ah! Isn't it sure? If they continue to stay in the class, one can imagine how stressful they will be as classmates. What was even more unexpected was that Konoha's senior management gave an unexpectedly fast response rate. Namikaze Minato, in the name of 4th Hokage, officially announced that the two will be allowed to apply for early graduation, and they will officially become ninjas from today. 3 days later, they will be received at the Hokage office and awarded Konoha Shinobi Forehead Protector. I really graduated early. In just 1 week of enrollment, I have accomplished things that other children could only accomplish in a few years. The news spread like wildfire. It doesn't need to be spread, the whole Konoha boils. This is exciting news. Konoha has been silent for too long. Konoha, who has not completely emerged from the Third Ninja World War, needs this kind of news to wash away the grief caused by the war. I knew that people like you would never stay in a place where children play for too long. Bala. As an unknown liquid was poured into the test tube, Orochimaru in the dark laboratory stretched out his tongue and licked his lips, seemingly not surprised at the news of Bajian's graduation. "Say, let me see, Bajian-kun, you and Itaka-kun are unusual." Walking towards the horrified subject, Orochimaru had a grim face. No matter how the outside world views this matter, it has nothing to do with Bajian. There is no need to go to the ninja school anymore. He only needs to wait 3 days, and then go to the Hokage building to receive his forehead protector. As for whether the above will arrange to instruct Jonin, Bajian doesn't care. Because of his existence, the horrible progress of Itaka in the original work that he spent a year in school before graduating earlier has advanced again. But some things can't be solved by graduation. I vaguely remember that Itaka performed the sea-level mission for the first time, and he was the only one left after returning. Sharingan is also turned on. Yes, Obito did it. The good name is to help him find his own strength. So no matter whether you do a task after graduation, it doesn't matter whether you enter Umbu. Bajian will continue as always. In the future, he will use his methods to exercise himself and let him grow up completely. Until you have the power to change everything. On the training ground, the two figures entangled again. Wield a knife, chop. Never stop. Ask for flowers. Chapter 32. Come, take a sip. Your kid graduated quietly. Being able to endure, the wings stiffened, and I refused to accept my sister's discipline. In the early morning of the next day, Fu did not get up early and went to the training ground to practice. Bajian looked at the girl squatting on his bedside with pain. Anko, his titular sister. Bajian's most important family member. Recently, she and her best friend Kurane Yoi went to the outside of the village for a mission. It is estimated that I just came back to hear the news that Bajian had graduated, and I couldn't accept it for a while. On the one hand, it was hit. On the other hand, I'm afraid I don't know how to express my pride. So in the morning it was stuck at the head of Bajian's bed. After a slight glance, Anko, wearing a light veil, has a special charm. Through a strange angle gap, it seems that something like Anko's name is thriving. Anko's red. Anko's beans. Anko's Anko. How should I say it? You deserve it? The degree of boldness is comparable to Tsuneji. As if feeling strange, the girl blushed and jumped off the bedboard. But in order to maintain the image of her sister, she hurriedly pinched her waist and continued to scold her. Hey, when I wanted to bring you back, I didn't expect that my stupid brother could surpass my sister so quickly. My stupid brother. I always feel familiar with this. Bajian sat up from the bed instantly, and even wondered if he had studied Chakra's blade last night a little bit late, and he is still asleep now. Of course, if Anko said something stupid brother, please hate her, Bajian would believe this point even more. Well, it's my brother after all. The expression in his eyes suddenly softened, and the powerful Anko's voice carried a different kind of doting. My father and my mother went early. If they were there, they would be as proud as my sister now. From the strongest freshman who is overestimated to the genius who broke the record and graduated the fastest, father and mother will definitely give you a celebration. After a pause, Anko shook his head. Although my elder sister can't do what my father and mother do something to encourage you at this time. Although my sister is a bit incompetent, in any case, I have to congratulate my proud brother. My sister doesn't have many friends, but my sister has tried her best to let them come together to celebrate for you, although I don't know how many can come. Ah, I don't know how to say it. Anko's eyes suddenly turned red. I just want to tell you that you are not alone when you want to share the joy. You are not alone. Anko, a person who is not good at words, talked about a lot, and finally gave up the roundabouts. Yes. She just wanted to tell Bajian that you are not alone. You also have a sister to celebrate with you. What she wanted to say the most was to tell Bajian that although he had never enjoyed fatherly love and maternal love, as a sister, she would try to make up for this vacant feeling. That is the only thing she can do for Bajian. I see. No need to say anything at this time, a warm hug is enough. The atmosphere is very warm. I don't know how long it took, Anko suddenly jumped up and looked embarrassed. Others don't know, Red will definitely come, I also said to cook. Can you eat what you make? The corner of Bajian's mouth twitched. With a raised eyebrow, a smile appeared, and the boy patted his sister on the shoulder. Here comes the cook. Sneeze. Outside Midarashi's house, Itaka, who had just raised his hand to knock on the door, sneezed fiercely. Don't know why, he suddenly had a bad feeling. Frowning, Itaka did not knock down the hand that was placed in the air for a long time. What's the matter, Itaka? Shisui behind him asked curiously. I always feel that something is wrong. A few minutes later, when Itaka looked at the stove which was much higher than him, he finally understood where the premonition had come from. Let me cook. Itaka looked at the eggs and tomatoes beside him, lost in thought. Ji Unsang seems to have said that once before, a good man can go to the hall and the kitchen. No way, try it. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Boom. What's going on in the kitchen? Shisui, who was chatting with Anko and Bajian in the living room, asked suspiciously. Calm down. Bajian waved his hand and didn't care, but he remembered it clearly. There is a very clear picture in the original book, Itaka can cook. As for today's unexpected celebration, it should all be for the final relaxation of the chaos in the future. This is Anko's mind. With this alone, he can be quietly by her side. Let's fight it out. Kakashi. Boom. With the sound of the door shattering, two figures appeared in the courtyard of Midarashi's house. Following his gaze, the doubt on Bajian's face flashed away. Hey, take Kakashi. He actually came. Can Anko's invitation alone really persuade Kakashi to come to his celebration? You know, Kakashi is now passing through the darkest period. Might Guy also squeezed in with Kakashi. Compared with Kakashi, Might Guy and Bajian are very familiar with each other. At the end, Kurane Yui looked helpless. In their class, all the alive, except for the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, basically came. Interesting. With a slight smile, Bajian picked up the wine gourd on the table and took a big mouthful, then threw it at Kakashi. Just when the other party was a little confused, Bajian patted his chest boldly. Come on, take a sip. Fifth more cent. There is no way to add changes today. The cold is so uncomfortable, hard writing will inevitably affect the quality, so there are only 5 changes. Thank you for your flowers and votes. I will repay even more when the young author gets better. Thank you. Chapter 33 When Tasting the Blood. Just when Kakashi received Bajian's wine gourd, Shisui, who was sitting next to him, was stunned. Once upon a time, Bajian also said this to himself. Drink a sip. This is Bajian's unique way of greeting. According to Itaka, only those who are affirmed by Bajian and have enough interest will be invited like this. When Itaka explained to him, Shisui was a little proud. The pride of being affirmed. Yes. Look at the few people in the house. Kurane Yui, Midarashi Anko. Uchiha self and Itachi, Heitake Kakashi, and Might Guy. No matter how you look at it, it always feels a bit strange for everyone to appear in the same room. If it was not a mission or a special event, these people would never enter the same scene. And their involvement is Yabajian. Holding the wine gourd in a daze, Kakashi fell silent. Wine. Perhaps even today, he is still not old enough to drink. Konoha was born in 33 years and has not yet reached the age of 15 so far. But he was so tired that he had long wanted to drink, get drunk and take a good rest, or he could just sleep to death. That was the greatest enjoyment for him. Kakashi didn't plan to come when he received Anko's invitation. After all, people like him already don't want to interact with others, nor do they want to deliberately form some kind of fetters. Because except for Mr. Minato, all the people who were bound to him are dead. Lin, Obito. That is the eternal pain in his heart. But in the end he still came to Midarashi's house, not all because of what fourth generation just said to him. To a greater extent, I want to see what kind of person broke his record. Once, he was also a genius. With a sigh of relief, Kakashi picked up the wine gourd and drank fiercely. The pungent feeling made him rise instantly. Alcohol paralysis is so comfortable. Good. Nodding to Kakashi, Bajian smiled satisfied. Hey, take Kakashi. It's worth buying him a drink. The party has already begun. When Itachi started to bring out the carefully prepared dishes from the kitchen, the atmosphere has risen to a certain extent. For Bajian, today is a day to enjoy Anko's heart. Likewise, it was his last indulgence. Becoming a ninja means that his life will become busy in the future. After all, this is the world of ninjas, and the main theme of ninjas, as always, is killing. As the sun sets, Kakashi, who has left the courtyard of Midarashi's house, walks alone on the streets of Konoha. Suddenly stopped, he stretched out his hand to cover the forehead protector leaning on his forehead. And the eyes that were blocked by the forehead protector were faintly painful. Looking at the comforting garden next to him, Kakashi sighed and walked in. Obito, linear. Putting down the white flowers in his hand, Kakashi's voice was low. The memory suddenly returned to the original scene. Obito, who was firmly pressed by the stone, gave him his eyes as a gift from Jonin. Get the heaviest gift in this life. That cherry non. Put the forehead protector in the right position, and under the scarlet 3 hooks, there are tears that have already gathered into a stream. Uncontrollable tears. I don't know why, I always think of you when I see them. I even want to take the initiative to move forward. Well, someone like me would have this kind of idea, it's too funny. Putting down the forehead protector again, Kakashi murmured, if it were Yabajian and Itachi, the ending would be different from ours. But the new life that the teacher received seems to have no effect on washing away the darkness in my heart. Teacher's child, it won't be long, I really envy him, he was born in this age. Obito, maybe we were born later. Closing his mouth, Kakashi let out a long sigh again. The tears in his eyes gradually ceased, and he turned again, with a cat face mask on his face. He is the ninja of Umbu. The current task is to guard the pregnant Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and the wife of 4th Hokage. Huh. The figure disappeared, and there was nothing else in front of the comforting monument except the white flowers that swayed in the wind. But a few seconds later, a figure slowly walked out of the grass behind. With a wave of one hand, the small flower placed in front of the comforting stele was instantly crushed. The visitor wore a mask and couldn't see what kind of expression it was. But no matter how you look at standing in front of your grave, your mood will not be so good. Yabajian? Itachi. Teacher's child. Turning around suddenly, the scarlet Sangujade in the one-eye mask was bloodshot. We are in hell. With strange fluctuations in the space, his figure disappeared in front of the comforting monument. Only the white petals and the little tears left on the ground are telling outsiders that a disaster is approaching. 3 days later. The news that Konoha's 2 geniuses graduated early gradually settled down. In Hokage's office, there were 2 more young figures. Yabajian, Uchiha Itachi. Looking at the 2 little guys, Minato has a little relief on his face. There is no doubt that Konoha is a vicissitudes of life. But fortunately, in such a village, talents have emerged one after another, guarding the treasures left by the ancestors. I shook the heavy forehead protector in the handshake. Bajian looked at Minato directly in front, and the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen sitting next to him murmured. It's finally time to taste the blood. Ask for flowers, ask for votes. Chapter 34 Temporary Team, Sea Level Mission. Actually, my original intention was to incorporate him and Itachi into Kakashi's Umbu. Pity. Inside the Naruto office, with a wry smile and sigh, Namikaze Minato looked at the documents that had been prepared. Has the kid not come out yet? 3rd generation lit the smoke gun and said with regret on his face. The kid naturally refers to Kakashi. To be honest, he admired each other very much. If it were not his father's business, the child would eventually become Konoha's mainstay. Yes, the purpose of arranging him to go to Mitarashi's house before is to get him in touch with Yabajian and Itachi. Looking at the photo with Obito, Kakashi, and Lin on the table, Minato's face was tangled. There is no doubt that he trusts Kakashi extremely. Even the job of being a bodyguard for his wife was handed over to the other party. But it seems that he still didn't get out of that incident. Maybe, when his child is born, he will change. For the kind of people who blindly live in the grief of the past, the arrival of new life should make him feel warm. Let's observe first, after all, they are too young to join Umbu for them. 3rd generation shook his head. Umbu and Roots. Konoha's 2 special departments were once in charge of Umbu. The Roots are managed by his old partner Shimura Danzo. People at the root are cultivated from their urination, and they even obliterate their feelings. The technique is more cruel than Umbu. The most obvious example is Yamato, the wood-style boy who was transferred from the root to Umbu by him. But Umbu, all carefully selected elite ninjas, are fundamentally different from the Roots. After the death of Heitake Sakumo, the current Roots changed a batch of fresh blood, directly under the orders of Namikaze Minato. After all, being able to graduate from a ninja school is somewhat different from being a truly outstanding ninja. It's okay to experience it in a temporary team. But do you really think it's not good to let Orochimaru take them to study first? Putting down the pipe, 3rd generation asked suddenly. Yes, he told Minato yesterday about this proposal. But it was rejected by the other party. Orochimaru, you dare to say? I'm afraid it's a cerebral hemorrhage before I agree. Helplessly glanced at the small locked drawer in front of the next chair. It contains the most detailed report on the missing persons in the village. He has read the file, and the chief culprit is Mr. Orochimaru. Where can I send Uchiha Itachi and Yabajian, the best descendants of these 2 villages, to Orochimaru? I can't figure it out for 3rd generation. Did he think teacher Orochimaru was the cold kun who loved the village before? The atmosphere is a bit awkward. 3rd generation also understands that what he said is completely meaningless. Orochimaru. With a long sigh, the man's eyes appeared in 3rd generation's mind. What kind of look is that? Full of ambition and viciousness. After all, it's almost there. Jian-sang, I hate war. When coming out of the Hokage building and heading to the training ground, Itachi suddenly said something like this. Bajian glanced at Itachi's face. When I heard this moment, the law lines on the boy's face were about to turn into tears. The so-called tear ditch is a sign of tears flowing out and washing away. People like him can cry openly only on rainy days in the future. You have been a little sentimental lately. With a little finger and a pain in his forehead, Itachi closed his mouth unconsciously. Has it started? Your whole life of cranky. Turning over Byakugan, Bajian grabbed Itaka by the collar and stared at him stubbornly. No matter what happens, please remember that you still have me by your side. Huh. After letting go of the ferret, the young man took a mouthful of Urkuatu and stretched his waist. Let's go, I'm not talking about Hokage. There are other members of the temporary team on the 8th training ground. Naruto. It seems that Ji Unsang never goes to call Lord Hokage. After tidying up his clothes, Itaka walked forward behind Bajian. The training ground number 8 is similar to other Konoha training grounds. There is nothing particularly strange about it. When the two came to the court, a few figures in front of them came into view. A 10-year-old child with dark brown hair, with Konoha's genin forehead protector on his head. Next to him, there was a short-haired man with a pocky face. Are they teammates in the future? It doesn't seem to be so friendly. What, just two little ghosts? The brunette holding his shoulders frowned, quite unhappy about being treated as a babysitter. Forget it, it's a C-level task after all. Two more people have more opportunities, and how can they be geniuses who can graduate early from the ninja school? Meizanan played around, but from the tone of voice, it seemed a bit yin and yang. Cut, too rubbish, how can it help? I really don't know what Hokage-sama thinks. If it wasn't for Qingfeng who was injured, he would have to recuperate in the hospital. Who would use them? The brunette said disdainfully, hey, listen to the two little ghosts. Tomorrow we will perform a C-level mission to escort an important person. When that happens, remember to hide behind us and don't be scared. Huh. Boom. Knife light flashed. The brown-haired boy who was still arrogant just now found out in horror that the big tree next to him had split into two. Whether it's a trash or a kid, I don't want to hear these words a second time. With a grin, Bajian felt a little dull. He didn't even have the qualifications to make him angry. Leaving Itaka, today's training has not been completed yet. Seeing the back of the two leaving, Meizanan swallowed. Oh my goodness! What kind of monster is this? Suddenly thinking of something, he hurriedly pulled his neck and shouted, hey, we will gather at the entrance of the village at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Bajian, who was far away, didn't seem to hear anything, and he never turned his head. Only the ferret next to him heard Jianzhang's mouth muttering. No matter what kind of world, only strong strength is the most effective way to be affirmed. Only when you are strong can you protect what you want to protect. From beginning to end, I just want to use my strength to appreciate this beautiful ninja world. Jian sang. You deserve it. Nodded deeply, Itaka's eyes were bright. The story of Jian sang has just begun. Please ask for votes. Chapter 35 The refreshed daily tasks never stop. Anko. At night, in the cold room, Orochimaru suddenly stopped the female apprentice who was about to leave. Teacher Orochimaru. Nodded properly, Anko showed a curious look. Since following this famous teacher, she has indeed learned a lot, but there are also many strange problems along with it. For example, what does my teacher do every day? Why are there some screams in those rooms that I have never entered before? She does not know. But he didn't dare to ask. After watching Anko earnestly for a long time, Orochimaru finally shook his head. It's okay, say hello to Yekun for me. Just now, he suddenly remembered another huge research breakthrough besides living corpse reincarnation. Curse seal. A strange energy. Distilled from the test product he had just obtained, the child named Shigigo. Then mix your own cells into it, and this is the complete body of the curse seal. I just called Anko, probably because I wanted to do an experiment before leaving. The intensity of the curse seal is unbearable for ordinary people. But this did not delay him to experiment with ordinary people. But when Anko turned around, Orochimaru suddenly thought of something. The person in front of him is his ordinary apprentice. But she is also different from ordinary people. Mitarashi Anko, she has an enviable younger brother, Yabajian. Experimenting with Anko's body, if something goes wrong, Yabajian will hate himself, and maybe he will give up his life in Konoha to find him revenge. He just calculated this way. But then I thought about it, the wild eyes of the young man that day made him wake up instantly. This is her sister. Although I am not afraid, it will be very troublesome after all. And Yabajian made it clear that he would come to him in the future. It is obviously unnecessary to stimulate the other person on this basis. Use your own eyes to see where the child can go. This is your goal. Yes, Mr. Orochimaru. Anko nodded, somewhat inexplicably. Also, you won't use it in the future. After speaking, Orochimaru turned around and sorted out his information, which showed that no matter what question Anko was asking, he would no longer answer. Will it not be used in the future? Coming out of the room, the confusion in Anko's eyes deepened. She has a hunch that something big will happen. 1997. 1998. 1999. 2000. Ding. Congratulations, Master Host, for completing the daily task 2000 swings, and rewarding the King of Flat Slashing Template Zaraki Kanpeka with 0.2% unlocking progress. Ding. Congratulations to Master Host for achieving the achievement Continuous Chopping, and the daily task upgrade is successful. From now on, the daily task will be renamed Never Stop, and the task reward will be increased according to the increase in the number of swings per day. Appeared. Upgrade of daily tasks. Recovering Zanpakuto, Bajian summoned the system panel and looked at it. Host, Yabajian. World, Naruto. Unlocked the King of Flat Cut template, Zaraki Kanpeka. Percentage unlocked, 7.6. Reach 10% of the King of Flat Cut template and unlock the next character template. The next time the template awakens, the progress of the second template reaches 5%. Flat cut points, 195, can be exchanged for template progress or mall items. Chakra amount, 30, genin level. Physical fitness, 80, slightly stronger. Ryatsu, unknown. Activated feature, Chakra Blade. Daily task, hack and chop 2000 times, completed. Daily mission, new Never Stop. Swing the knife 1000 times to unlock 0.1% progress of all unlocked templates. Unaccomplished. With 2000 swings, the chakra reserve increased by 0.1. Unaccomplished. With 4000 swings, the fitness coefficient increases by 0.1. Unaccomplished. Swinging the knife 6000 times, representing the energy of the soul, Ryatsu received a small enhancement. Unaccomplished. Swing the knife 8000 times to unlock 0.2% progress of all unlocked templates. Unaccomplished. With 10,000 swings, the chakra reserve increased by 0.2. Unaccomplished. Never stop. Like the name of the daily task, as long as he keeps swinging the knife, his strength will continue to increase. Chakra, Ryatsu, and physical fitness, the most critical template progress, this is an improvement in all aspects. But these three energies do not conflict in Bajian's body. Chakra comes from body cells and spiritual energy. The stronger the physical fitness, the more chakra extracted. Ryatsu, which comes from soul energy, is the fundamental energy of Shinigami. The three do not conflict and even complement each other. When the three energies break through a certain bond and combine together in the future, Bajian believes that he will become a strong and terrifying monster. But there is only one thing, Bajian has some doubts. Why does Ryatsu show unknown? Yes, except for Ryatsu, he can see the physical value of the physical data, which is an accurate estimate of his own strength. However, Ryotsu is unknown on the system panel. Master host, this is related to your template unlocking progress. This value will only be accurately detected when the Zaraki Kenpeika template is completely unlocked. Is that so? Bajian nodded and took a deep breath. The moon was hanging high in the sky, and Itaki had already gone home to rest and prepare for the next day's mission. And his daily tasks are no longer limited to 2,000 times a day due to upgrades. In other words, swing the knife, never stop. With Zanpakuto drawn out, the fire in the heart of the boy under the moon burned again. Well, ask for flowers. Chapter 36 Roaring Evil Spirits. Sea-level tasks. A task in which the person performing the task may be injured. The work may be mainly based on the invitation of other countries to participate in war, escort, conduct investigation, capture or crusade against beasts, and send confidential documents. The remuneration ranges from 30,000 taels to 100,000 taels. During the execution of sea-level missions, ninjas will not be encountered. So it's relatively easy. At the entrance of Konoha village, when Yabajian and Itaki arrived, the group had been waiting for a long time. In addition to the brunette and Maisie who wanted to dismiss Bajian yesterday afternoon, there is also an old man with squinting eyes in a hyuxia suit. A distant relative of a high-powered nobleman in Yonokuni. Well, a distant relative of a nobleman, lives a rich and moist life that is several times easier than that of a ninja. This time, he came to the country of fire to have fun. Now that the fun is over, he should also go back. The task of Bajian and others is to send him to the territory of Yonokuni smoothly. Well, just two little ghosts, how does Hokage do things? The old man in Huafu was upset. It seemed that the arrival of Yabajian and Itaka made him feel unreliable. This is Konoha now. A foreign rubbish can talk about Hokage steeds. Bajian sneered. This kind of disrespect, or treating the ninja with an attitude that is supposed to be, is a traditional problem left over from history. I don't know when it started, but in the eyes of these people, the ninja became just a usable object. Give money and do business. If it is not handled well, it will be criticized. This is a ninja? In the final analysis, this attitude probably began with the establishment of ninja sect. Distribute the precious chakra to others at will, and finally let everyone have the qualifications to refine chakra. This is not a heritage, but is the chief culprit that has contributed to the rise in war deaths. When Konoha's first generation of Hokage, Senju Hashirama managed the village, Konoha's humility made people look down on the village even more. The five shadows would bow and salute at the meeting. If it weren't for second generation's strong opposition, he even planned to give the tail beast to other shinobu villages. What a mindfulness this is. Shaking his head, Bajian didn't even bother to talk to each other and walked in front of the team. The escort mission officially began. On the way forward, the old man of Yonokuni and the other two genins kept their eyes on the young man walking in front. The reason is simple: along the way, he has been waving the strange knife in his hand. Ji-un-sang, isn't today's training already over? Beside Bajian, Itaki asked strangely. Today, he and Ji-un-sang went directly to the Konoha village from the training ground. After getting up early, he and Bajian sweated in the training ground early. Cultivation is over? Itaki, there is never an end to this kind of practice. Shaking his head, Bajian exhaled a little. His daily tasks have been broken through, and each swing of the knife is an accumulation, and it never stops. You deserve it? Ji-un-sang nodded. Itaki's hands began to move. In order to save the shuriken, it is impossible for him to throw wantonly like in the training ground. This time is only suitable for practicing the speed of Jian. Looking at Itaki, Bajian finally swallowed what he wanted to say. That's right, he wanted to tell Itaki that only honest people will continue to seal the seal in the later stage. Isn't that something called a clap? After thinking about it, he still gave up. At least it's not a bad thing to practice not printing speed now. Grabbing the wine gourd, he took a sip while waving Zanpakuto, and his gaze casually glanced at the woods next to him. He came anyway. Even under his own influence, Itaka graduated a year earlier, but he still hasn't escaped his fate. Is it noticed? After a group of people passed by, a figure with a mask appeared under the shadow. Obviously, they have been targeted. As for the reason, in addition to Obito's curiosity, Kakashi also said something in front of the memorial monument. When I see them, I always think of myself. Extremely ridiculous. Destroying the beliefs of others is like the collapse of his own beliefs. This is what Obito is going to do. The game has just begun. Whoosh whoosh. The team continued to move forward. But when they were about to cross a dense jungle, a dozen or so armed warriors suddenly blocked their way. Enemy attack. For an instant, the team's atmosphere stagnated for a short time. The Meizanan, who recovered his senses, quickly grabbed Kiwu and pinched it in his hand, and then shouted to the front, "Quickly go back and protect Lord Nani." Yeah. It turned out that his name was Nani. Weasel did not move, and had already drawn out his shuriken ready to attack, but Bajian took a step forward in the opposite direction. Sure enough, it's a fancy, I'm afraid I'm scared. In the end, I still don't know how to cooperate, and I don't follow the instructions. The brunette said angrily. The killer is no unnecessary nonsense. When Bajian took a step forward, a figure had already rushed in front of him. The light of the knife flashed, and the red blood tickled to the ground. Sword sang. Behind the boy, Itaka looked worriedly at the long knife that Bajian had grasped with one hand. Strong, almost mean. Suddenly raising his head, the samurai with the sword suddenly saw something unusual in the boy's eyes. Fierce and wild. Puff. Immediately afterwards, there was a colic in his chest, and an ordinary knife had penetrated him. This is the feeling of pain. The feeling of real fighting. At this moment, the animalism of the roaring evil spirit from the Shinigami world is completely integrated with Bajian. He is Shinigami. Come on, fight. With blood spilling on his face, Itaka saw the face that was gradually distorted because of excitement. The boy in front of him was familiar and unfamiliar. But there is no doubt that he is Ji-un-sang. Following the footsteps of the young man, Itaka also rushed up. Ask for votes. Chapter 37. Kill them. When the wailing sound mixed with a long knife into the abdomen, the joyful feeling hit. The narrow road has turned into a purgatory on earth. The evil spirits roared and crawled out of hell, reaping people's lives mercilessly. Thump. The last samurai fell. Bajian's body was already covered with blood. Look at the entire battlefield. The horrified faces of a dozen corpses before they died, and the scarlet all over the floor made people shocking. The two genins who had originally protected Nani-sama behind them had already threw up in the weed pile beside them. They are only performing sea-level tasks for the first time. Before such things as dead people, I was still thinking about how far away they would be. But this is like a picture of hell, so they can't bear it at all. Call. Spit out a foul breath. Bajian leaned under the big tree next to him. Extend the hand that grabbed the blade before that, and then grabbed the wine gourd and poured alcohol on it. The author disinfected. He tore off the bandage, and just about to wrap it up, he snatched the job with the hand next to him. Looking at the incision in his hand, Itaka frowned. Ji-un-sang, based on what I know about you, you can avoid this level of yourself before swinging the knife at you. You can even kill him before he attacks you. But why do you have to pick it up with your hands? Itaka didn't understand, he only knew this knife, and Ji-un-sang had no reason to be hit. Itaka, I am a man. Shaking his head, the killing intent in Bajian's eyes has disappeared. Of course he is a human being. And this is my first murder. Killing for the first time. Things I overlooked. After returning to his senses, Itaka trembled. Like Bajian, he was the first to kill. I don't know if panic and fear will come. But before encountering that emotion, letting pain replace this feeling, it works well. At least I killed them all soberly. Bored in Urkuatu, Bajian's face was mocking. Only when he was murdering did he know that when he was reading a novel in his previous life, the protagonist could overcome that discomfort by understatement, which was simply nonsense. Especially the first time killing. Just seeing Itaka trembling and bandaging his hand, Bajian understood what kind of psychology it was. But from today onwards, that emotion will no longer exist. This is a will tempered by blood. As a ninja, when performing missions, not killing means being killed. He shook his bandaged hand, and the slight pain made Bajian completely understand what kind of world he was in. Naruto. Hidden under the blood is the principle of the weak eating the weak. Even Naruto, who is wearing the protagonist's halo, knows that if he chooses his mouth to escape without defeating the opponent, it has no effect at all. This is the real world. And the man next to him, no matter from that angle, there is no blood to speak of. Sword sang. At this time, Itaki had completely understood Jianzhang's words, paralyzed his nerves with pain, and then walked from the pain to understand fear more deeply, and then conquered fear. He was also worried about Jianzhang's comfort, and then rushed over without hesitation. Am I conquering fear? Itaka didn't know, he only knew the extremely angry feeling in his heart when the enemy's knife slashed at Jianzhang. No one can hurt my friend. No one can do it. There was a sting in his eyes, and Itaka shook his head. It's a pity that in the end, the hurdle still didn't pass through with a single breath. His Sharingan was still silent. Hey, the one named Cao's Pheasant Jiro, and Jingtai Maru, it is best to hide behind me on the next escort road, otherwise you will die. Shaking off the blood on Zanpakuto, Bajian yelled at the two dragons who were vomiting outrageously, then stood up and strode forward. Bajian perceives the volatile soul fluctuations in his consciousness very clearly. He didn't know whether this sudden assassination had something to do with the soul fluctuation, but it was certain that the person would not let himself and others go smoothly on the next journey. Itaka's first sea-level mission is said to be. That pair of scarlet, full of grief Sharingan, will also fully unfold. Damn it! This is clearly what I told them before. Now he was sent back in the same tone. Cao's Pheasant Jiro gave a wry smile and looked at his companion Mazalian. What else can they say? I am afraid that if Bajian and Uchiha Itaka weren't suddenly incorporated into the team, they would have been wiped out by this assassination alone. Not to mention that their guide, Jonin, is not there, or the lack of a companion is why it fails. This is a manifestation of insufficient hard power. Perhaps, they are not worthy of being a ninja. Not every team will be treated like Konoha Xiaoqiang in the future, especially in this era. Konoha has just experienced the serious loss of the Third Ninja War, and there are many such orphan teams. The team continued to advance. Everything seemed to calm down, a breeze blew, and a masked person suddenly appeared staring at the corpse on the ground. Are you killed? I underestimated them. But then, it won't be so easy to deal with. The space surging, the masked man slowly disappeared, and he reappeared, but on the only way not far in front of the escort team, several strange human beings with white bodies slowly drilled out of the ground around him. Kill them. Yes. The fifth shift arrives, it is the end of the month, and the monthly pass will be refreshed soon. Can I vote for the young author? A monthly pass will be delivered soon, and we will do what we say. Chapter 38 Joint Ninjutsu, Unparalleled Tacit Understanding. The Third Ninja World War did not end completely. Just as the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi Village are still stationed on the border between the Land of Thunder and the Land of Fire, they are waiting for the opportunity. Wait for Konoha to change. Where did the news of the change come from? This is worth studying. Just as Danzo seemed to know in advance that something was going to happen. The flames of war did not subside. Performing tasks outside the village has also become extremely dangerous. When Yabajian and his team stopped again, the killing seemed to begin again. No, obviously just suffered an assassination. Looking at the aggressive masked ninjas in front of him, Mr. Nani was completely panicked. He had no idea that he would get into such a big trouble when he came out this time. Calculating carefully, given his status in Yonokuni, no one would send a ninja to kill himself. As for other countries, there is not much overlap with a nobleman like him. Why do ninjas appear? Kaojiro and Jingtai Maru looked at each other, and they saw the despair in each other's eyes. Just despair. If there is still a glimmer of life in the previous battle, they currently have no way to win at all. Judging from the mask worn by the opponent, one can already guess that it is an Umbu ninja from a certain village. Looking around, 20 ninjas have surrounded them. 20-4. Also protect a drag. How to fight this kind of battle? They are just newbies genin who have graduated in less than a year. This world is too scary. Sword sang. Itaka looked solemn, and Kiwo had already pinched it in his hand and looked at the man next to him. There is no doubt that Ji Unsang was his backbone when the crisis came. Just as Ji Unsang once said. With him, you don't have to panic. The strength lies between genin and chinin, but the tricky ones haven't come out yet. After scanning around, Bajian took a deep breath and made a calm analysis. After the first killing, he has no longer panic. From the chaotic soul fluctuations from these bodies, Bajian understood who was behind the mask. Whitezetsu. Thousands of years ago, the product of infinite Tsukuyomi. Kagaya wanted to fight against its Sutsuki and refined weapons. Obito finally took the shot. Bajian didn't know the reason for the move. Perhaps because his name is Uchiha Obito, there is no need to know the reason. In the original book, Obito shoots at the young Itaka, and there is no reason. He only left a good name saying that he helped the other party gain strength. He understood that only hatred was a necessary condition for Uchiha's evolution. He also brazenly told Itaka in the name of Madara that he killed his own brother and used his younger brother's eyes in order to gain strength. The ridiculous clown. What does Obito, who doesn't know Madara at all, understand? Madara let Obito know only the things he wants him to know. Although the troublesome person hasn't come out yet, the immediate trouble should be dealt with. Slowly withdraw Zanpakuto, and chakra instantly covered it. As the pale blue chakra became extremely sharp, at this moment, he turned into the wind without a trace. Remember the training a few days ago. With a slight flick, Bajian Zanpakuto's breaking through the air made it nodded fiercely. Clear. Spit out 2 words, facing the upcoming enemy, Itaka's hands began to seal quickly. Si Wei Shen Hai Wu Yin. Fire style. Great fireball technique. The fire chilled the small face of Itaka, and at the same time, the knife with the wind attribute chakra nature transformation slashed forward fiercely. The strong cutting and adsorption changed the shape of the great fireball of Itaka. In the next second, a majestic burning long knife slashed from top to bottom. Combination ninjutsu. Only 2 people with a certain degree of tacit understanding can be used together. Both the amount of chakra and the timing of swinging the knife must be perfectly controlled, otherwise it will fail. The wind is helping the fire, and because Bajian's chakra nature transformation is the highest priority in the Naruto world, Great Fireball has become a fierce fire sword. What kind of trick is this? The 2 dragon sets behind Genin were completely stunned. And Obito, who was hiding by the side, couldn't help but open his mouth. Combined ninjutsu, it can still be used like this. Boom. The fire knife hit the ground, and several enemies in front of them were smashed into the ground before they had time to escape. And when the fire knife cut their skin, the fear from the heart exploded completely. The flame that can cut the body. Cut the wound, but the inside of the wound was burned again by flames. The lethality is strong to a certain extent. Great Fireball, an ordinary sea-level ninjutsu, abruptly displayed the power of a level or even above. These two little ghosts. Sherinan in the mask on his face narrowed slightly, and Obito's breathing stopped briefly. No wonder Kakashi said that when he saw them, he always thought of the previous Minato class. Just this kind of tacit understanding is not comparable to ordinary people. The fire knife slammed down. But the battle has just begun. When Bajian and Itake rushed to the ninjas that White Zetsu changed, the battle began completely. However, similar to Bajian's guess, these ninjas weren't very strong. Under his chakra blade and Itake's supplementary knife, they all fell after a while. Jiansang is so strong. Looking at the corpses around, and thinking of the flame knife before, Itake had a little pride on his face. Very capable. But just when Itake wanted to say something, a man with a mask suddenly appeared. Frowning, Itake unconsciously stood in front of Bajian and shielded him with his body subconsciously. Jiansang said that the tricky part is still behind. And the person in front of you should be the tricky object. Hidden guy, who are you? Indeed, it is impossible for a nobleman in Yonokuni to attract so many ninjas. In this way, the identity of the other party is also questionable. Who is he? Looking at Bajian and Itake, the masked man suddenly tilted his neck, and then said a word in a very gloomy tone. My name. Uchiha Madara. The air stagnated for a while. Immediately afterwards. Puff. But when he said these words, the boy couldn't help laughing for a while. See it? Obito said that he is Uchiha Madara. Thanks for the big monthly pass, plus more delivery. Ask for votes. P.S. In addition, some readers said that they were friends with the murder of father and mother and were poisoned to death. Heh, what does M say? It is because I feel very bitter, I want to change, and I want to make up for regrets. It turned out that the author has nothing to say about it. Chapter 39. You also deserve to be called Uchiha Madara? Boy, what are you laughing at? With indifferent killing intent in his eyes, Obito under the mask looked a little annoyed. What is he laughing at? Even Itake was a little overwhelmed by Bajian's smile. He didn't know how difficult the enemy was in front of him. But what is the reason for the laugh in this situation? You said you are Uchiha Madara. Bajian shook his head, suddenly feeling a little dull. Taking a sip from the wine bottle, he lightly patted Itake on the shoulder. Come on, tell him who Uchiha Madara is. Who is Uchiha Madara? When he heard these words, Obito snorted and clearly misunderstood. It seems that it is useless for him to reveal Madara's name in front of a group of little ghosts. Those who have not experienced that era do not understand what the four words Uchiha Madara represent. Unexpectedly, Itake started to speak in front of him. Uchiha Madara, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan during the Sengoku period. Combined with the Senju clan to smooth out the troubled times, one of the founders of Konoha. Itake said calmly, finally defected to Konoha and fought with First Hokage in the Valley of End, and was killed by Senju Hashirama. I didn't expect anyone to remember me. Obito smiled very cooperatively. It seems that at this moment, he is being told about the veritable Uchiha Madara. SHHH. And Bajian stretched out his index finger and shoved lightly to break the other's fantasy. This is Uchiha Madara he knows. Do you want to listen to what I know? For example, actually Madara didn't die in the Valley of the End. For another example, he has been making seemingly stupid plans for peace. What does this kid know? Obito looked at Bajian coldly. At this moment, his killing intent had reached its peak. The Uchiha Madara in my mind will never wear a mask and yell that he is Uchiha Madara. There is no need to tiptoe for things like that, if you really are Uchiha Madara. Lifting Zanpakuto, Bajian pointed at Obito remotely, "Put down the mask and show me. Put down the mask and show me." The young boy's loud voice made Obito tremble with anger. For the first time, he was demolished under the name Madara. And the one who demolished the stage is still to the kid. Just an arrogant kid. He must die. It wasn't that he had debunked his Uchiha Madara's name, but because of what he knew made Obito a little creepy. This is not an ordinary kid. Without extra nonsense, Obito's body rushed straight to Bajian. Project Tsuki no Mi, that is absolutely confidential. Even Nagato didn't know the real content of Project Tsuki no Mi, and he had to take action with what they knew before him. Come yet? Bajian took a deep breath and squeezed Zanpakuto firmly. Enraged Obito. It wasn't for pretending to be forced, in fact, there were no objects around him who witnessed him pretending to be forced. It was Obito, a person who pretended to be forced everywhere under the name Uchiha Madara, which made him very upset. In particular, such an unprovoked attack is enough to show how frantic Obito has become. He asked himself, he didn't provoke the opponent, but the attack still came. In addition to the counter-attack of the attack, Bajian also confirmed one thing. As we all know, most of Obito's ability comes from his pupil technique Kamui. It is a time and space ninjutsu that can completely avoid damage. Before being attacked, he hides his body in the Kamui space to avoid damage. The ability to make people a headache. What Bajian wants to test is whether his attack can cause damage to Obito of Master Space Ninjutsu. This point is very important. If it succeeds, Obito will be particularly afraid of him in the future. If it fails, the person in front of him will design himself even harder. You also deserve to be called Uchiha Madara. Zanpakuto pointed at Obito far away, and Bajian let out a sudden roar. Huh! What's the use of talking more? Only fighting is the best way to understand the opponent's abilities. Looking at Obito, only the killing intent of a Sharingan was revealed. What Bajian couldn't understand the most was that it was you who attacked me, and now you are still angry. What's the reason? Sword pressure. As the name of the move. Zaraki Kenpaku's most effective attack method is to crush others with soul power. With the golden light slashing towards Obito from top to bottom, a devastating beam of light descended from the sky. Although it was a tentative attack, when Ryotsu's energy, which was more mysterious than chakra, exploded, the damage it caused was extremely terrifying. The enemy is Obito, and Bajian has no intention of keeping his hands at all. Unlike Orochimaru, this is someone who really wants to kill himself. The earth trembled suddenly, and the sword slammed on the ground, leaving a trace several meters deep. Obito's body didn't stop for half a minute, and he didn't seem to receive any damage. Space ninjutsu is really tricky. Squinting his eyes, Bajian rushed up and slashed at Obito's head. Exactly as expected, Zanpakuto stroked Obito's head and touched nothingness. Obito, who flew past Bajian's head, had a successful smile in his eyes, and one hand was already close to Bajian's back. Die, kid. Dead in this hypocritical world. Ask for votes. Chapter 40. The figure standing in front of him, the blooming Guyu. Sharingan. Known as the Eye of Soul portrayal. As Sharingan evolves, there will always be pain. Therefore, the people of the Uchiha clan are hailed as an evil clan. This name was originally left by Konoha's second Hokage Senju Tobirama, the evil family. But thinking about it from another angle, isn't this pair of eyes because of the unforgettable pain when losing a loved one? After experiencing the pain, the master gains strength. This is the Uchiha clan. And when Sharingan has evolved to a certain extent, the awakened pupil technique will often respond to the mind of the owner of the eye. Just like Obito's ability in front of him. He denies this world, does not admit that this world is real, he wants to create another world. So Kamui appeared. The soul portrayal eye, the origin and function of the eye, Itake, who is not far behind Bajian, no longer wants to ponder it. When he saw the masked man stretch his hand to Bajian's back heart, he instinctively felt that his eyes began to ache. His heart was shaking violently. Jian sang. A loud roar from behind made Obito and Bajian stunned. But the battle continues. When Obito's hand was about to succeed, the boy's body suddenly tilted, and the path of the knife in his hand instantly changed and slashed behind him. This kid. A trace of anger flashed in his eyes. Obito turned his body into hollow again, letting Bajian's attack miss. Turning around and glaring at Uchiha Itake, Obito took a deep breath. It seems that he is the one you cherish. Undoubtedly, he attributed Bajian's reaction and counter-attack to the yelling Itake. As a senior of the Uchiha clan, I will help you. Let you see how ridiculous this family is. The battle begins again. At this moment, Obito became serious. Although a little ridiculous, he referred to himself as Uchiha Madara, but he had to take a kid seriously. But he didn't want to actually encounter the terrible knife light just now. The figure shuttles. The young man with the knife seemed to have entered the rhythm, and Bajian, who had truly entered the fighting state, let out roars like evil spirits. And Zanpakuto in his hand shook everything around him every time he swiped it. At this moment, what was entangled in his sword was not the familiar chakra, but a kind of power that made one's heart palpitating. Soul energy named Ryutsu. Jian sang. His eyes were stinging, but Itake could no longer take care of that much, and the shuriken in his hand was ready to launch to respond to Bajian at any time. He knew that he could not help rashly at this time, otherwise it would disrupt the rhythm of the person in the fight. Often when masters are playing against each other, one side of the teammates watching the game is not soy sauce. This is the reason. Almost. The trajectory is about to be seen clearly. The battle continued. The difference was that the eyes of Itake on the sidelines were red, and a line of blood and tears gathered and shed slowly. He is seeing a certain pattern. And on the field, sticking to his beliefs, the young man kept swinging his knife. He even had the illusion of taking this battle as a cultivation practice. Yes. He was brandishing a knife all the time. The more you swing the knife, the stronger he will be. A simple flat cut, but Uchiha Obito couldn't find a chance to start at all. Often the moment he was about to take his shot and become an entity, that young man would always catch that point by coincidence and counterattack. Obito, taking this timing as a coincidence. Because Kamui's existence is only known to him. At least now, he hasn't felt Kakashi using the other eye's pupil technique. Therefore, Kamui's so-called weakness can never be seen by a kid. But this deadlock was broken by a cry in the next moment. Jian sang. Although I don't know how he can achieve an unscrupulous hollow body, if I am not mistaken, the source of all this power and his eyes. Mangekyo Sharinan is one level closer to 3 Tomo Sharinan. I haven't found the rule for the time being, but what is certain is that he must be converted into an entity when he really wants to attack. So. Itake calmed down after taking a deep breath. As long as you catch this, you can attack him. Even in extremely disadvantaged situations, he can still judge the situation calmly. And give the most direct analysis. This is Uchiha Itake. Innate fighting talent. A well-deserved genius. Uchiha's kid. Under the Obito mask in the battle was the flash of surprise. Not long after the battle started, the opponent had already figured out how to attack him effectively. Genius. There is also a tacit understanding between the two. A god, Obito seemed to think of the perfect match when he and Kakashi went to save Lin. Seeing them is like seeing yourself. Thinking of Kakashi's words in front of my comforting monument again, an emotion called anger accelerated Obito's figure instantly, holding kunao in his hand, and stabbing the young man in front of him fiercely. The so-called friendship and the so-called fetters do not exist. This world is full of falsehoods, and only destruction is the only way to save the world. Puff. The voice of suffering is clear and audible. But the scene where Obito expected to kill the boy Uchiha did not appear. A not-so-tall figure stood in front of him, and his kunai was pinched by the opponent's hand. Jian sang. The blood and tears continued to flow. When two mysterious Guyu appeared in the pupil of Itaka, the voice of the boy followed. It will be transformed into an entity when it is attacked. That should be it. The deep voice does not know the joys and sorrows. Itaka, a good opportunity. Turning his head to give him a smile, Bajian waved his knife with one hand. Seizing the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, the golden knife light flashed again. Huh! How? The arm that pierced Kunai flew to the sky. Self-proclaimed Uchiha Madara's masked man, his hand was broken. Ask for flowers. Chapter 41. There is a problem with his knife? Uchiha Madara. Broken arm. Itaka looked at the still shaking hand on the ground in shock. But what is creepy is the skin color on the arm that is different from that of a human. That is a miserable white skin. And the scream just now made people chill behind their backs. Unlike Uchiha Madara's low and deep voice before, it was an extremely harsh wailing. What are you shouting nonsense? Backing, Obito looked cold under the mask. The source of the sound just now is the other half of his body, and it is also the white Zetsu made up of this mask. His name is Afei. Obito, hurry up. The frail Afei didn't have any thoughts of joking or making laughs. He only spit out 4 words and lost his movement weakly. Hurry up. Obito frowned. The arm was severed, but it didn't affect him much. He was confident, and continued to fight. These 2 little ghosts were still not his opponents. After all, that arm doesn't belong to him. Even if he has experienced human grief, he is nothing more than a teenager who is the same age as Kakashi. Competitive. No, he wanted to kill the 2 who looked in a mirror in front of him. Just like Kakashi treats the 2, he also has a sense of déjà vu. The kind of disgusting thoughts that always made him fall into memories, he tried very hard to deny the cut. Absolute words made him have to temporarily give up the thoughts in his heart. Taking a deep breath, his body began to hollow slowly. Yeah, Bajian, Uchiha Itaka. I look forward to seeing you next time. The figure flickered, and the next moment, he appeared in the dark cave. The mask slowly opened, and the weak Afei fell to the ground like a puddle of mud. It's just that the arm was chopped off. Why do things like you still feel pain? Glancing at the broken body, Obito asked coldly. You do not understand. Afei leaned limply on the ground and said weakly. The knife hit the body just now is completely different from the pain of cutting. Except for the kind of pain that should exist, I just think that the whole person, how to describe it? Afei, who had a lack of IQ, rubbed his temples in distress. It's the kind. People are clearly in their own body, but there is something that drags one's own body out of the body. At that moment, I felt as if I was forced out of the body by someone. What is coming? Yes, soul. My soul is affected. The soul is taken out of the body? Obito looked solemn. Are you sure? That feeling. Just know you don't believe it. Afei shook his head, randomly summoned another white Zetsu experiment from the ground, and then connected himself with an arm in front of Obito. At this time in the past, the injured arm should have recovered freely. But now he is still slumped under his arms, as if he had lost consciousness. Although I don't want to say that, I can be sure that the soul of my arm has been severed. There is a problem with his knife. The soul was cut off. At this moment, Obito was completely suppressed. Knife that can sever the soul? Alfy has no reason to lie to himself. That is the opponent's knife, there must be a problem. Suddenly, a cold sweat broke out from behind him. If the little devil had not cut Alfy, who was fighting with him, but his own words. How will it end? He had already lost half of his body. This broken body was repaired with white zetsu and first-generation cells. If he loses control of an arm, the weird kid, it can attack the soul. Yeah, Bajian? Not only is his strength amazing, he also knows about the moon eye. Will his existence threaten the plan? In an instant, a series of questions all came to his mind. A kid. It turned out to be such a headache. Frowning, Obito looked at Alfy on the ground. Watch him and don't show any flaws. Knives are naturally problematic. But the only person in the world who knew the mystery of the sword was Yabajian. And the knife in his hand seemed ordinary in the hands of others, and it would not even burst out the riot that Zanpakuto should have. So the problem is not the knife. It is the person who uses the knife. I'm Shinigami. On the small road leading to Yonokuni, Bajian was drinking. The attacker next to him still seriously bandaged the wound on his palm. The war had just passed, but God did not let them go. It seemed that in order to wash the blood on the road, it began to rain lightly. Looking at it from a distance, the two genins looked confused. It is estimated that after this mission, their belief in being ninjas has completely collapsed. You will also fully understand how dangerous it is to be a ninja. Just a sea-level mission, if the strength is not enough, they will kill them at any time. Itake, your eyes. The palm of his hand has been bandaged. Although he was injured twice today, Bajian has completely adapted to the pain. It's Itake. Bajian could guess some of the fresh blood that came out of his tear ditch. Well, Sherinan. Itake was a little melancholy, but also a little sad. It is different from ordinary people getting power. He will consider why this force will come, and what will accompany it when it comes. Patter. Pointing his finger on his forehead, Itake cried out in pain. Hey, you are still alive. I'm still alive. Remember, your eyes are for me. He stood up and carried the knife forward, only that back was left in Itake's eyes. Remember, your eyes are for me. The confusion has disappeared. Instead, there is only firmness. Compared with Ji-unsang. After all, I was too far behind. Ask for votes. Chapter 42 Konoha, Cause and Effect, Defect. The escort mission continues. But it is certain. Obito should not come again in a short time. Just rely on the knife in Bajian's hand. But he understood that Obito didn't use his full strength in this battle. As Madara's heir, Obito's strength is not bad. Only this time because of negligence, Bajian found the attack flaw, otherwise he would not be able to cut off the opponent's arm so easily. The most precious thing about people is that they can see themselves clearly. Bajian understands that he has a system. As long as he keeps swinging his knife, he will become stronger. Until it is so strong that the world can no longer stop himself. But there is a process to become stronger, and he needs time. The battle with Obito made him sober a lot. This time Obito suffered a loss because he didn't understand his abilities. Next time, it won't be that simple. There is no shortage of strong people in the ninja world. He must work harder if he wants to change the situation and change his destiny. Fortunately, the upgrade of the daily tasks of the King of Ping / gave Bajian a direction to work hard. Never stop swinging the knife. Glancing at the system panel, the progress of the Zaraki Kenpeiga template, the King of Flat Cutters, showed some relief on his face. Brandishing a knife. If you can only do one thing, do it to the top. At night, just as Bajian continued his escort mission. In the Konoha Hokage building, several figures suddenly appeared in the office. Master Naruto, based on all the clues and the information of a total of 60 missing children, the direction pointed to. The Umbu ninja was wearing a mask, and his voice was a little shocked. Recently, the number of missing Konoha children has once again increased, even to the point where every family with children is in danger, and all the clues remain in one place after all. Is it completely exposed? The two Hokage in the room were silent for a while. Minato didn't speak. Now is not the time for him to express his opinion. Because that person is the apprentice of Lord Third Generation. He has enough reason to remain silent on this matter. Frenzy to experiment Orochimaru, and finally can't hide. But the time of exposure seems to be a little earlier. In the original book, Orochimaru's defecting time was after the Nine Tails Rebellion, and Third Generation came to power again, and Orochimaru completely lost the opportunity to become Naruto. Now, it's a few months ahead of schedule. It is estimated that even Bajian would be a little surprised to receive this news. The reason for advance is actually related to Bajian. Because of his existence, Orochimaru did not plant an enchantment on Anko, nor did he take Anko to the laboratories in his various locations to observe Anko's physical condition and reaction after planting the enchantment. Instead, he devoted himself to studying his living corpse reincarnation. However, his research is often accompanied by the death of experimental subjects and an increase in the number of experimental subjects. So it makes sense to expose human experiments in advance. But Third Generation really doesn't know about Orochimaru's ongoing research? Then why did he not be so surprised when he saw Yamato, a young man of wood style? It's not that I don't know, I just tolerated it all the time. This is Third Generation, his character is like this. It's like tolerating Danzo. He is full of tolerance to his apprentices. Early defection is not a butterfly effect, but a causal connection, because the existence of Bajian has indeed changed some things. But it has become a foregone conclusion. Orochimaru. I should have thought of it. I lit the cigarette, and Third Generation stood up with a wry smile. After all, it's my apprentice. Leave this to me, Minato. It should be. Minato nodded, never standing up to deal with the topic from beginning to end. Master Third Generation always has his own considerations. Maybe it's for the village, but the indulgence of one person is not the best way. After sighing, watching the backs of Third Generation and those Umbu leaving, the young man's face was full of fatigue. Finally done. In the dark laboratory, Orochimaru looked at the scroll in front of him contentedly. It records everything about living corpse reincarnation. He opened his mouth and squeezed the scroll into his stomach without disdain. He finally felt relieved. And just when he was all this last night, the movement of the door behind him made him look back. In an instant, wild eyes made all Umbu ninja step back. Sarutobi, teacher. Ugh. Early the next morning, Bajian left the village on the third day. Konoha, the living room of Midarashi's house. Another sigh came. Kurane Yui, who was sitting on the sofa reading a magazine, looked helpless. Hello, I said you don't go too far, your brother is just performing a task. The Red, who couldn't stand it, really protested. From the time Bajian left the village until now, he has sighed a lot. And your worried look, do you wish your brother had something wrong? Where is the usual Anko who is always so active and stuffing balls in his mouth? That's a sea-level mission. You will meet the enemy. Anko said excitedly. Nonsense. Your family won't encounter enemies when doing missions, right? Why should they pay you? I said, your brother is already a ninja, this kind of battle with people in the future is indispensable, don't you have to be so worried every time? Kurane Yui was a little helpless. Fart, he is less than 6 years old, and no matter how old he is also my brother. For example, if your brother performs a sea-level mission for the first time, wouldn't you worry about it? Anko glanced proudly, then chuckled, Ah, I'm sorry, I forgot that you don't have a brother. I have served you. A younger brother has been showing off to me. Kurane Yui turned Byakugan straight. Yes, since Anko's younger brother appeared, she suddenly felt a sense of superiority in front of her. Then younger brother? I'm really no match. But this time, when your brother comes back, the old lady will just recognize a younger brother. After all, Bajian is not Anko's brother. While the two girls were chatting, several figures suddenly opened the door of Mitarashi's house and walked in. Umbu works. Mitarashi Anko, come with us. At this moment, Hong and Anko. Senseless. Oh please. Chapter 43. Is this Konoha? In the land of fire, the path leading to Konoha. Those corpses when they came have disappeared. I don't know if it was eaten by a passing wild dog or was taken away by someone deliberately hiding its traces. The team is moving forward. What was completely different from the time before was that the two dragon sets genin had completely lost their fighting spirit. To be sure, they don't want to be ninjas anymore in their lives. Not everyone's heart is as strong as the protagonist, who can do not panic when encountering enemies. Not everyone can pierce the palm of his hand with kunao and stimulate himself with pain after he realizes he is timid. Lord Nani has been sent to Yonokuni. After giving the money, I went on to live a chic life, and didn't even say a word of thanks when I left. The reason is that Bajian raised the level of the task from C level to B level, and the reward he needed to give was doubled. The other party is naturally unhappy when he gives more money. Bajian didn't attribute Obito's attack to Ataka. Since he met a ninja during the mission, he must upgrade the mission level and give the money, otherwise he wouldn't mind killing Nani and get it himself. After Yonokuni rested for a long time, Bajian led the team back to Konoha. On his hand, there is an extra string of bracelets carved with agate stone. It was a small gift for Anko, with Anko's name engraved on it. In addition to the agate bracelet, there is also a string of pearl necklaces hanging around his neck. Did he forget the small objects of Maoyuzian? Jian-sang, you are too messy. But even though he was not attacked again on the way back, Itaka was still a little bit emotional. He tilted his head slightly to look at Bajian who was snoring thunderously behind him, and Itaka sighed. It's really messy enough. After meeting the ninja who claimed to be Uchiha Madara that day, Bajian became even more crazy. On the way, he never stopped swinging his knife. Especially with the sharp eyes, passers-by were shocked when they saw it, and they were afraid that the sword was directed at them. Do you feel vigilant after encountering a strong enemy? Itaka sighed. Now, he was finally exhausted. Falling behind Itaka, although the back is not flat and solid, Bajian can finally get a good night's sleep. But the feeling of carrying Jian-sang on his back. It's not bad either. The journey back is much smoother than when I went out. When Konoha approached, the sun was already setting. Bajian still slept again, but Itaka looked at the two genin who rushed into the village in relief, and finally shook his head and said nothing. Awareness of how to deal with an enemy. And the strength of being the foundation of ninjas, it has already shown that they and themselves still have Jian-sang, and they are not people on the same road. Itaka had already heard from the whispers of the two of them that they didn't want to continue to be ninjas. When encountering setbacks, what I think is not how to overcome it, but to avoid it. Such people do not deserve to be ninjas. Carrying the sword mulberry on his back, Itaka walked towards Mitarashi's house step by step. Although a little tired along the way, he has not yet completed his mission. Send Jian-sang home. But the moment it opened the door of the yard, Itaka felt a little strange instinctively. Bajian, Itaka. Waiting for them is not Kensang's sister Mitarashi Anko, but Kurane Yui. It was too late to make Kurane Yui quieter, and don't let her disturb Kensang's sleep, the girl in front of her continued to speak in a panic. Anko was taken away by Umbu's people in the morning, and he has not returned yet. Anko was taken away? What happened? Itaka was stunned and didn't know what to say. The next second, there was a sudden light on his back. Suddenly looking back, he saw that Jian-sang, whom he respected, had pulled out the magic knife and walked out of the courtyard step by step. Without any hesitation, Itaka turned and caught up with the back. The knife is out of its sheath. What is Ji-unsang going to do? Go back to Itaka. Walking on the street, ignoring the shocked gazes of the juveniles around him, Bajian said to Itaka blankly. Why? Itaka squeezed his fists. What I want to do, Uchiha better not get involved. Stopping, the murderous intent in Bajian's eyes flashed away. I represent myself, Bajian's friend. It has nothing to do with the Uchiha clan. Itaka shook his head fiercely. Ji-unsang, have you forgotten what you told me? You make me remember everything. I am not alone, and the same is true of you. Is that so? Bajian smiled and was obviously touched, and then he fainted with an understatement with a hand knife. Send him home. Turning his head to look at Kurenai Yoi who followed him in the corner, Bajian shook Zanpakuto in his hand severely. The ninja is out on a mission. When I got home, I found my sister had been taken away. Then, what are the so-called ninjas guarding? Is this Konoha? It's so funny. In an instant, murderous intent. The nearby people eating melons were scared and backed away. The boy, ignoring all eyes, walked towards Konoha's central area step by step with a knife. There is the base of Umbu. Ask for votes. The fifth one is here, add more words. Ahem, a ticket is great. Chapter 44. That is his sister. What is he going to do? Kurenai Yoi gritted his teeth and lifted up the Itaka, which was laid down on the side of the street. In the end, Bajian didn't bring the ferret. From beginning to end, he was not a person who would cheat his friends. When Itaka said those words just now, this decision will not change. Take the Uchiha clan and smash Umbu to make a big fuss? Do not make jokes. From the tense relationship between the Uchiha clan and Konoha, let alone Fugaku's headaches due to Itaka's intervention, even if he wants to help. This is a trip to muddy water. He didn't even know what the final outcome would be, Bajian. But no matter what the ending is, Anko, no one can touch it. What's the matter if the fish die and the net breaks? That is his sister. The aura opened and the devastating Ryotsu made the people watching the theater involuntarily retreat to the sides. No one dared to stop him. The little boy, watching the world like an evil spirit, inherited the strength of Zaraki Kenpeki, while the boy also mastered the animal nature of Kenpeki. Only blood can suppress the animality. Master Naruto. At the same time, inside the Konoha Hokage building, the young Yamanaka Hiichi came to the office and knelt on one knee. Minato nodded and motioned for the other person to get up and talk. And third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen next to him was just standing by the window in a daze. As for the reason for the daze, Namikaze Minato was a little dumbfounded. Orochimaru actually ran away. In front of his mentor, he killed a lot of Umbu ninjas and ran away. Rather than ran away, it was better to say that something was about to come, and Master Third Generation suddenly relented and let him go. He will always be so soft-hearted. But after letting it go, I will regret it again. What is he regretting? Minato shook his head. Mitarashi Anko has already said what he knows. According to Umbu's interrogation process, next. Master Hokage, please instruct whether to use special means. Yamanaka Hi's voice gradually became smaller. It's about Umbu's interrogation process. This kind of thing is hard to see. Using illusion to torture, it is reasonable to treat the enemy ninja village, but it is a bit cruel to his own people. From then on, neurasthenia and mental power were affected. In severe cases, cerebral palsy. It is cerebral palsy. It mainly depends on the technique. You still have to report when you use this method of interrogation on your own people. Otherwise, he really can't do it. Just ask what the process is, and ask about Orochimaru's hidden base. And just when he finished speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly turned around and said, also, List Orochimaru as Konoha's S-rank rebel ninja, and dispatch the chasing ninja from now on. Follow the process? Minato was taken aback for a moment, and then suddenly opened his mouth to say something, but was interrupted by the sound of the window next to it being opened. If you chase a ninja, I will go. Looking up, a bold white-haired man by the office window was squatting there with a solemn expression. Jiraiya, one of Sunin. The same as Sarutobi Hiruzen's apprentice and Namikaze Minato's teacher. At this moment, the mentor and apprentice third generation gathered together. Jiraiya, if you chase a ninja. Sarutobi frowned. Obviously, he didn't want Jiraiya to chase Orochimaru because he knew his apprentice well. The so-called pursuit of Orochimaru is probably just a reason to want to leave Konoha. But there are not many people who can use Konoha now. If Jiraiya leaves the village, what will Konoha do? Teacher, I understand what you are going to say, but I must be the one chasing Orochimaru. Jiraiya shook his head and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. There seemed to be something he wanted to say, but when the words came to his lips, Minato, who was looking tired, was suddenly swept away. In the end, what I wanted to say turned into a sigh and jumped from the window, leaving everyone's field of vision. After Tsunadeheim of Senju's house, Konoha's son and all left the village at this moment. It was a little earlier than the original, but it had no effect. Even in the original work, neither Jiraiya nor Orochimaru appeared in the Nine Tails chaos of this year when the disaster struck. Only Minato and third generation are guarding the village. Where are the so-called heroes at that moment? No one knows. Minato's eyes were a little lonely. He was very grateful to teacher Jiraiya, but when the teacher was leaving, he couldn't even say a thoughtful word. So tired. Looking at the back of Yamanaka High turning and leaving, Minato suddenly felt very tired. This Hokage, this village. For the first time I felt so powerless. The room fell silent again, and the two Hokage were not talking to each other. A few minutes later, the silence was broken until an Umbu ninja hurried over. Master third generation, Master fourth generation. Yabajian, who just returned from a mission outside the village, rushed into Umbu with a knife. With the knife, I rushed into Umbu. At this moment, Minato finally remembered what he had just forgotten. Yes. That girl who is about to be tortured by illusion and enjoying the process of Umbu's interrogation, but his sister. Go. In an instant, Minato rushed out of the office. He must stop the opponent before he can cause a catastrophe. That's the boy he valued. Add more delivery. But I still want to write. Now, a flower, that's all. Chapter 45 Go to NM Prisoner. Umbu is heavy, no idlers are allowed to enter. The so-called Umbu, the full name of the Assassination Tactical Special Unit, is a secret organization formed by the second Hokage Senju Tobirama. Directly commanded by Hokage, he handles some affairs that are not visible and guarding Konoha. After Bajian kicked over two guards as an intruder, the Umbu member lying on the ground tidied up the mask on his face, and then said righteously, Umbu is heavy, no idlers are allowed to enter? Ridiculous village. I'm here to find someone, Mitarashi Anko, where I was locked up. With a light leap, Bajian came to the person on the ground and kicked him on his chest. The cold Zanpakuto touched the opponent's neck, and the boy's face didn't have any panic of stealing Umbu, but became extremely calm. Since it's troubled, there is no reason to look forward and backward. Hands up. Fall down. With a sound of tingling scalp, Zanpakuto inserted the back of the opponent's hand. Umbu of this period has just been reorganized. The immediate leader is 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. Therefore, the so-called guard ninja of Umbu is only in Chunin. Such strength poses no threat to Yabajian. I don't want to embarrass you. Anko, where is it? Stepping on the opponent's body, Bajian turned the sharp blade in his hand. The pain of the palm being cut caused the ninja's body to be greatly tortured. As Bajian said, he didn't want to embarrass the other party. But if the kid insisted not to say, he wouldn't mind killing him and then asking another object. After all, within a second, Anko might suffer more pain than the person under her feet. If he fails to get the news he wants, his anger will become bottomless. Umbu finds Anko, and Bajian can figure it out after a little analysis. Together with the comments from the surrounding villagers when he came, he has determined Umbu's purpose. Orochimaru. He defected ahead of time. This was beyond his expectation. He didn't bother to think about the reason, but Umbu wanted to get the news of Orochimaru from Anko's mouth, and treated Anko with that extraordinary method, which is something in the original book. Bajian left the village to perform the task, but his sister was arrested. This is a kind of anger from the heart. Prison room number 5. At the moment when his consciousness became dim, the young Umbu ninja saw the knife held high, and in order to survive, he finally told the location. Because in his opinion, this does not seem to belong to the secrets of the village. There is no reason to die for this matter. Dead, everything is really gone. What made him puzzled was why the young man in front of him could come here all the way with such a strong murderous aura. This is Konoha. Is he going to kill in Konoha? Confinement room number 5. Loosing the person under his feet, he felt the fluctuation of the soul that was getting closer and closer in the distance, and Bajian snorted and rushed into the Umbu base. There are many blockers. But when the evil spirit really enters the fighting state, no one can stop him. Not to mention that Hatake Kakashi is serving as a bodyguard for Uzumaki Kushina. Even if he is there, Bajian is not afraid. Anko, it may be suffering. With this alone, he would rather rush in front of her with an injury for injury style of play. Boom. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The door of confinement room number 5 was kicked open with anger, and the scene inside finally let Bajian's tight nerves relax a bit. Anko sat there with heavy handcuffs on her hands. Opposite her, Marino Ibiki, who was still young and had no scars on her face, was questioning. Who are you? Seeing Bajian, Marino Ibiki panicked instinctively. He didn't underestimate the opponent just because he is not big. Because, his knife was ticking red blood to the ground, coupled with the evil spirit-like aura on his body, panic was a normal mood. Younger brother. Anko was taken aback and looked at the teenager in front of him with a strange feeling, but when the strangeness flashed, when she noticed the blood flowing, she wanted to get away from the chair and stand up like crazy. What did you do to my brother? He doesn't even know about Orochimaru. Is the first impression of this woman that I was bullied? Bajian walked to him with a smirk, and smashed the iron handcuffs on her wrists. Leave my sister, let's go home. Lifting up Anko, Bajian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the other party's state, it was obvious that he hadn't been tortured by the illusion. He came at the right time. Stop. There was a sudden noise behind him, and Ibis took out Kumamoto and stared at Bajian and Anko. She is a prisoner. Huh. Huh. 2 sword lights flashed by. Marino Ibiki felt a chill on his face, and then drew back in horror. For those 2 knives, he didn't see the trail of the cut at all. Go to NM prisoner. Carrying Zanpakuto, the boy, and Anko walked out step by step, facing the faint light outside the passage. Holding his brother's warm hand, Anko also understood that the blood did not belong to Bajian. He is here to take himself home. Leave everything to the younger brother. Please ask for votes. The second chapter is added. Chapter 46 as 4th Hokage, I believe you. How's it going? At this moment, the entrance of Umbu base. The ninjas who arrived after hearing the news have surrounded it. There is only one way out, and you must go through if you want to leave. The situation inside is unknown, waiting here is a good decision. Namikaze Minato lifted up the ninja who was stepped on the ground by Bajian in the first place, and asked worriedly on his face. I don't know, he just asked me where Mitarashi Anko is. Umbu Ninja said with some shame. As Umbu, Hokage-sama's direct department was defeated by a child. He glanced at the wound on his hand, and he still had some lingering fears until now. Is it true? Minato gave a wry smile and sighed. Orochimaru was deliberately let go, and in the end he had to ask the ninja in his village where the other party was hiding. Even want to use unconventional means. If you use 2 words to describe it, it is outrageous. He knows Yabaji and that boy. Mentioned each other in front of Master 3rd Generation more than once. Even before, Sarutobi Asuma took a cigarette and choked on Anko, he dared to stand up and kick him out of the meatball shop. So if someone took his sister, how could he tolerate such behavior? Looking around, the entire entrance has been blocked. The 3rd generation stared at the passage intently, and Umbu's ninja had already drawn out the unprepared fight. Is it necessary for this matter to be such a big deal? Compared with Orochimaru, Bajian, who wanted to save her sister but didn't want her sister to suffer, suddenly became like a sinner. Is this really appropriate? Master 3rd Generation. Standing up and returning to Sarutobi, Minato's face was tangled and sad. Wait for him to come out. Sarutobi shook his head and didn't want to say anything. The departure of Orochimaru and Jiraiya has already made him a little upset. The anxious wait began. The ninjas in Umbu didn't dare to show up, and the 2 Naruto cars fell silent. I don't know how long it took, and the 2 figures leaned on each other and walked out of the passage. At this moment, everyone's eyes swept toward them. Ticking. On Zanpakuto, a drop of blood slowly flowed to the ground, and when it reached the bloodline, Namikaze Minato sighed. Sure enough, is it still too late? When Anko saw this kind of formation, she was taken aback and instinctively wanted to hide behind Bajian, but she gritted her teeth to protect her brother. Master Naruto. Not afraid. Shaking his head, strong arms embraced her again, and the boy thrust Zanpakuto into the ground with mockery on his face. He wanted to see how Konoha's bastards would deal with him. Yabajian, release the prisoner privately and kill his companions. What is your sin? However, the person who spoke made Bajian stunned for a moment. Pushing away from the crowd, Mr. Danzo, who was enthralled with Orochimaru, arrived late. And his face was filled with unpretentious anger, as if he was extremely angry at Bajian's behavior. You're saying it again, who is the prisoner? The terrifying murderous aura spread instantly. All the wildness of Zaraki Kenpeki fell on this little boy. Everyone present was shocked. Why does this little boy possess such a terrifying murderous aura? They have no doubt that if Shimura Danzo treats Mitarashi Anko as a prisoner, the boy will do it directly. Ignore the consequences and shoot at any cost. Grab Konoha's forehead protector with one hand. The green veins of the palm that are not too big are exposed. Minato's shoulders trembled, and he seemed to understand what the other party was going to do. Yeah, let me say something. He believed that if he didn't speak, Yabajian would smash the forehead protector angrily, and then the fish would die. But those present were all Konoha elites, and there was only one result of the death of the fish and the breaking of the net. That is Yabajian, the young man he admires very much, and the young man who didn't have to suffer this innocent disaster will definitely die. At the very least, this is his understanding. The people of Umbu, the purpose of taking Anko away was just to cooperate with the investigation. Like you, Anko is a member of Konoha, and she has this obligation. After all, she was Orochimaru's disciple before, and now Orochimaru has defected after killing Umbu Ninja. You should understand that it is okay to cooperate with the investigation. Minato's face was full of sunshine, and he wanted to use words to calm Bajian down. Sister, do you know about Orochimaru? Looking around, Everyone who should be there is there. Bajian tilts his head to look at Anko. I don't know, I have said everything I can say, and I can guarantee the truth. Anko stretched out his hand and said solemnly. You promise? What guarantee do you use? Neither Hokage spoke, but Danzo started to get into trouble. He came, naturally has his purpose. As early as when Orochimaru asked for the information of this young man, he became curious about Bajian. Now that Orochimaru is gone, the only thing he wants to do is to arrest the boy and study the unusualness of him. Finally, for his use. What a person who has not been tortured by illusionism can be used as a true confession. You fart. Confession. Prisoner. Bajian was already extremely angry. Who was the disciple of Orochimaru who made Anko? Do you think she is rare? Orochimaru ran away, don't you go after Orochimaru and torture her instead. Who taught Orochimaru? Why don't you ask him to confess? Why don't you torture those ninjas who failed to round up Orochimaru? Maybe they let Orochimaru away deliberately. One sentence. The audience fell silent. Who taught Orochimaru? Slowly, everyone's eyes focused on an old man on the court. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. He thought he could avoid this embarrassing identity by not speaking. Unfortunately, he was wrong. The atmosphere is a bit awkward. Sarutobi sighed and didn't know what to say. Yes. In terms of closeness, he and Orochimaru might be closer. And this kid is too ugly. It's a beat hard. Isn't he the one who deliberately let go of Orochimaru? Hokage-sama, the Umbu inside is only injured, there are no dead people. At this moment, an Umbu ninja approached Minato and reported the situation in a low voice. Is it just injured? There is a turnaround. When his eyes lit up, Minato suddenly took a step forward. I believe in Anko and Bajian. Everyone, go back first, I swear in the name of 4th Hokage, this matter will give you an account. Coming to Bajian, Minato reached out and put his hand on Bajian's head. A sunny smile was shown to him. I believe in you, so put away your hostility and leave the rest to me. Well, the 8th one is here. 3 chapters have been added today. Fingers are already sore, ask for votes as usual. Chapter 47 The name of the movie. How to say? Is it really the little son? Bajian lightly patted Minato's hand on his head to the side. To be honest, when he came out, he had prepared for the worst. Bring Anko to a riot, and then leave the village. Although it was a bit earlier than planned, I had previously shared with Orochimaru that I would look for him in the future. Bajian is confident, and it is not difficult to leave Konoha with all his strength. It wasn't that he looked down on Konoha, it was Shinigami's power that no one understood in the world. Even before leaving, he can leave a very deep impression on the village. But think about it carefully. At his current age and the progress of the template unlocking, there are still people outside who can threaten him. Those things Bajian doesn't matter, he challenges himself step by step in the face of threats, and then grows. The never-ending battle is the most fanatical thing for himself who inherited everything from Kenpeki. But, what about Anko? Can she stand that kind of life? There is also Itaka, who is close to him. If you do that, Itaka will be the first to be squeezed out by Konoha, and Uchiha behind him. Efforts can be boiled, but there are some things to consider. Hold on. When his strength can defy all challenges, anyone who stops him will no longer be a threat. It's not that Bajian is scared. There is no word fear in his dictionary. Rather, at this moment, it's not that no one among the so-called Konoha seniors has come forward to speak for themselves. Namikaze Minato? The father of the son of destiny. Maybe one day you will be emotional, because of your unintentional kind deeds, you will be able to watch your son's growth alive. I agree to your graduation application, yeah. The hand was slapped off, and Minato was a little embarrassed. After becoming Hokage, this is the first time he has encountered such a difficult junior. No way, when I said this, I was reminding Bajian at the same time. The meaning is obvious: if you can graduate successfully, then I will help you. So now, if you give me a face, just leave it to him. Understood? Bajian nodded, and then took Anko to stand calmly. He wanted to see how little son dealt with this mess. Fourth generation, do you want to escape sanctions by a few words on your own? I believe you can earn Bajian's respect, but not everyone can accept this result. For example, Danzo, who finally waited for the opportunity, wanted to throw Bajian into the roots for labor reform. Sanctions are not for oneself, but for the enemy. Turning around, Minato's face is full of seriousness. I believe Anko doesn't know about Orochimaru, and what he said just now makes sense. Since he wasted time on his own people, it would be better to send more people to hunt down Orochimaru. Own people. These are the three words Minato mentioned many times. First, this matter is not that complicated. It's just that a child who saw her sister was caught and was dazzled by anger. This is understandable. If Kusina is innocently implicated, I will do the same. Umbu's ninja killed him, which shows that he has a sense of measure. Secondly, before Ye and Uchiha Itachi performed the mission, I had decided to recruit them into Umbu after the mission was completed. Since the decision has already been issued, he is an Umbu member. This incident is an Umbu at best. It's just an internal problem that appears within. Facing the older generation of Konoha, Minato's voice was neither humble nor overbearing. But anyone could hear that he was completely on Ye Bajian's side. Why? There was fire in Danzo's eyes. For the sake of it, Umbu is directly under the assassination unit of Hokage, and only takes orders from Hokage. And I, Konoha, fourth Hokage, a veritable Hokage. At this moment, Minato suddenly became tough, uncharacteristically, different from the humbling Hokage before, but told others in an unquestionable tone. He is Konoha's fourth Hokage, the real Hokage. What Naruto said was an order. This is the tone again. Squeezing his fist tightly, Danzo's heart was beating violently, his eyes shifted from Minato to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Once upon a time, he also said that. Danzo, I am Hokage. I did this, do you have an opinion, Lord Third Generation? For some reason, when he said those words before, his depressed mood was suddenly relieved. There were two Hokage present. Turned around, Minato looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and asked. Third Generation was stunned. Minato just asked him if he had any comments. Instead of asking yourself what to do as before. I can raise any comments, but I may not accept them. Is it more and more like a real Naruto? With a faint sigh, Sarutobi shook his head. This matter, in the final analysis, started because of him. If it hadn't been for his soft-heartedness and letting Orochimaru go, there would be no such thing. Therefore, he has no say in this matter and has been silent all the time. You're Hokage, just take care of it yourself. When asked like this, I felt a little bit uneasy, and shook his head. Sarutobi crouched and turned and left. Orochimaru's defections hit him too hard. It's all gone, send the wounded to the medical department. Night, take a day off, come to Hokage office tomorrow morning. When the dust settled, Minato smiled warmly at Bajian again and walked away. The breeze blew, and the words fourth Hokage engraved on the Naruto cloak behind little son came into Bajian's mind. He is worthy of the name Hokage. Well, I feel a little uncomfortable today, and the update is a bit slower. Ask for flowers and tickets as usual. Chapter 48 Ji-un-sang, I couldn't be happy. Night fell. Konoha restored that calm atmosphere. Walking on the street, the night breeze in the spring is very comfortable. Neither Bajian nor Anko spoke. Only the 10 fingers tightly entangled are explaining something to the calm atmosphere. In fact, they don't have to pour out some words of concern to each other. It can be said, but it is not necessary. The hearts of each other are already known. It's an emotion that can't be parted. Looking at the door of Mitarashi's house from a distance, the thin girl is still waiting for news. Konoha needs face. Therefore, no matter how stupid a person is, it is impossible to slap himself in the face, expose what happened at Umbu's door, and then wantonly criticize Bajian's behavior. Maybe Danzo had this plan, but he was warned in disguised form by Minato, and he won't be able to move in a short time. Because from today, Bajian has officially become a part of Umbu. Hokage's Umbu is fundamentally different from the Roots. In a sense, the Roots are actually Danzo's private soldiers. It is well known for cultivating better Umbu ninjas, but in fact, the talents that the Roots send to Umbu, there are no other people besides a Yamato. The existence of this organization that does not help Konoha in itself is full of irrationality. Sarutobi Hiruzen can indulge the existence of this kind of organization, but other Naruto will probably not buy it. Minato is still young. If given him enough time, it should be able to change this phenomenon. If Danzo is smart enough, he should lower his sense of existence and hide in the dark to do some things he likes to do. Unfortunately, he is too stupid. As the leader of an unreasonable organization, he repeatedly and again jumped out to count his presence. It's simply a foolish act. Don't forget, Orochimaru, who defected, is nominally a member of the Roots. You can count back. When the two figures approached, Kurane Yoi finally breathed a sigh of relief. When Bajian rushed towards the Umbu base with a knife, her worries did not diminish. Fortunately, they are all back. Make you worry. Anko was a little embarrassed. You shouldn't have anything to eat. Go and eat meatballs, I'll treat you. Go ahead, I'm a little tired. Bajian shook his head. He was indeed a little tired. When he came back from the escort mission, he had been waving his knife. Later, Itaka was also carrying him back home. He rushed to Umbu as soon as he came back, and the physical effort was a little bit heavy. Don't look at him so strong, but her body is tightly under 6 years old. I really envy you having a younger brother. You don't even know how crazy he looked after he heard the news. Looking at the back of Bajian walking into the house, Kurane Yoi seemed to think of something, and suddenly a pink face appeared on that face. My brother is good, right? Hong and Anko, these two girlfriends have no secrets with each other. Sometimes a look makes you understand what the other person is thinking. But this time, Kurane Yoi was obviously confused by Anko. Excellence is natural. Yeah, Bajian has not been in everyone's field of vision for a long time. But everything related to him seemed unusual. Break the ninja school graduation record. The first mission performed was sea level, and he came back safe and sound. I heard that the mission has been changed to B level. The most shocking thing is that he actually brought Anko out of Umbu. He really succeeded. Hong doesn't know what her good girlfriend has experienced in Umbu, but being taken away by Umbu for interrogation is not easy. But in any case, the back who rushed out without hesitation holding the knife, she might not be able to forget it in her life. No woman does not appreciate such a man. There is no woman who does not expect this kind of scene. If anyone, you can do so desperately for yourself. Maybe you can also feel what is moving, that kind of emotion. Have any ideas? When I came to the Mariko shop, fortunately the store was still open, and Anko sat in a chair and suddenly said a word of insignificance. What's the meaning? Hong's hand holding the ball shook slightly. It means it literally. Anko blinked. My dear friend, don't you want to kiss and kiss? How old is he? Don't you dare to be forced to mature prematurely. Good guy, are you now selling your own brother? Kurane Yoi turned Byakugan straight. It's not that you won't grow up, and to be precise, you're not much older than my brother. Just look at your airport and you will know that your development is really slow. Anko shook his fresh corn in disdain. In this regard, she had enough confidence to despise her high girlfriends, and as she said, she stretched out her hand while the owner of the meatball shop was out to sort out the cards. Oh. Where are you going to touch it? Not worried. And while Anko was selling his brother, Mitarashi's house, Bajian's room. Seeing the boy sitting on the chair properly and looking straight at him, Bajian yawned. Jiansang is back, I really feel relieved. But, I can't be happy. Holding his shoulders, the ferret in the night looks like an abandoned woman. But after someone's finger hit his forehead fiercely, the resentment disappeared instantly. Next time, Itaka. There will be the day that I will take you to cut down Konoha. Please ask for votes. Chapter 49 Give you the only refuge. Film. The title of the highest leader in a village. Konoha's Hokage should be a respected person in the village. And only those who have strong strength and have been widely recognized are worthy of this title. But sometimes, as Hokage, I feel helpless. And more is tired. Standing in the Hokage office. Bajian and Itaki are not tall, but Minato feels a different kind of pressure. It is completely different from the kind of pressure to deal with the enemy. This kind of pressure is reluctant to breed and grow. Two geniuses. But it makes people a headache. Today's Hokage office lacks a little smoke. Third generation said that he was unwell and planned to rest for a while. After Orochimaru defected and Minato stepped up to become tough in the name of Naruto, Sarutobi also understood a lot of things. There is a faint feeling that the village is truly handed over to Minato. This is a kind of air. The air that Minato admires. It's not that I was dazzled by anger. It's a ninja who is Konoha, clearly performing missions outside for the village, but his relatives are suspected. This feeling made me pick up the knife. Putting down the appointment book in his hand, Bajian explained to himself lightly. The above is about the Umbu incident yesterday, the final ruling given to him by 4th Hokage. Yes, he is on Bajian's side. But even so, he couldn't express this kind of favoritism deliberately. Although he is Hokage, Konoha is not his own. Among other things, this ruling must be approved by the 2 consultants before the final decision will take effect. Subject to the influence of consultants. Konoha has always been like this. Itaka nodded in sympathy with Bajian's correction. Indeed, when he heard that Anko was taken away, he was a little confused. It is clear that they are desperate for the task. But the goal that I wanted to protect was gone, and that feeling would break people. You kid, you are still too stubborn. Minato sighed. Stubborn? I just think I see the essence of the matter clearly. Any disappointment is accumulated little by little. This is the first time. Because of your existence, I can ignore it for the time being, but next time someone will not stand by my side and tell me to believe in me. At that time, the accumulated disappointment broke out. What I will do, whether to destroy and rebuild, or to leave, I don't know how to choose. He has always been like this, talking straightforwardly. Disappointment is cumulative. There is nothing wrong with this statement. Since childhood, Konoha didn't treat him badly except for this matter. Therefore, when Umbu made trouble, he did not embarrass the ninjas who blocked him. As long as his anger towards this village increases a little, those people will die, and the outcome of yesterday will also change. Konoha's mistake was systemic. That is a historical issue, but Bajian still admires the young Naruto in front of him. Although it hasn't been long since he became Hokage, he has learned to think from the perspective of other people. This kind of thinking is hard to come by. Never mind. Minato shook his head, and he knew that talking to each other would make him a headache. But the sunny smile appeared on his face again, and Minato stepped up to Itaki and Bajian. Holding a head with one hand, he seemed to like this kind of action very much and said his thoughts from the heart. Yeah, Itaki, become my disciple. Maybe my teacher is incompetent, but with this level of identity, you will have less trouble. As well as your new identity in EPUB, it makes sense. My teacher may not be competent. When he said this, Minato had a wry smile on his face. Known as the Golden Glitter, every time he appeared in front of his disciples, he always took a step back. If he is faster, Lin and Obito. Shaking his head, Minato looked sincerely, Kakashi will give you a new identity. Although the short-term mission will be a bit boring, this is also one of the ways to hide you. After this period of time, I will give you new tasks. Namikaze Minato? Bajian was stunned. At that moment, he suddenly wanted to say something about what you can teach me. But when meeting Minato's sincere eyes, Bajian was silent. He really wants to help himself. Although he didn't know how to do it, he had tried his best to protect him. Compared with Bajian, Itaki is only more surprised. Naruto, take the Uchiha clan as a disciple? Although the one named Uchiha Obito was a member of the same clan before, Minato at that time was not Hokage after all. With this level of identity, he still accepted himself. This Hokage, do you want to change the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village with your own actions? For a moment, it was just this kind of thought. Itaki has recognized the existence of Minato, the Naruto. This is the real Hokage. How far will you go? What kind of changes did Konoha bring? Before, I ignored my disciples and was always entangled in tasks. But now I have enough time to observe you. Yeah, Itaki, the teacher can't give you much, but these can give you the greatest degree of protection. Staring at the two young figures walking out of Hokage's office, Minato's eyes were full of expectation. If Mr. Jiraiya were there, would they be defined as pioneers who changed the world of ninja? The legendary son of prophecy. Is it you? Please. Gen. The headache is terrible. Chapter 50 Night and Xiao, EPUB Big 3. What Hokage considers must not just be placed on two people. His perspective must start from the whole village. Accepted as a disciple and sent to EPUB. This kind of shelter is already Minato's greatest effort. Bajian understood this very well, but when he left the Hokage building, he was a little emotional. The fate of fate was finally confirmed. Minato never knows how much his kindness will be rewarded. He is a good Hokage. Following Bajian, Itaka looked back at Konoha's Hokage building. To be honest, this is the first time he feels kind here. At least there is another person who really cares about himself. Namikaze Minato. He and Jianzhang's teacher. The word teacher, he only felt a little appropriate for Shisui and Bajian at first. Shisui is a life mentor, and Jianzhang is a close friend. It's really a good Naruto. But not a good father and husband. Bajian shrugged his shoulders and added. Maybe everyone has a different approach to their lover and puts them in different positions in their hearts. When he became Hokage, everything about him revolved around the village selflessly. It's not that he wants to ignore the existence of his wife, but that there is really no time. The tragic pain in the original book was not what he wanted to see. He did his best for Konoha, leaving only the infant child. I vaguely remember that Minato told third generation when he died, take care of his children. Puff. Bajian smiled. Naruto's childhood, let's compare with Sarutobi Konohamaru, one is the young master. One is the demon fox. He really wanted to see, if Minato, as a father, looked at his son's growth from the perspective of a bystander, would he clench his fists in anger like a normal father? Maybe third generation tried its best. After all, he gave Naruto a place to live and eat. Ken. That's not the treatment of the son of a hero. Jianzhang, what are you laughing at? Pulling at Bajian's sleeve, Itaka was puzzled on his face. It's nothing, go report. Shaking his head, Bajian strode forward. Since he didn't refute Minato's practice of accepting himself as a disciple, everything has changed. Go all the way. Ignoring the pointers of the people around him who didn't know the inside story, the two came to the entrance of Umbu. This time, no one will stop Bajian. Regardless of his boldness or strength, as well as his identity at this moment, those obstacles no longer exist. Although you have become the disciples of teacher Minato, theoretically the three of us are in the same relationship. But during the mission, I will call you by code names. In the afternoon, the two men who had led their masks in Umbu came to the meeting place with the team members. Outside a house, on the second-floor rooftop. If Bajian remembers correctly, this is 4th Hokage and the home of Namikaze Minato, the teacher he just recognized. Yes. Kakashi is still performing the task of guarding other people's wives at this moment. So Bajian didn't meet each other in Umbu yesterday. As Minato said, reducing Bajian's presence in a short period of time allowed people to gradually forget what he did, so the reason why the task might be boring has also been found. Protect Hokage's wife with Kakashi. What a good job. Leaning against the wall, Bajian tore off the mask and threw the wine gourd to Kakashi. This is his way of greeting. But now he is performing a mission. During the mission, everything is focused on the mission. Drinking is obviously disrespect for the mission. But people who don't know how to value their companions are not even scumbags. The profound words of the dead friend suddenly echoed in his mind. Taking off half of the mask, Kakashi took a sip of Urkuatu. The hot feeling made him realize that he was still alive. And two more juniors came out. I didn't have a deliberate code name. The original Kuroyuki has been forgotten, because the hair color and ninjutsu will always be recognized, so it's okay to call me by name during the mission. Throwing the wine gourd back into Bajian's hand, Kakashi covered his face again. But you guys, it's still well hidden, so the code name is also very important. Code name? Bajian looked up at the gloomy sky. The unknown bird that flew by reminded him of an animal. Owl. The ferocious bird also refers to a cruel ancient criminal law. It seems to suit me well. And you? Turning his head, Kakashi looked at Uchiha Itachi. Me. Itachi suddenly felt a little uncomfortable, thinking about the message he had left in Umbu before, and finally squeezed a word out of his throat. Night. Bajian froze for a moment, and then dully gave Itachi a brain collapse. Indeed, the code name of Umbu is mostly defined by animals, but not all. But what do you mean by choosing a night? Yes, yeah. Got it? Nodded. The purity of Urkuatu made Kakashi feel a little above, leaning against the wall and shook his head. To be honest, when he saw these two people, he wanted to refuse. After all, in his cognition, all his companions would be accompanied by bad luck and die in front of him one by one. But this was an order from teacher Minato, and he didn't have any chance to resist. As for what Mrs. Minato wants to do, Kakashi also understands. With new members, especially new members who are as close as the previous Minato class, join in to wash away the darkness in your heart. But forgetting some things, how easy it is. Huh. The blade that pierced through the air flashed away, and Kakashi tilted his head. Even when performing tasks, I don't forget to practice. This guy is somewhat similar to Guy. Companion. I guess so. Ask for flowers. Well.